Chapter 1 starts with a boss Laren. 1. The Pokemon world is a collection of hundreds of different Pokemon. Humans and Pokemon live together, helping each other and progressing together. World of Pokemon, Hone Region. Mabai Town. In a remote area of the town, in a room in a small 3-story building, the quilt was kicked away, and a teenager in his teens got up from the bed. The teenager went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth and washed his face, put on his clothes, walked to the mirror, and tidied up his clothes. Aoki, you are the most handsome. This boy is Aoki. An ordinary teenager in Mabai Town, today is his journey to become a Pokemon master. After Aoki brushed his teeth and washed his face, he made a breakfast, then sat at the dining table and ate breakfast silently. Just beside the dining table, there is a giant, holding a transparent cube in his hand, eating it. After breakfast, Aoki packed up, put on his coat, looked in the mirror, tidied up his hair, and was full of thoughts. He is not a native of the Pokemon world, but traveled to this Pokemon world a few years ago. When they crossed over, the parents of this body never came back because of a certain expedition. But fortunately, the original parents were very rich and paid Aoki a full amount at one time, so that Aoki could receive the initial Pokemon at Birch Professor's Research Institute. The world is not as beautiful as in the anime. To receive the initial Pokemon, you must pay 100,000 Alliance coins every year for 10 consecutive years. Otherwise, it's just a Pokemon ball and a Caterpie or something in the wild. There are still very few Caterpies in the Hone region, maybe they can only go to catch Taillow, and the end is miserable. When Aoki crossed over, the 10-year fee was just paid. In addition, his parents are also researchers at the Birch Institute, and naturally they also gave a very generous pension. In addition, the trainer can be killed by wild Pokemon at any time during the journey. Even evil organizations run amok. If nothing else, in the Hone region, there are two villain organizations, Team Magma and Team Aqua. One wants to summon Groudon and turn the world into the earth, and the other wants to summon Kyogre and turn the world into an ocean. Both are lunatics. The team led by two lunatics is naturally all evil, and many trainers are robbed of Pokemon every year. It can be said that it is really difficult to become a successful trainer. Aoki quickly recovered, and today was the day he received his initial Pokemon. 3 Pokemons, he has already thought about it, he will choose Torchic at that time, and eventually evolve into Blaziken. Super evolution is also possible. Of course, at present, the whole world does not know about super evolution. Even the Kalos region is only a little aware of it, and the Sycamore professor has not studied it clearly. Boss Laren, we can go. Pull. Aoki took out a Pokeball and pointed it at the behemoth that ate Pokeblocks next to him. A red light illuminated the Boss Laren. Boss Laren responded with a sound, and was sucked into the Pokemon ball. This Boss Laren was commissioned by the parents of this body. A year ago, it was sent by Birch Professor, and then hatched. In just 1 year, it evolved to become Boss Laren. This is also because Aoki has a system. Yes, Aoki does have a system. Treasure chest system. In every corner of the world, there may be treasure chests. And you can get rewards when you open the treasure chests. There are 5 levels of treasure chests in total. Bronze chest, silver chest, saffron chest, diamond chest, king's chest. The system also has a system map. When you open it, you can see all kinds of light. The most striking thing in the Hone region is the Sky Pillar, which has a treasure chest of kings. But when Aoki is stupid. That's Sky Pillar, Rayquaza's territory, and if he goes there, I don't know if he'll come back alive. Is the king's chest useful? Fortunately, when he first crossed over, there was a diamond treasure chest at home. Opening this chest, Aoki gets a full set of Pokeblocks crafting skills and sends a crafting machine. It is precisely because of the Pokeblocks manufacturing technology that in just 1 year, Boss Laren has successfully evolved from Aaron to its final form. It is worth mentioning that there are no poke blocks in this world. The most common thing Pokemon eat is dog food, Pokemon rations. Some breeders even make their own Pokemon food. Even those big families, the Pokemon rations they make, are slightly more nutritious. But compared with poke blocks, the gap is huge. It can be said to be a world of difference. System. Aoki thought silently, and a blue box that others could not see appeared in front of Aoki's eyes. There are 3 pages on the box. The first is Aoki's own page, the second is the Pokemon page, and the third is the system backpack. Name, Aoki. Pokemon, Boss Laren. Special ability, Viridian Might. Skill, Poke Blocks Crafting. Over the years, he has acquired 2 diamond chests, one at his home and one at the Birch Institute. The 2 chests received the Poke Blocks crafting technology, and the Viridian Power. The Viridian Power, the power of a special ability in the Pokemon world, able to read Pokemon minds and heal Pokemon. The one I currently own, the Giovanni of Earth, used to fly the Elite Lance. Another one is him. In addition, Aoki also opened a lot of treasure chests, all of which are some tree fruits, alliance coins, and poke balls. Some slightly more expensive ones are evolutionary stones/ite of various kinds, but not many. Aoki opened the Pokemon page again. Name, Boss Laren. Trait, Heavy Metal. Attributes, Steel, Rock. Strength, Quasi-Elite Peak. Qualification, Elite Level. Skills, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Iron Head, Rock Slide, Protect, Metal Sound, Heavy Slam. Genetic skills, Dragon Claw, Earthquake. Just by looking at the attribute panel, you can tell that this is a well-bred Boss Laren. All thanks to poke blocks. Otherwise, the Boss Laren would not have been able to evolve in 1 year, and had a quasi-elite level of strength. Chapter 2 First Meeting with Birch Professor, 2. Within a year, Boss Laren was successfully promoted to the quasi-elite peak level Pokemon, all thanks to poke blocks. The levels of Pokemon are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, superior, gym, quasi-elite, elite, champion, level 3 god, level 2 body, level 1 god. Pokemon's talents are also divided in the same way. Generally speaking, only Pokemon with elite talent can comprehend the profound meaning of their own department, and then break through to elite. But this is not absolute. Some Pokemon, lucky enough to get some talent-boosting treasures, can improve their talents. Or get some secret treasures that increase your strength. You can also break through the boundaries of talent and reach elite level. And those Pokemon with elite talent, as long as they are properly cultivated, not abused, and malnourished for a long time, they can become elite naturally. Pokemon with higher racial value can break through elite faster. For example, Aoki's Boss Laren is faster than Beedrill to break through elite. Of course, nutrition must be adequate first. Pokemons like Boss Laren, which often eat metal, and those quasi-god level Pokemons require more resources. Poor people basically can't afford to play. Ordinary family, even if you have a quasi-god, maybe Beedrill who has elite talent is successfully promoted to elite, and the quasi-god is still stunted. This is the misery of the poor. Aoki's Boss Laren, when it was just hatched, only had quasi-elite talent. It's just that because of long-term use of poke blocks, the nutrition is very sufficient, the development is very good, and it has increased its own potential to reach the elite level potential. And within a year, you will successfully have the strength of a quasi-elite, and you will be able to comprehend the profound meaning and become an elite in just 1 step. The so-called mystery is the movement of Pokemon's own power. Take the Boss Laren, for example, which is a rock and steel Pokemon. As long as you understand one of these mysteries, you can become an elite level Pokemon. Some people with higher talent can comprehend 2 profound meanings. Such Pokemon are more powerful in combat. Aoki put on his shoes, put on his coat, and left the house, heading to the Birch Institute to pick up his Pokemon. When it comes to Professor Birch, Aoki still has some resentment in his heart. A few years ago, Professor Birch should have bought Aaron's eggs and gave them to him. It's just that because the parents of this body died unexpectedly, Professor Birch helped to deal with the funeral, and then entered the research state, completely forgetting it. It wasn't until a year ago that someone mentioned this, and then quickly bought Aoki Aaron's eggs. Otherwise, 3 or 5 years in advance, if he gets Pokemon earlier, he can activate the system earlier. Maybe the current boss Laren has already become an elite level Pokemon. All this is naturally just thought. Because in this world, there is no if. The Birch Institute, located in the south of the town, covers a very large area. There are many different terrains such as woods, grasslands, and deserts. Pokemon trainers who are about to embark on a journey can choose their first Pokemon from here. These 3 Imperial Pokemons are specially cultivated by the Alliance and are very talented. Except for a few stunted ones, they can only reach the superior level. Most of them can reach the gym level, and a few can reach the quasi-elite level. Occasionally there are Pokemon with elite or champion talent. It can be seen that the annual 100,000 Alliance coins, a total of 1 million Alliance coins, are actually not too much of a loss. The vast majority of trainers, in the end, cannot become superior level trainers, mainly because they cannot afford to raise them, and can only raise 2 or 3 Pokemon. Not to mention becoming a gym level or quasi-elite trainer. It's worth mentioning that you can only become an Alliance-approved superior trainer if you have 6 superior Pokemon. The same goes for elite trainers. If there is only one, it can only be counted as a wild one, not recognized by the Alliance, and only enjoys some Alliance benefits. Birch Institute, after Aoki's arrival, the door has been opened. Except for a few people who come here to collect the initial Pokemon, the vast majority of people only collect it at the Pokemon Center. Aoki is here only because the parent of this body is a researcher at the Birch Professor Institute. The future May is because his father is a gym trainer and an elite trainer. There is also an advantage to being able to receive Pokemon from professors all over the world, that is, more Pokemon can be raised here and reduce a lot of expenses. Aoki, you're finally here, but it's a little late. Professor Birch came out to greet him in person. After all, Aoki's parents, who used to be his best assistants, died a pity. In addition, there is another reason, and that is because Aoki is a very good researcher. When he first crossed over, Aoki felt that he had no system and was worried that he would not do well. So working here, pretending to study, and then coming up with theories about the properties of Pokemon. For example, why some Blaziken are getting faster and faster, and the power of some Blaziken's fire skills suddenly increases. This is the feature. At that time, in this world, there was such a concept, but no one proposed it. Aoki first mentioned the feature. Later, Eevee's Sun Pokemon and Moon Pokemon's evolution methods are mentioned. Of course, he didn't mention it directly, but just said that some of these Pokemon evolve during the day and some evolve at night. The concept of intimacy is then introduced. After that, it was handed over to Professor Birch, and there was nothing to do. Professor Birch was not the kind of person who was greedy for fame and fortune. Because of these 2 important theoretical knowledge, Aoki also became a researcher of the Birch Professor. And is deeply liked by Birch Professor. Not only did he make a fortune, but he also gained some fame among the professors and became a famous researcher. Although only the professors know it internally, this is enough, because each of these professors is very powerful. Professor Oak was once a top champion trainer. Birch Professor is also an elite trainer. After all, there is not enough strength, how can it be possible to investigate in the field? Strictly speaking, trainers are their profession, and research is just their hobby. Chapter 3 Torchic of Elite Qualification, 3. Birch Professor, I'm so sorry for being late, my Torchic, there should be more. Aoki's expression was indifferent, not too panicked. He believed that Professor Birch should be ready for him. Although you are late, Torchic, I helped you stay and lied to others for this. You really have to thank me. Birch Professor is human after all. I have a great impression of Aoki, so I deliberately hide Torchic. Even if others wanted it, he did not give it, but deceived others. Thank you then, Birch Professor. Aoki is still very grateful to Birch Professor, and thanks to Birch Professor for his help over the years. It's just that he forgot about buying Aaron's eggs for a few years, which caused him to live a few years later in the system. Aside from that, what a nice guy. Okay, Aoki, the Torchic you want is here. Birch Professor took out a baby ball and handed it to Aoki. Aoki took the baby ball, opened it, and a small figure appeared on the ground. Not exactly. This is Torchic, Honyu Sanjia, and can also Meng evolution, and finally the Blaz icon of evolution is fire attribute and fighting attribute. Torchic, this is your trainer, said Birch Professor. Not exactly. Torchic took the initiative to pounce on Aoki, holding Aoki's feet with his little hands, looking very happy. Aoki also picked up Torchic, which is really cute, and the final evolution mentality is also quite domineering. Torchic, please give me more advice in the future. Not exactly. Torchic seems to understand, its trainer is very easy to get along with, very happy, and hugs Aoki tightly. Aoki also took advantage of this time, looked at the system panel, and clicked on Torchic's information. This is a function that comes with the system. As long as it's his Pokemon, you can see the details. Name, Torchic. Feature, Accelerate. Attribute, Fire. Strength, Intermediate. Qualification, Elite level. Skills, Grab, Growl, Ember, Smoke. Genetic skill, Fire Vortex. From the system panel alone, Torchic is a very good Pokemon. The usual Usangia, just got his hands, that is, the strength of the rookie, his Torchic has completely passed the novice stage. It even inherited the ability of the Flame Vortex. It may not be as good as the Boss Laren, but in terms of qualifications, it is definitely not comparable to the Boss Laren. After all, when Boss Laren first got his hands on it, his talent was at the quasi-elite level. It's just that after eating poke blocks for more than a year, the qualification has reached the elite level. As soon as this Torchic is obtained, it has the qualifications of the elite level. If you use poke blocks for a long time, you can definitely reach the champion level. And he can only make intermediate poke blocks now due to the low grade of the fruit. Poke blocks will be of higher quality and Torchic will grow faster as long as you can get a lot of high-level fruit. Maybe this time, it only takes a year, or even a year, to make Torchic have elite level strength. Birch Professor, thank you for preparing such an excellent Torchic for me. Aoki is really grateful. He knew very well that the usual Usan, at most gym level or quasi-elite level qualifications. To be able to give him an elite qualified Torchic, the help of Birch Professor is absolutely indispensable. No thanks, you are an excellent researcher, it's a pity that you became a trainer. But your trainer talent is also very strong. Birch Professor knew Aoki's Boss Laren, and reached the quasi-elite peak within a year. It can be seen that the Aoki trainer is very talented. Because of this, he didn't force Aoki to be a researcher, he just didn't want to delay Aoki. Maybe Aoki's career as a trainer and researcher will be fruitful. Professor Birch, in addition to challenging the Alliance, there is another reason for me to travel this time. I have a research direction that I need to investigate. Of course Aoki would not give up his researcher status. If nothing else, as long as you can become a professor, you can get a very high status. Like Professor Oak, Birch Professor, Aurea Juniper Professor, these people have high status. Moreover, whether it is a professor or a researcher, as long as they can publish some important papers, they can charge. There are so many people in this world, if one person receives 100 yuan, that is tens of billions. He can completely copy and paste the data of his previous life and put it in this world. Really? Is there a new research direction? Then you must do your best. Birch Professor's eyes lit up. He believed in Aoki's talent, and he must have taken a new direction, and he might succeed immediately. This time I went out for a trip, maybe for the purpose of investigation, and to challenge the alliance by the way. Sure enough, he was bullish on Aoki. Then, Professor Birch, I'll go first. Aoki took back Torchic, and was about to leave. When he went back, he had to pack his bags and set out on a journey to dominate the alliance. Should he punch Lance or kick Stone Stephen? Or hanging Wallace, dating Cynthia? These are all questions to think about. After traveling for so long, he hadn't thought about it. Wait, I know you don't lack, but here are some Pokeballs, and Pokemon Pokédex. Birch Professor holds a Pokédex, and 5 Pokeballs. These are all packages. After all, if you pay 1 million, it is not for nothing. Thank you. Aoki took the Pokédex and Pokeball, put them in the backpack, turned around and left. This backpack is a high-tech product of Seraph Group. Even though it is just a backpack, it has a lot of space inside. Of course, compared to Aoki's system backpack, it's far worse. Aoki is still used to using system backpacks. It seems that this year's Evergrande City Conference should be very exciting. Professor Birch watched Aoki leave, as if he could see that a champion was about to be born. And possibly the strongest champion the league has ever seen. Possibly even the best Pokemon researcher. Chapter 4 Aoki who once wanted to eat maize soft rice. 4. After leaving the Birch Institute, Aoki returned to his residence and was not in a hurry to set off. After all, when traveling, he needs to prepare a lot of food and luggage, and he basically has nothing to prepare. When he got home, Aoki saw that the door seemed to be open and didn't care too much. He already knew who was coming. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a young girl sitting on the sofa. May, you're here again. That's right, this girl is May, the daughter of Chinjua gym leader Norman, the future heroine of Hone region. It's just that May is still young now, and it will be a few years before he gets Pokemon and becomes a Pokemon trainer. Even Ash, the protagonist, will not embark on a journey until next year. Aoki is only a year ahead of schedule. As for May, it was actually he who deliberately struck up a conversation and became May's best friend. No way, the system was not activated at that time, and although I became a researcher, I was worried about the lack of resources. So he hooked up with May. How to say May is also the daughter of gym leader, and Norman is the future 4 elite of Hone region. Not only is he strong and has a deep background, but his family is still rich. At that time Aoki was ready to eat soft rice. He just didn't expect that, just when he successfully hooked up with May, became May's good friend, and captured May's heart. Professor Birch brought Aaron's egg over, and he successfully activated the system. Alas, this may be fate. God dislikes him to eat soft rice and wants him to take care of May. Brother Aoki, have you got the initial Pokemon? What is it? Torchic or Trico? I'm also hesitating about what to get in the future. May ran over immediately, with anticipation in his eyes. Every time he was with Aoki, his heart was very stable. Sometimes I inadvertently think of a few months ago, when she was in danger in the forest and was attacked by a wild sea viper. Originally she thought she was going to die, but at a critical moment, Aoki appeared and brought Boss Laren with him. In the end, Boss Laren, with his quasi-elite level strength, killed Sea Viper in one move, and came to a hero to save the beauty. Since then, May has been full of affection for Aoki, and has even pushed the boundaries of ordinary friends. I chose Torchic. Aoki takes out the Pokemon ball and releases the Torchic. As soon as Torchic came out, he grabbed Aoki's feet and didn't want to separate, as if he wanted to smell Aoki. Is this Torchic? It's cute, I've decided, and I'll choose Torchic in the future. May squatted beside him, making up his mind. It doesn't matter whether Torchic is cute or not, the main thing is that Aoki also chose Torchic, of course she has to choose the same. At that time, she and Aoki pair Torchic and Torchic team, and regenerates a small Torchic. May's face turned red, full of reverie. It's just that she has a thin skin and is embarrassed to say it, so she only dares to think in her heart. Not exactly. Torchic looked at May in front of him, and felt a sense of unease in his heart, so scared that he grabbed Aoki's legs. It always felt that May was thinking something bad, and it had something to do with it. This woman is really scary. Aoki used the power of Viridian to hear Torchic's voice, and he was still speechless. Is May scary? He thought it was cute. Although he was careful. He really liked a girl as cute as May. At that time, she just wanted to find a good love and find another backer by the way. May, then I'll wait for you, and when you get the initial Pokemon, I'll take you on a journey. Aoki touched May's head. It's a pity, now May is still young, and his own strength is not strong, he can't even take May out. It is estimated that Norman would not agree. But wait a year or two before May grows up, and by then he might have 6 elite Pokemon. And become an elite trainer. When he wanted to come, Norman would not object, maybe he couldn't wait to give his daughter to him. Well, when the time comes, I will definitely travel with big brother Aoki. May nodded excitedly, thinking about going on a trip with Aoki. This should be a good choice. Torchic breathed a sigh of relief, the woman's eyes were so scary, he was really afraid of being bullied. Sure enough, the master is still good, and there is an inexplicable warmth on his body. This so-called warmth is naturally Aoki's Viridian power. May, eat here tonight, go on a tour with me tomorrow, and go back when you pass by Chinjua Gym. Aoki still felt that he should continue to develop a relationship with May. The main thing is to travel alone, it's too boring, he really wants to find a companion. Even if May can't be with him, even if it's only for a few days, it's acceptable. That's great. May jumped up excitedly, she was really happy to be with the person she liked. But thinking that Aoki was next to him, May blushed, just too excited to forget about Aoki. Shouldn't it be misunderstood by Aoki? This. I just want to be with you, don't think too much. Understood, I won't think too much about it. Aoki watched meaningfully, then turned around and walked into the kitchen. Now that May is here, it's time to prepare a very hearty dinner. Fortunately, he once opened a bronze treasure chest and obtained excellent cooking skills. It's just that cooking is not mainstream in the Pokemon world, so the system page is not displayed. Looking at the back of Aoki's departure, May remembered that meaningful look, and always felt that she might have been detected. What to do? Will it be misunderstood by Aoki? May was sitting on the sofa, looking at Aoki in the kitchen, a little lost. What a perfect man, she might actually like Aoki. In the kitchen, Aoki prepares some poke blocks in addition to food for human consumption. Specially prepared one for Torchic. These poke blocks, in addition to increasing nutrition, also partially enhance the control of attributes. Also known as the Fire System Poke Blocks, Boss Laren's Rock System and Aurabug System. Eat this together every day. On the first day of the new book, 1,000 flowers will be added, and 500 evaluation tickets will be added. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Forest Journey, Silver Treasure Chest, 5. The next morning, Aoki got up early in the morning, packed her luggage, and set off with May. The two left Little Root Town and embarked on a journey to Petalburg City. On the way, there is a large forest. Generally speaking, people will never enter the forest, because there is a passage that belongs to human beings. The reason why May was able to arrive safely was because he was on the road and there was no danger. The Alliance will patrol regularly to remove some dangerous Pokémon to protect the safety of pedestrians. However, Aoki is not an ordinary person. With the boss Laren, at least in this novice village, there is no danger. And only entering the forest and fighting against Pokémon can speed up the growth of Torchic. In addition, there is a silver treasure chest in the forest. Although he has cleaned all the treasure chests within this year, a silver treasure chest has only recently appeared. Aoki didn't know where the silver treasure box came from, but he didn't bother so much. The treasure box that was sent to the door for nothing, don't want it for nothing. Brother Aoki, the forest is gloomy, will you have any powerful Pokémon? Mei held Aoki tightly with one hand, not wanting to let go, worried that there might be danger. I also want to get close to Aoki. Don't worry, there will be no danger. Aoki also grabbed Mei's little hand. Alas, in order to eat soft rice, this is why Mei was crazy. Who would have thought to activate the system? The sins you do, you have to do. And Mei is cute too. Brush brush. There was a sudden noise in the woods next to it. Come on, there's Pokémon. Mei was startled and immediately grabbed Aoki with caution in her eyes. Just. Torchic jumped out immediately, stood in front of Aoki, and patted himself on the chest. As if to say, I can protect you. Aoki also stared at the bushes, not too worried. With the boss Laren, as long as it's not an elite level Pokémon, there's no danger. In the bushes, a grey and white wolf dog emerged. Poochyena, dark Pokémon, can evolve into Mytyena. The racial value is not particularly high, and Aoki still hopes to conquer the strong talent. However, Poochyena is also a good opponent, at least for the current Torchic. How about Poochyena? Pay my Torchic a fight and I can give you some food. Aoki uses his Viridian powers and holds a poke block in his hand. Poochyena was vigilant at first, but after feeling the power of Viridian, she relaxed her vigilance. This man is really gentle. Poochyena's eyes lit up when she smelled the faint scent in the air, and she nodded immediately. Then, Torchic, it's up to you. Aoki stretched out a hand, and Torchic rushed out immediately and patted his heart. Not exactly. Give it to me. Aoki heard what Torchic meant. Poochhyena was not polite, and rushed over immediately, hitting Torchic with her body. Maybe in the forest all the year round and need to catch food by himself, Poochhyena has a strong sense of fighting. Torchic's first fight, coupled with Aoki's lack of orders, was immediately frightened and overwhelmed for a while. Torchic, use the smoke for me. Torchic listened to Aoki's order, and was not so flustered, and a puff of smoke came out of his mouth. The smoke came out, and Poochhyena was blocked from sight. For a while, he was a little flustered and looked around. Then I remembered that my sense of smell is sensitive. And I smelled it immediately. Ember. Could Aoki give Poochhyena this chance? Torchic spat out a lot of ember and hit Poochhyena head-on. Poochhyena let out a whimper, clearly injured, and not very lightly. Give him the last flame vortex. Naturally, Aoki would not give Poochhyena a chance to fight back, taking advantage of his illness and killing him. Of course, this is just talk, the purpose is to defeat Poochhyena, it is impossible to really kill him. Torchic spit out an even hotter flame, forming a vortex that surrounded Poochhyena. After the flame vortex disappeared, Poochhyena fell to the ground, with halos in her eyes, and lost her ability to fight. Aoki looked at the circles in Poochyena's eyes, and still couldn't understand why his eyes were like this when he lost his ability to fight. But maybe that's the rules of the world. Torchic jumped up and down with joy when he saw that he had won the fight, and his mouth kept smacking. Aoki heard what Torchic meant. Master, I am amazing. It is indeed very powerful. After all, he has the qualification of elite and the genetic skill of flame vortex. Genetic skills are naturally not genetic skills in the game, but inherited from their parents. If you're lucky, you might be able to get a Torchic with a flamethrower. Aoki doesn't have that much ambition either, a flame vortex is enough. Comforting Torchic, Aoki used the power of Viridian to heal Puchayana. When Puchayana woke up, she looked at the poke blocks next to her, took a bite, and tasted it with gusto. After eating poke blocks, Puchayana reluctantly left. It wants to be Aoki's Pokemon, but looking at Aoki's appearance, it doesn't seem to like it. Brother Aoki, you are so powerful, you actually defeated Puchayana. There was admiration in Mei's eyes. In her opinion, what Aoki does is right, defeating Puchayana, that is Aoki is very good. Not exactly. Torchic has an opinion, it's clearly that it beat Puchayana, why not praise it? Torchic, you're amazing too. Mei praised Torchic, and praised Torchic even more proud, and his nose was about to go up. This Torchic really has a personality. Aoki brought one Pokemon with one person and soon came to the river. The silver treasure chest is in the river. Don't know where exactly. It's a pity that his Torchic can't swim and can't go into the water, and the boss Laren is also not good at it. So just go fishing. On the first day of the new book, for every 1,000 flowers, 500 evaluation votes will be added. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Shiny Froakie, 6. Mei, take a break here for a while, let's go fishing together. Aoki took out 2 fishing rods. They are all opened in treasure chests, which are much better than ordinary fishing rods, and have special attribute bonuses. Although the bonus rate is not particularly high, it is still better than buying it. Okay, it just so happens that I also want to fish. Mei took over a fishing rod. As for whether he really wanted to fish, only Mei knew. 2 people sat together, holding fishing rods, happily fishing. Coming to the world of Pokemon, if you don't fish, or catch a few Magikarps, are you still a trainer? Torchic sat next to him, happily eating poke blocks. This is the best food it has ever eaten. After eating poke blocks for 2 days, Torchic's hair is more colorful, and the same type of Torchic, it is a handsome chicken. Brother Aoki, the fishing rod in your hand has moved. In just a few minutes, the fishing rod moved. I don't know if it's a system bonus or just luck. Aoki immediately pulled, and a red carp appeared. Magikarp. Although he had already guessed it, he was still very helpless when he actually caught Magikarp. It's also strange that there are too many Magikarps, all over the country. If anyone has not caught 180 Magikarps, let alone fish. This is Magikarp, Brother Aoki, do you need it? Mei asked. No, I don't need to. Aoki puts the Magikarp in the water. As for water-type Pokemon, he actually has an idea in mind. Mudkip is good, Melodic, Gyarados are all good. Although Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados, his poke blocks can speed up Magikarp's evolution. But most of these Magikarp qualifications are not good. It is too difficult to find an elite qualification among thousands of Magikarps. And Aoki's attention was focused on the silver treasure chest. In addition to his own home, there is also a diamond treasure chest in Professor Birch's house. He has only opened a bronze treasure chest. The silver treasure chest has not been opened yet. That's why he didn't go deep into the forest. Who is the silver treasure chest? Next, Aoki and Mei catch a lot of fish, either Magikarp, Seeking, or Poliwag. Except for Poliwag, he might be subdued and check his qualifications, but he didn't see anything else. After all, there are so many Magikarps, and it takes a lot of effort to find one. It's also because the rich people in this world are too greedy. After Pokeball is used, it can't be used again. Although Aoki opened the treasure chest with dozens of Pokeballs, he couldn't stand such a waste. All day, Aoki did not catch a satisfactory water-type Pokemon. He's interested in Oshawott, Poplio is good, Froakie is okay. Especially the final Bonds Greninja, Aoki's favorite, especially domineering. But all this is just delusion. At night, after dinner, everyone began to rest. Aoki brought a tent, but there are 2 people, so we can only have 1 tent. Mei noticed Aoki's eyes and guessed it instantly, blushing and a little overwhelmed. This. Brother Aoki, if possible, the 2 of us can be in a tent. Then, that's it, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Aoki immediately got into the tent. Although Mei was shy, she was very happy and couldn't wait to follow. Aoki pulled out 2 pokeballs when zipping it up. Torchic, Boss Laren, I'll leave it to you tonight. Letting the Pokemon out is purely the first time camping, and it might be dangerous at night. Once in danger, Boss Laren can also resist. Not exactly. Torchic patted his heart, then peeked at Boss Laren next to him. For this big brother, he is still very respectful, mainly because Boss Laren is too powerful. The invisible sense of oppression on his body made Torchic have no idea of resistance. Wave. Boss Laren patted himself as well, then lay beside the tent, sleeping with his eyes closed. Torchic breathed a sigh of relief, this big brother was really good, and then got into a sleeping bag. Then, for several days, Aoki was fishing and had no plans to leave in a hurry. The main reason is that the silver treasure chest has always been here, and it is still early, so there is no need to set off in such a hurry. In addition to fishing, Aoki did not forget to train Torchic. As a future fighting type plus fire type Pokemon, Torchic definitely needs fighting, so physical strength cannot be missed. There is also a flame vortex that requires training. Although it is a genetic skill, the flame vortex is too scattered and the temperature is not high. The flame vortex must be concentrated, so that the power is enough. Just a few days of training, plus Aoki's poke blocks, and Viridian Power's helping hand. Torchic's strength has reached the peak of the intermediate level, and he is only 1 foot away from reaching the advanced level. Once you reach the advanced level, you may be able to evolve into a Combusken. Train well, and when Torchic finally evolves into Blaziken, he should be able to have gym-level strength. When Laren finally evolved into Boss Laren, it had the strength of Gym's pinnacle. After training for a few months, he successfully reached the quasi-elite peak level, and he was only 1 step away from elite. Now Boss Laren is comprehending the profound meaning and striving to break through to the elite level. Aoki sat beside the river and pulled the fishing rod lightly, with a frog hanging from it. Yep, it's a frog. Not like Magikarp. Aoki snorted suddenly, with incredulity in his eyes. This is actually Froakie. That's right, Froakie from Kalos region, why is it here? This is clearly the Hone region, which is far from Kalos. And this Froakie, Aoki always felt something was wrong. Yep, it's the wrong color. Aoki suddenly figured out that the color of this Froakie is a little lighter than the normal Froakie color. Shiny Froakie. On the first day of the new book, 1000 flowers will be added 1 more time. The more flowers, the more you will add. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Conquering Shiny Froakie, 7. Brother Aoki, what Pokemon is this? Mei also saw this unusual Pokemon with curiosity. This is Froakie, the original Pokemon of the Kalos region, the equivalent of our Mudkip here. Aoki was also shocked inside. This is Hone region, and Froakie from Kalos region actually appears, and I don't know where it came from. But it doesn't matter, Aoki doesn't want to struggle so much, he just wants to subdue Froakie. And it's shiny Froakie in different colors. He wanted to get Froakie before, but he didn't expect his wish to come true. Torchic, please. As soon as Aoki waved, Torchic rushed forward and stared at Froakie menacingly. This is his first subduing battle, and he must not disappoint his master. Froakie saw Torchic appear, looked at it like that, and jumped into the river. Aoki. Torchic. It was too much, he was ready to fight and Froakie ran away. But he can't give up, this is a rare opportunity, shiny Froki, this is in line with the identity of the traveler. Which traverser has no shiny Pokemon, no Bonds Greninja? Brother Aoki, it seems to have jumped into the river, what should I do now? May is also worried about Aoki by the side. After all, this is the Pokemon that Aoki wants to conquer. This, I'll try it. Aoki took out a Pokeblock, placed it by the river, and shook it lightly. Hey, baby boy, I want to subdue you, as long as you follow me, you can eat this kind of good food. In the river, all the Magikarp, Seeking, Poliwag, etc., all swam out. The scent of Pokeblocks is so fragrant that humans can't smell it, but Pokemon can smell it. They always feel that eating Pokeblocks is good for them. Aoki looked at the Pokemon, had an idea in his mind, and pulled out a bunch of Pokeblocks. I want to take Froki, can you tell me? These are gifts. Mile. All the Pokemon nodded and agreed to Aoki's request. Aoki was not polite and threw his Pokeblocks into the river. Anyway, he has a lot of Pokeblocks, and a lot of fruit, and he can make Pokeblocks at any time. And he's going to do some advanced Pokeblocks right away, and these elementary ones won't necessarily be useful. Pokemon feasting, trying to figure out how to eat Pokeblocks. After eating and drinking, the Pokemon got into the river. It didn't take long for Froki to jump out and shouted something to Aoki. Can you really give me something good to eat? I have a big appetite. Of course, I'll give you something to eat. Aoki agreed without hesitation. Even if he doesn't want to eat, Aoki will give him good food to try to make Froki grow up as soon as possible. Shiny Froki should be able to qualify as elite, maybe even champion. Once it's fully grown, it would be great if it could still Bonds evolution. Bonds Greninja, very handsome. Torchic, use sand attack for me. Torchic rushed over immediately, kicking both feet on the ground, and a large amount of yellow sand flew towards Froki. Guguabawa took no hassle and spit out a lot of bubble. Bubble attack. Bubble and Huangsha collided, and Huangsha was scattered, covering everyone's affairs. Ah! Froki's figure flashed, and suddenly many shadows appeared. Double team, very high qualifications. Aoki's desire to subdue became stronger. This Froki is absolutely talented, either an elite or a champion. Not exactly. Torchic looked at so many Frokis and panicked, not knowing which one was the real one. Don't panic, use the flame vortex at a 30-degree angle to the left. Aoki has the power of Viridian and naturally knows which one is the real Froki. Torchic listened to Aoki's order and stopped panicking, spitting out a vortex of flames. A swirl of flames that was thicker and hotter than before shot straight at Froki. After a few days of special training, Torchic's flame whirlpool stared even more. Ah! Froki didn't expect double team to be found, was hit in the front, and let out a scream, and fell to the ground. Very well, Torchic, chase after victory, use grab. Not exactly. Torchic heard Aoki's order and rushed over immediately, grabbed Froki in the face, and gave it a fatal blow. Froki's eyes widened and he passed out. Fine, let's go, Pokemon Ball. Aoki took out a luxury ball and threw it hard. Compared with ordinary balls, the luxury ball is more advanced, with more space inside, which is very suitable for Pokemon to live in. After driving so many luxury balls, it is natural to use them for your own Pokemon. The Pokemon ball hits Froki, and a red light sucks Froki in. Then it shook twice and made a ding sound. Great, Aoki bro, you have successfully captured Froki. May was even happier than Aoki, and even jumped up with excitement. Aoki picked up the luxury ball, released Froki and used the power of Viridian to heal the Quack Puff. Froki recovered quickly, then looked at Aoki beside him, and did not refuse. He has accepted Aoki. And the Viridian power in Aoki is really warm, and he doesn't really want to be separated from Aoki. Aoki took out a few more poke blocks and gave them to Froki and Torchic. Froki smelled poke blocks question, her eyes lit up instantly, grabbed poke blocks, and ate it. Torchic next to him is also eating happily to replenish his body energy. Aoki was very excited. Shiny Froki, this is the treatment that traversers deserve. By the way, let's take a look at Shiny's qualifications. On the first day of the new book, 1000 flowers plus 1 update, 500 evaluation votes plus 1 update. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Eye of Data, Champion Qualification, 8. Aoki first opened the system, looked at the system log, and looked at the silver treasure chest he had just obtained from Froki. The treasure chests of the system, most of which are in Pokemon, can be found by defeating opponents. A few are in special locations. Take the Birch Institute, for example, and his former home. He sometimes even suspects that the diamond treasure chest in his home is likely to be a novice gift bag. This matter will not be mentioned for the time being. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the Eye of Data, Celadon/Rainbow Fruit. The Eye of Data, Aoki doesn't have to think about it, he knows what it's useful for. The old Pokemon text was not read in vain. This is estimated to be based on Pokemon data. Aoki looked at Froki, and Froki's data did appear in his eyes. Name, Froki. Features, changeable, torrent. Attribute, water. Strength, intermediate. Qualification, champion. Skills, pound, growl, bubble, quick attack, water fluctuation, double team. Genetic skills, hydro pump, Psy-beam. There was fire in Aoki's eyes. As expected of Shiny, who has the qualification of champion, as long as he is trained well, he can definitely reach the champion level. Of course, if you cultivate malnutrition, it goes without saying that you don't even want to reach champion level. This is also why many quasi-gods are very useless, because they are not well trained and their strength is not good. In addition to the good qualifications, there are actually two characteristics, one is torrent, and the other is changeable. As expected of shiny Pokemon. Needless to say, torrent, when the stamina is low, the power of the water-type skill increases by 50%. As for changing freely, you can turn your own attributes into the same attributes as your moves. This means that if you encounter an electric Pokemon, you can use the ground-based skills, and the attributes can become ground-based. This makes it immune to electrical attacks. Aoki looked at Froki with fire in his eyes. Be sure to cultivate well, the future champion is just around the corner. Oh yeah, once Bond's evolution, it's no worse than a quasi-god. And genetic skills, actually learned Hydro Pump and Psy-beam. Fortunately, Torchic also defeated Froki in advance, otherwise, once Froki used the Hydro Pump, Torchic was instantly killed. Froki noticed the look in Aoki's eyes and couldn't help but glance up. Ah! I know I'm handsome, don't look at me, we can't. Hearing Froki's words, Aoki's face darkened instantly. If Bond's Greninja isn't handsome, it's shiny, and has two properties. Aoki would never want such a narcissistic Froki. Who likes Pokemon? Even if you want to be with Pokemon, it should be Gardevoir, definitely not Quack. Cough cough. I seem to think too much. Aoki looked at another reward, Celadon/Rainbow Fruit. This is the main material for making Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks. He's already collected a lot, and he's just short of Celadon/Rainbow Fruit. Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks, Advanced Poke Blocks, work better than beginner Poke Blocks. There is also a rainbow-colored Poke Blocks, which are top-of-the-line Poke Blocks, and can also improve the understanding of the mystery. Works better against elite Pokemon, and even champion Pokemon has a slight effect. It's just a pity that he still hasn't collected all the materials for rainbow-colored Poke Blocks, it's too far behind. However, Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks are not bad. For the current boss Laren, there is a great helping hand. Not to mention Torchic and Froki, as long as they take Celadon/Rainbow poke blocks for a long time, they grow faster. Brother Aoki, congratulations! Mei is really happy for Aoki. Aoki also reached out a hand and gently rubbed Mei's head. He is really happy now. The champion qualified, dual character Froki is one step closer to becoming a champion. By the way, I've been here for a few days, and it's time to leave. Let's leave the forest as soon as possible. Aoki doesn't plan to stay anymore. And looking around, none of the Pokemon who are watching by the river are highly qualified. The highest is gym grade. It's not very useful to him. He can only take down quasi-elite Pokemon now, and he can only reach the elite level under the helping hand of poke blocks. Yep. Mei naturally won't refuse, she just wants to be with Aoki now. The two packed up, took their luggage, and went upstream together along the river. Aoki prepares to traverse the forest, in addition to training Torchic and Froki, just to see if he can take any decent Pokemon. With such a big forest, you might encounter Trico, or other grass-type Pokemon. After all, he is a traveler, so he should be treated like a traveler. In addition, Aoki will always keep an eye on the system to see if the forest will refresh the treasure chest. If there is a high-level chest, there may be a powerful Pokemon, or a rare Pokemon. Just like Froki before. By night, Aoki didn't have much to gain, but no regrets either. After all, today's harvest has been great. Shiny Froki, future shiny Greninja. My son Froki is a champion. Pull away. Mei, it's getting late, let's rest first and continue to leave tomorrow. Yep. The two, Torchic and Froki, helped set up the tent together, while Boss Laren prepared the wood for the camping. At night, people and Pokemon sit around a fire for a delicious evening meal. Froki, Torchic, and Boss Laren ate in big mouthfuls. Today's Celadon/Rainbow poke blocks were delicious. Boss Laren quickly finished eating, and looked at Torchic and Froki next to him. These two little brothers should share a little bit. Froki looked at Big Brother, hesitated, took out a piece of Celadon/Rainbow poke blocks, and gave it to Boss Laren. Pull. Boss Laren thanked him, picked up Celadon/Rainbow poke blocks, and swallowed them in one bite. It was delicious. After eating, everyone and the Pokemon slept. Every 1,000 flowers will be added, and it will be added tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Special Training in the Forest, 1. The next morning, the sun was shining. When Aoki wakes up, he starts to prepare breakfast. In addition to his own, he also prepares poke blocks for Pokemon. He does have a lot of junior poke blocks, but since he has opened more than a ton of Celadon/Rainbow fruit, junior poke blocks can be eliminated. Maybe use it for wild Pokemon to fight with their own Pokemon. This allows the Pokemon to grow and reach the elite level as quickly as possible. Fight for this Evergrande City Conference and let those contestants know what genius is. Torchic, Froki, Boss Laren, it's time for breakfast. Mei, it's time for you to wake up too. Not exactly. Crack. Cola. Boss Laren ran over first, his huge body making the ground tremble. Torchic and Froki were even faster, grabbing their plates and gulps. Calling while eating. It was delicious, luckily following the owner. Boss Laren took one sip, with a very happy expression on his face. Having been with Aoki for more than a year, he has eaten a lot of delicious food and is the happiest in his life. Especially compared to other Pokemon, it's living a life like paradise. I know, I'll be right over here. Mei rubbed her sleepy eyes and began to straighten her hair. She didn't want to show the worst. Especially in front of someone you like. After getting dressed, Mei came to the table, where Aoki had the food ready. Mei, Torchic, they've been eating for a long time, and it's our turn. Thank you, big brother Aoki. May picked up her chopsticks and tasted her breakfast. Still as delicious as ever. Brother Aoki, your breakfast is really delicious. Whoever can marry you in the future will be his happiness. May grabbed her breakfast and imagined her life. Really want to marry Aoki? Aoki didn't know what May meant, and pinched May's face lightly. Then you will be very happy in the future. Alas, the girl who was teased by herself, she will be teased with tears. Fortunately, as the heroine in the anime, May is not bad and very beautiful, otherwise he would not have been able to find May for soft meals before. May immediately understood what Aoki meant. She was very happy. Wouldn't that just marry Aoki? Really shy, but also more exciting. After breakfast, Aoki casually packed up and didn't leave in a hurry. It will take at least a few days to get out of the forest. So there's no need to be in such a hurry to get out of the forest while training your Pokemon. Torchic is about to reach the advanced level, and when it evolves into Combusken, maybe it will be able to reach the superior level. Froakie, too, was on the verge of being advanced when he was conquered, and he could break through at any time. It's just because of carelessness that Aoki came to an inverse attribute victory. As for Boss Laren, there is no need for training. His main purpose now is to comprehend the profound meaning. As long as he can understand the mystery, he can become an elite-level Pokemon, and he is also an elite trainer in the wild. This is the so-called alternate. After finishing packing, Aoki took out a large number of Poke Blocks from the system backpack and put them in the purchased space backpack. This space backpack is the product of the Alliance. Although it is not comparable to the system space, it can be used to pretend. Okay, let's find wild angry babies and let them fight me. Okay. May took the luggage and immediately followed behind Aoki. Aoki continues to traverse the forest. It didn't take long for Aoki to meet a Beautifly. Beautifly, do you have time? Can you play with me? This is your reward. Beautifully looked at the Poke Blocks in Aoki's hands and was instantly moved. It has a hunch that this Poke Blocks will be of great use to it. Ah! Beautifully agreed, and immediately flew in front of Aoki. Okay, Froakie, this is our first fight, don't let me down. Ah! Aoki stretched out his hand, and Froakie jumped out immediately, eyeing him. The first battle must not be lost. Torchic was about to start, but after hearing Aoki's words, he was disappointed. Beautifully took the lead, flapping her wings gently. A lot of silver powder appeared in the void. Paralyzing powder, this type of Pokemon is best at, once touched, it will be paralyzed. Quack quack, dodge quickly, and use Bubble Beam. Froakie ran on the ground, ducked aside, and spat out a lot of bubble. Beautifly's response was not slow, flapping two wings, a silver-white storm appeared in the void, blowing up a lot of leaves. Silver Wind. This Beautifly skill is still very good, and it is a worthy opponent. Bubble Beam and Silver Wind collided and exploded immediately, covering everyone's sight with smoke enveloped. Froakie, use the Hydro Pump. Aoki doesn't need to look, Viridian can feel Beautifly's direction. Guguabaoa opened her hands, and a blue light appeared from the palms of her hands, and then a large amount of water gathered and rushed towards Beautifly. Beautifly quickly flew into the air, dodging the Hydro Pump, which hit a large tree, and a lot of leaves fell. A pair of wings flapped gently, throwing out several wind blades. Air Cutter also learned, well, Froakie, double team, and then Psybeam. Aoki gave an order, Froakie moved quickly, and many shadows appeared around. Air Cutter hit one of the shadows, but missed Froakie. Beautifully panicked. In the end, it was a wild Pokemon, and I was a little overwhelmed in the face of this situation. All Froakie opened their hands and threw a silvery white light. Only one light is real. Beautifully couldn't dodge, was hit head-on by Psybeam, and was incapacitated. Ah! Froakie was very excited and walked in front of Aoki, showing off proudly. Master, I am very powerful. Not exactly, not exactly. Torchic looked a little unhappy next to him, and I can do this kind of thing. Okay, I need you in the future. Aoki soothes the two, then heals beautifully and gives it a piece of poke blocks. Beautifully finished eating the poke blocks, then flew into the forest, and Aoki continued his journey. 3,000 flowers before 9:30, one more today. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Pokemon Hunter, 2. For several days, Aoki was in the forest, but there was at most a day's journey left to cross the forest. These days in the forest, Aoki trains Torchic and Froakie every day. Because of the Celadon/rainbow fruit, the Celadon/rainbow poke blocks produced have more nutrients, and Torchic and Froakie grow rapidly. Even the boss Laren has made remarkable progress, and he is only one step away from the elite level. Coupled with Aoki's Viridian power, no matter the battle, it can be healed quickly. So Torchic and Froakie are improving very quickly, at least much better than the rookies of the same period. Guguabawa successfully broke through the intermediate level and reached the advanced level. Torchic is also progressing very fast, just one step away, it can evolve into Combusken, and it can also reach the superior level. Because he was about to leave the forest soon, Aoki stepped up his training and tried to become stronger. When you get out of the forest, you can relax. Torchic, give it the last ember. Not exactly. Torchic spit out a ton of ember, completely beating an Arbok. Very good. Aoki praised it. Torchic listened happily, holding his head smugly. Froakie next to him was also screaming. I can come. Faced with two Pokemon in a tit-for-tat, Aoki didn't stop. Appropriate competition can promote the progress of both parties, as long as it is not overdone. Aoki healed Arbok, gave it a poke block, and continued on with May. When he came to the river, it was noon, and Aoki did not move on. May, it's already noon, let's take a rest here, I guess I can leave the forest tomorrow. It is good. May is a little lost. If you leave the forest, you will not be far from Chinchua Gym. Then she can't be with Aoki anymore. Aoki also knew what May was thinking. Although she hoped that May would go on a trip with him, it was absolutely impossible. At least May's parents wouldn't agree, and May doesn't have a Pokemon and isn't old enough to travel. He can only travel alone. At lunch, Aoki and May eat together, Torchic and Froakie eat quickly. They fought many times today, and although they were healed each time, they were mentally tired. So eat quickly to replenish your strength. Boss Laren doesn't have to fight, it just needs to comprehend the mystery now, it doesn't need to fight at all. However, Celadon/rainbow poke blocks are so delicious that even Boss Laren needs to eat a lot of it every day to supplement nutrition. Rumbling. Suddenly, explosion came not far from the forest, and there was a lot of smoke and dust in the sky. Aoki and May looked at the same time. Boss Laren gave up eating and moved to Aoki's side with vigilance in his eyes. Torchic and Froakie were not slow to respond, one left and one right, protecting Aoki and May. Brother Aoki, what's going on? It was the first time that May had encountered such a thing, so she was a little flustered. It should be a Pokemon hunter. Let's take a peek. If Barry is not strong enough, I will solve it myself. Aoki pulled May and silently approached the center of the explosion. At the same time, the system page is opened. Sure enough, a silver treasure chest appeared on the system map. It seems that this enemy is not very difficult, or it will not be a silver chest, at least a saffron chest. Even though Aoki thought so, he still acted vigilantly so as not to accidentally make a mistake. The two were silent. And soon came to the center of the explosion, and then saw a car. There are a lot of Pokemon locked in the car. Arbok and Weezing. Next to it is a huge Pokemon. Rhyperior. Ground and rock Pokemon. The racial value is very high, no worse than Boss Laren, and is restrained by the steel attribute of Boss Laren. Of course, Boss Laren was restrained more ruthlessly. The two sides restrained each other, and Reperier had the advantage. Fortunately, Aoki's Boss Laren is more powerful. Next to Reperier, there is also a Firo. Name, Reperier. Attributes, Rock, Ground. Strength, Gym Level. Approach. Name, Firo. Attributes, Normal, Flying. Strength, Gym Level. Approach. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only gym level strength, then he really didn't care. Even if Reperier will be Earthquake, there is a gap in the strength of the two sides, not to mention the power of Aoki and Viridian. This fight is messed up. He is about to order the silver treasure chest. And he is now in a sneak attack state. As long as he can get Reperier in one move, Firo is no threat. Mei was about to speak, but was stopped by Aoki. Pass it to me. Aoki quietly took out the Pokeball. Torchic and Froket were next to him, and he didn't rush to do it. Torchic, later, you and Froket take on Firo, one with Fire Vortex and one with Psybeam. Not exactly. Crack. The two Pokemon whispered. Aoki grabbed Boss Laren's Pokeball and threw it hard. Boss Laren, charge me and use Heavy Slam on Radon. After Boss Laren appeared, the huge body rushed towards Reperier. The earth was shaking. In addition, the characteristics of the Boss Laren are heavy metal, which is heavier and has a stronger impact. The power of Heavy Slam is accompanied by the increase in weight and the greater the damage. Not to mention that the steel attribute doubles the restraint of Reperier. Basically, as long as it is knocked down, Reperier is estimated to lose its combat effectiveness. Who? Reperier, get out of the way. The Pokemon hunter was taken aback. Seeing Boss Laren rushing towards him, he couldn't care less, and immediately prepared to let Reperier dodge. Torchic, Froket, right now. Torchic rushed out with Froket, attacking Firo at the same time. The Flame Vortex and Psybeam flew to Firo together. Today will be added, continue to kneel and beg for your flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Defeating Reperier, Firo, 3. No, Firo, get out of the way. The Pokemon hunter didn't have time to fight back and could only get Firo out of the way. Reperier is also ready to get out of the way. But it's slow, slower than the Boss Laren. Coupled with the strong strength of Boss Laren and another sneak attack, Reperier didn't react at all and was knocked down by Heavy Slam. The steel attribute is twice as restrained as it is, and the gap between the quasi-elite peak and the gym level is also very large. Reperier got knocked out, grumbled miserably, and fell to the ground, eyes rolling, incapacitated. Just a trick. The Pokemon hunters were anxious, and cursed in their hearts. Your uncles. Boss Laren is so powerful, and he doubles down on his Reperier, yet he still engages in sneak attacks. Have the guts to be positive, and my Earthquake is not vegetarian. Too bad the Pokemon hunters just thought, Reperier has been defeated. Firo was okay, although he didn't dodge in time, only his lower body was frozen by Psybeam. Twice the restraint, Firo also called out, but still took it down. Damn, Firo, use Air Slash for me. The Pokemon hunter was angry, with a grim expression on his face. This stinky boy actually attacked him, and he must be taught a lesson. Firo flapped his wings vigorously, white light on them, and charged towards Aoki. That's right, towards Aoki. After all, it is still a Pokemon hunter, and naturally, the trainer must be eliminated first. Boss Laren, protect. Boss Laren immediately appeared beside Aoki, blocked with both hands, an array of light appeared in the void. Firo slammed into the light and was blocked by Boss Laren's protect. Damn, Firo, drill run. Pokemon hunters grit their teeth, preparing to take down Boss Laren first. Even if he knew the strength gap between the two sides, he had to defeat Boss Laren at this time. Firo charged towards Boss Laren. Drill run. Ground-based skills, for Boss Laren, that is 4 times the damage. Once hit, Boss Laren will definitely be injured. However, the defense of Boss Laren is very strong, and even if it is restrained 4 times, it can still withstand it. In addition, he still has the power of Viridian, so he can completely bear it. 1-on-1, let's see if Firo can bear it. Boss Laren, carry it for me and use Stone Edge. Boss Laren opened his hands, and a grey light appeared in the void, forming a huge rock. Firo's drill run, Boss Laren hit head-on, the ground is shaking violently. Pull. Even though Boss Laren has a quasi-elite level strength, but he is restrained 4 times, he still suffers damage. Aoki immediately used the power of Viridian, and a green light enveloped Boss Laren. Under the healing of Viridian's power, Boss Laren quickly recovered almost. Although he did not fully recover, he could still continue to fight. An angry Boss Laren threw the rock in his hand to Firo. Just. Firo was hit head-on, screamed, and fell to the ground, incapacitated. Under the attack of the quasi-elite, Firo was injured again before, and it was difficult to resist. Killed easily. The Pokemon Hunter is ugly, his 2 strongest Pokemons were defeated by Aoki. And looking at the current appearance of Boss Laren, he is not injured at all, and he has the strength to fight. Damn, you little brat, you actually attacked me, how shameless are you? The Pokemon Hunter yelled. If Aoki hadn't attacked Rhyperior with Rhyperior and Firo, he could have defeated Boss Laren. As for Torchic and Froakie, he has ignored them. The 2 Pokemons who have not evolved have no ability to participate in battle. Don't care if I have a sneak attack, think about it now, how to beat me, or I'll send you to prison. Aoki folded his arms across his chest, quite confident. He didn't believe that such an ordinary Pokemon hunter had elite Pokemon. If you really want to have an elite level, it is impossible to be so angry. The Pokemon hunter thought for a moment, took out another Pokemon, and threw it out. Fortress, explosion. A black figure hovered in the air, and a white light appeared from his body. I'm going, Boss Laren, hurry up and give me protect. Aoki's face also changed. Superior level Fortress, once he uses the most powerful explosion, he may not be able to withstand it. After all, he is only one person. Boss Laren immediately used Protect to block the explosion. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Protect succeeded. If it fails, Boss Laren can hold it, and he is not sure. At least lie down and rest. Stinky boy, wait for me, I will never let you go. The Pokemon Hunter drove the car and didn't forget to say something cruel. Hyper Beam. Aoki rolled his eyes. At this time, without the protection of Pokemon, how dare you be so arrogant? Boss Laren opened his mouth, and a white light gathered together. Hyper Beam, Micro Force is very strong. The Pokemon Hunter's face changed. Once hit by this Hyper Beam, he will definitely not be able to carry it, and the car will be finished. Wait, don't do this, The Pokemon Hunter tried to beg for mercy, but was a step behind and was hit head-on by the Hyper Beam. Explosion happened to the car. The explosion and smoke enveloped the Pokemon Hunter, and the cage behind which the Pokemon was being held flew out. Come and have a look. Aoki ran over immediately, with Boss Laren and Torchic following behind. May is close behind. The explosion gradually calmed down, and the Pokemon Hunter lay on the ground, motionless, although not dead, but not far from death. This is still in the world of Pokemon, where people's resistance is relatively strong. If they were replaced by modern people, they would have died long ago. After all, it was hit head-on by Hyper Beam and caused such a big explosion. The new book is begging for everyone's support of flowers, and more flowers will be added. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Another Errand, 4. Okay, this guy can't die. Aoki healed the Pokemon Hunter to make sure he wouldn't die. If it's only him, it's definitely impossible to waste time, but Mei still left a good impression on her. After all, Mei is still very young. Brother Aoki, let go of these Pokemon. Mei has a good heart and sees so many Pokemon locked up with concern in her eyes. Boss Laren, brick break. Boss Laren stretched out his right hand, his hand glowed with white light, and then slashed hard. All the iron cages were given to slash by Boss Laren. Weezing and Arbok inside all swam out. For these Pokemon with low racial value and low aptitude, Aoki didn't care at all. The captured Pokemon thanked him and all fled. There was only a small silver-white figure, and he did not leave, but came to the side of Boss Laren, his eyes full of admiration. "I'll go, Aaron." Aoki looked at the silver-white shadow with surprise in his eyes. This is Aaron, and the final form is Boss Laren. It is a strong Pokemon comparable to Yuzan, and it can even exceed evolution. In terms of rarity, Aaron is even rarer than Yuzan, which makes it very expensive. Unexpectedly, this Pokemon hunter, with such good luck, even caught Aaron. But he was also unlucky. This Aaron is trained well, definitely an elite Pokemon, but he met Aoki. Name, Aaron. Attributes, Steel, Rock. Trait, Heavy Metal. Qualification, Elite. Approach. Genetic skill, Earthquake. That's right, this is an elite qualified Pokemon, and as long as it's not blindly cultivated, it can definitely reach the elite level. Too bad Pokemon hunters don't use it anymore. Mei, this Aaron doesn't seem to want to leave, so I'll leave it to you to rein in it. Aoki took out a baby ball and handed it to Aoki. Although this is Aaron with elite qualification, he already has a Boss Laren, and also has elite qualification. And it has been cultivated for a year, and the relationship is very good. Adding another Aaron is a waste of resources, and a ton of Celadon/rainbow fruit won't last long. So just give up. And as his future girlfriend, Aoki has to have several powerful Pokemon. Elite qualified Arons are nice. Cultivate it well, and in a few years, when Aoki can travel, it will definitely be an elite. Can I? Mei hesitated, but she wanted it too. In particular, I think Aoki's Boss Laren is very handsome, and I want a Boss Laren myself. Of course, I already have a Boss Laren, and another Aaron would be a waste for me. Aoki rubbed Mei's head softly. Okay, I'll come. Mei gathered up her courage, took the Ultra Ball, and crouched in front of Aaron. Aaron, would you like to stay with me? Aaron probably admired Aoki's Boss Laren, so he didn't refuse. He touched the Ultra Ball lightly and was sucked into the Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball just shakes it twice, and then makes a ding sound, which means it has been successfully subdued. Great, I got the Pokemon. Mei posed happily. Aoki. This pose is really second class, although not as good as the future Ash, but it is comparable. This. I wasn't really like this before. Mei bowed her head in shame, her face was extremely red, and she was very annoyed. If I knew it earlier, I restrained myself, and now it's alright to be seen by Aoki such a humiliating scene. It's okay, in fact, I also think you are quite lively. By the way, take this person with us, and we should go too. Aoki picked up a random rope, tied up the Pokemon hunter, and collected his Pokeball. Then he left the woods directly. Originally, I was going to train in the forest for a while, but when this happened, Aoki was not in the mood anymore. Give this Pokemon hunter to Officer Jenny first, in case something goes wrong. A day later, Aoki leaves the forest and finds Officer Jenny to hand over the Pokemon hunter. Thank you so much, this Pokemon hunter, who happens to be wanted by us. Since you caught him, you can naturally get his bounty. Officer Jenny admires Aoki. After all, it was a superior trainer who was caught, and there were even a few gym-level Pokemon. That's it, still defeated by Aoki. And Aoki is a rookie trainer. Stinky boy, wait for me, you dare to stop me, and when I come out later, I must kill you. The Pokemon hunter gritted his teeth angrily. He knew he couldn't do anything about Aoki, but he could say something cruel. Anyway, you can't just admit it. Listening to the harsh words of the Pokemon hunter, Aoki raised one foot and stomped it hard on his calf. Oops, I accidentally stepped on someone. Torchic pecked hard, and then barked. Sorry, I accidentally pecked someone. That is, Froakie and Boss Laren are now in the Pokeball, otherwise they might also do it. Damn, Stinky Bee, didn't you see him beating people? As a policeman, don't you know how to stop it? Pokemon hunters roar wildly, even at Officer Jenny. Aoki admires his courage. Don't know this world, can't Nurse Joy and Jenny Joe be offended? Sure enough, Officer Jenny's face darkened and he stomped on the Pokemon hunter's foot. I'm so sorry, I accidentally stepped on it, alas, I'm so sorry. The Pokemon hunter was cowardly and didn't dare to speak, so he was afraid of offending these two people. However, these two people were particularly ruthless, not talking about Koichi, and abusing the prisoners. It will definitely be added today, but keep begging for flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Silver Treasure Chest, Relic Orb, 5. Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy, please. Aoki picked up his Pokeball and handed it to the humanoid Pokemon Nurse Joy. Not to mention, Nurse Joy is really beautiful, it's a pity, there are so many Nurse Joy, they look exactly the same. If it is twins or triplets, it is still acceptable to reluctantly, and the big deal is to win together. But with so many twins, Aoki doesn't have that ability, and can only give up this unrealistic idea. He felt that his waist might not be able to carry it. No problem, just leave it to me. Nurse Joy picked up the Pokeball, smiled and left. May, let's go eat first. Thank you, Big Brother Aoki. Naturally, May would not refuse, and silently followed Aoki to the cafeteria in the Pokemon Center. Aoki opened the system log while eating. Just caught the Pokemon hunter and also got a silver chest. He was looking forward to the contents of the silver treasure chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, successfully opened the silver treasure chest, obtained 4 relic orbs, and obtained the location and opening method of the relic. Aoki took out a few orbs from the system backpack. A few ordinary orbs, but they are the way to open a ruin. There should be good things in the ruins. There might be an ancient Pokemon. Although Aoki opened treasure chests and worked as a researcher for several years, he was not particularly rich. It takes a lot of money to train Boss Laren, Froakie, and Torchic. Only if you have enough money, you can buy more advanced fruit, and other resources, and cultivate your own Pokemon. Maybe there will be a quasi-god in the future, there may be more than 1 or 2, then more money will be needed. He is still a poor man. After eating and drinking, Pokemon also recovered, Aoki decided to go to this ruin and explore it. Brother Aoki, where are we going now? May asked. She didn't really want Aoki to be in such a hurry to get on the road, and she didn't want to go home as soon as possible. Would love to be able to follow Aoki. Even if the time is short, do not separate. Let's walk around the neighborhood and see if we can get some rare Pokemon back. Aoki didn't say anything about going to the ruins. After all, there are so many people nearby, it's not good to hear it. Okay, let's go now. May naturally wouldn't refuse, and was even very happy and wanted to follow Aoki. With a sunny smile on his face. With May, Aoki left the Pokemon Center and came to the nearby forest. And into remote areas. Boss Laren, please. Aoki releases Boss Laren. The forest is getting denser and denser, and there may be dangers in it, so you should be careful. May was also a little nervous, and also released Aaron and followed Aoki. As soon as Aaron came out, he looked at Boss Laren with admiration, hoping that he could evolve. Facing this little fanboy, Boss Laren is also very proud, walking with his head high and showing his strength. Aoki is really speechless. I didn't expect Boss Laren to have this side too. After walking for a long time, Aoki finally found his destination this time. A relic. The ruins near Oldal Town should appear in the original book, with relic Anth in it. But there are relatively few plots in the anime, so there may be some treasures in it. Brother Aoki, this seems to be a ruin, is it dangerous? Mei grabbed Aoki's arm, feeling a little uneasy. There are many ruins in this world. But most of them are dangerous. Don't worry, my Boss Laren, that's amazing. Boss Laren also patted himself, saying that he is very strong and he doesn't need to worry. Eren worshipped even more. This is his evolution form. I really hope to be able to evolve earlier. Then it's up to you, Boss Laren. Mei was also relieved, believing that with the protection of Boss Laren, there should be no accident. Aoki came to the front of the ruins, took out the orb he had obtained earlier, and placed it on the door. Then, according to the opening method, the gate of the ruins was opened. Brother Aoki, how did you do it? Mei saw Aoki open the gate of the ruins with a hint of curiosity in her heart. Oh, I did research. Aoki didn't say much, and he couldn't say that he had a system. Mei didn't doubt Aoki either. Entering the ruins, Aoki took out the camera that had been prepared and took a lot of photos inside. For these, he is not interested, but he can send it to Birch Professor, maybe he is interested. After taking the photo, Aoki did not rush to leave. According to the original book, as long as there is sun, the other door of this ruin will also be opened. I just want to have the sun, at least until tomorrow morning. At this time, I should take a rest. Mei, camping here tonight, while we still have time, let's train Pokemon together. Yep. Mei naturally would not refuse. Next, Aoki prepares dinner with Mei helping out. Torchic is training the flamethrower, trying to learn the flamethrower. Froka trains the power of the hydro pump. Boss Laren, as always, understands the profound meaning, although it is only one step away, but this step is difficult to overcome. Even if it has elite qualifications, otherwise the world would not have only so many elites. The vast majority of Pokemon with elite qualifications cannot satisfy the transformation because the owner is too wasteful and the resources are not very sufficient. Aoki's Boss Laren does not have this problem, at most it takes a little time. Mei's Eren is also training. Okay, dinner is ready, you can come over for dinner. Torchic ran over first, grabbed his rice bowl, and ate. Eren and Froki aren't slow either, they've long wanted dinner too. Especially the Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks, which are really delicious, and Aoki specially prepared one for Eren. Of course, he won't necessarily be able to eat it in the future, but he can be given some basic poke blocks. That's enough for Eren too. Continue to kneel and beg for support from flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Evolution Keystone and Super Evolutionary Stone/Ite, plus more. The next morning, Aoki woke up early, ate breakfast, and trained. When the sun came, Aoki took Mei to the ruins again. Because of the sunlight, the dark passage inside the ruins opened, and a step appeared. What's going on here? Where did this passage come from? It seemed that there was no passage yesterday. Mei's eyes were full of confusion. Could it be that she forgot? Was there a passage here yesterday? Don't worry too much, let's go down and have a look, maybe there is some treasure. Aoki is still looking forward to these ruins, maybe there is some treasure. At least there is a silver treasure chest here. Alright, let's go down and have a look. Mei looked nervous, worried that there was danger nearby. Not to mention it's eerie. It's scary for girls. Aoki followed Boss Laren, and he was also vigilant in his heart. Although there is no danger in the original book, who knows if there will be an accident. Torchic and Froki are also cautious. Soon, Aoki went underground and saw an underground river. In addition to the underground river, the vicinity is still very empty, and there are no secret passages or the like. In the river, there is a shadow. "Brother Aoki, there seems to be something in the river," Mei said. "There's something, it's Relicanth, a super ancient Pokemon." Aoki saw these Pokemon at a glance. Name, Relicanth. Attributes, Rock, Water. Features, free to roam. Strength, superior, quasi-elite, weak state. Qualification, quasi-elite. Name, Relicanth. Attributes. Aoki took a general look, and there were several Relicanths, but they were all weak. Originally, they all had at least gym-level strength, and a few quasi-elite strengths. But because they are too weak, they only have superior level strength, and they may not be able to use all their strength. Also, in such a place, you can't go out for thousands of years, and there is no food, so it's good to be alive. But it can be conquered just fine, and it does not need to waste too much energy. Although the talent is not high, it can be sold. Relicanth, a super ancient Pokemon, the quantity is scarce, and the price must be very expensive. "Boss Laren, give me the rock slide." Boss Laren immediately walked to the river with a rock-colored light on his hands. Then several rocks condensed in the void, covering Relicanth. Relicanth was hit like this and felt a lot of pain, and also felt a special rage. A group of Relicanth all gathered around and used the water gun at the same time. It's just that because it has been in a weak state for a long time, even using the water gun is not very powerful. Froakie, Hydro Pump, Torchic, Fire Swirl, Boss Laren, Rock Tomb. 3 Pokemon attacked together. Boss Laren was the fastest, throwing a lot of rocks, knocking out the Hydro Pump and hitting the Relicanth. Relicanth let out a scream. The weaker ones couldn't withstand the attack of Boss Laren at all, screamed and lost the ability to fight. Only the leader of Relicanth, who used to be a quasi-elite, is now very weak, with only superior rank, but he can still handle it. Torchic and Froakie's attack hits the Relicanth boss at the same time. Seriously, Torchic's flame vortex can only be scratched. But there is no way, Relicanth is in the water, Torchic's long-range skills are only fire-type skills. Fortunately, Relicanth was injured. Hit by Torchic and Froakie, he let out a scream, but he couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. "Aoki. I thought this Relicanth was very strong," and he took a move from Boss Laren head-on. The result was also the limit. After being hit by 2 cute newcomers, he fainted. "Great, Aoki-san, you won." Mei is really happy for Aoki. Aoki picks up the Pokemon ball and takes down the Relicanth boss first, then the other Relicanths. However, he was not particularly concerned about these Relicanths, and used Pokemon Pokédex to spread it to the Birch Professor Institute. Only the Relicanth leader remained. This kind of racial value is not high, it is really not worthy of his identity as a transmigrator. How to have 500 race value or more? But now he doesn't have many Pokemons, so having this Relicanth is a little bit of combat power. After recovery, it is quasi-elite. Aoki unleashes Relicanth, heals it a bit, and takes out a ton of Poke Blocks. Relicanth didn't want to accept Aoki, but when he saw Poke Blocks, he fell for it immediately. "No way, Poke Blocks tastes so good, plus it's been hungry for so long, it really can't handle it." Aoki said this after Relicanth had a full meal. "Relicanth, is there anything under the water, can you bring it up?" Through the system, Aoki can see that there is a silver treasure chest in the river, which means that there is something in the water. Relicanth nodded, then jumped into the water, and after a while, took a box out of it. "It's great, there's really a treasure." Mei ran over excitedly, with a hint of curiosity in her heart. "Wait, don't worry, may be interested, Boss Laren, use Iron Defense, and then go to open it." Based on the principle of safety, Aoki first let Boss Laren use iron defense to increase his defense. There was a silvery white light on Boss Laren's body, and the metal armor on his body became stronger. Then opened the treasure chest. As it turns out, Aoki is simply overthinking, and there are no traps in the treasure chest. There is only one stone with a spiral pattern, and a bracelet. Aoki was a little excited when he saw the bracelet and the spiral patterned stones. It's hard not to be an evolution keystone and a super evolutionary stone/ite head. The so-called super evolution is a part of Pokemon. After the evolution reaches its limit, it can also evolve for a short time. In the game, that is, the racial value is increased by 100. Aoki can't wait to walk up to it, only hoping it's an ultra-evolutionary stone/ite from Boss Laren. This way he can use it directly. 1000 flowers plus more, continue to beg for flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Skill Machine, Meet Team Magma, plus update. Aoki picked up the ultra-evolutionary stone/ite, watched it carefully, and then showed regret. Unfortunately, this is not the super evolutionary stone/ite of Boss Laren, but the super evolutionary stone/ite of Aerodactyl. Otherwise, once Boss Laren goes beyond evolution, he might be able to fight against elite Pokemon. It's a pity, but Aoki put away the super evolutionary stone/ite. He doesn't have Aerodactyl now, but it doesn't mean he won't have it in the future. He can also conquer a Pokemon as strong as Aerodactyl. Go to Grandpa Canyon in the Kanto region next year and catch Aerodactyl there. I just hope that Aerodactyl has higher qualifications, preferably elite qualifications, and quasi-elite qualifications are also acceptable. Of course, if it was champion qualification, Aoki would probably laugh and wake up at night. Aoki picked up the evolution keystone and put it on his wrist. This thing may be able to be used in the future, wear it on your hand first, and get used to it a little. Okay, May, it's almost time to go, there's probably nothing left here. Aoki saw that the treasure chest was gone, so he guessed that there was nothing good here. I know. May didn't ask what it was, she only cared about Aoki. Before leaving, Aoki specially treated Relic Anth. After all, there is the strength of the quasi-elite peak. Although the qualifications have reached the limit, but if you train hard, you may be able to reach the elite level. You can overdo it early on. After all, the Hone region has two evil organizations, Team Magma and Team Aqua, and there are always dangers along the way. After Relic Anth was healed, he had enough food and drink, his strength was roughly restored, and he recognized Aoki. No way, poke blocks are so delicious. Not to mention Aoki's Viridian power, giving it a touch of warmth inside. As Aoki walked, he looked at the system log. After opening the silver treasure chest I just obtained, I got 2 skill machines. Thunderbolt, Flamethrower. Both are 2 powerful skills, and Aoki didn't think too much about them, so they used them for Boss Laren. The current Boss Laren is the strongest, and learning these 2 powerful skills can be regarded as increasing one's own strength. Especially in the face of water-type Pokemon, hiding in the water, Boss Laren is not easy to attack at all. Once you learn Thunderbolt, you can attack the water-type Pokemon. If you know Thunderbolt before, you can easily beat Relic Anth. As soon as he walked out of the ruins, Aoki saw several people, wearing the same clothes, standing at the gate of the ruins. Team Magma. Seeing what these people were wearing, Aoki guessed the identities of these people. Team Magma, an evil force in the Hone region, has been searching for Groudon's whereabouts in an attempt to revive Groudon. May, be careful, these people are from Team Magma, not good people. Aoki stopped May with one hand, with vigilance in his eyes. Captain Nakamura, there seems to be someone, it should be a rookie trainer. Team Magma naturally found Aoki too. Captain Nakamura didn't take Aoki seriously at all, a rookie trainer, what kind of strength? As for the Boss Laren, who just learned the skill machine, it has been taken back into the luxury ball. Stinky boy, tell me, what did you see inside? Captain Nakamura spoke with pride. What do you see? Come and see for yourself. Aoki immediately picked up the luxury ball and threw it hard. Boss Laren, Relic Anth, please. Two shadows suddenly appeared. Boss Laren, give me Earthquake, Relic Anth, Hydro Pump. Aoki knew the power of Team Magma and had to clear some miscellaneous soldiers as soon as possible. Otherwise, this Captain Nakamura is too powerful, and he might really be defeated. After all, Torchic and Froki are only seniors at the moment, and Team Magma's Houndoom are both superior level strengths. Not only is there a gap in strength, but there is also a huge gap in quantity. As soon as Boss Laren appeared, he raised his stout right foot and stomped the ground hard. Relic Anth spit out a huge hydro pump, and the target was the Houndoom. No, everyone, run away. When Captain Nakamura saw Boss Laren, he knew that he underestimated Aoki, and his face was a little embarrassed. And get out your pokeball right away. Unfortunately, it is still a step behind. Houndoom didn't have time to dodge, and was hit head-on by Earthquake in Persian Laren, letting out a whimper. It was then swept away by Relicantha's hydro pump, and was immediately incapacitated. Superior level Pokemon, facing two quasi-elites, plus move restraint. Naturally I can't take it anymore. Not everyone is a protagonist. Even the protagonist, facing the gap between the two levels, and still restrained, may not be able to withstand it. Very well, these miscellaneous soldiers have been solved. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. The little minions have been resolved, and now, we just need to fight against Captain Nakamura. He doesn't even know this Captain Nakamura, so there can't be any elite level Pokemon, at most quasi-elite. Maybe only gym level. If it was a Cotter, he might be doomed today. Go, Houndoom, Camerupt, Torkoal. Go, Numel. Captain Nakamura has other Team Magmas while throwing Pokemon. More than a dozen Pokemon, standing in a row. Aoki glanced at the Pokemon. Name, Camerupt. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Name, Houndoom. Strength, Gym Level. Name, Torkoal. Strength, Gym Level. Name, Numel. Strength, Advanced. Name, Houndoom. Strength, Superior. Aoki glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. There is only one quasi-elite class, and he has just stepped into the quasi-elite class and was restrained by his boss Laren. The remaining two gym levels were also restrained by his Relic Anth. In other words, the other party has a relatively large number. In addition, there is no advantage at all, as long as you are careful. Damn, you stinky boy, it's really not easy, but it's okay, your boss Laren, it's mine soon. Captain Nakamura gritted his teeth, his eyes full of greed and jealousy. He's been with Team Magma for so long, and he's all Pokemon with low racial stats. As a result, Aoki actually has a boss Laren, which also fills him with greedy desires. Be sure to grab the boss Laren. Not to mention Aoki's boss Laren, who seems to be developing very well, and may become an elite Pokemon. By then he will be a Cotter. 2,000 flowers plus more, continue to beg for flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Evolution, Combustion, Croak-Headed Frog, 1. What a lot of nonsense, Boss Laren, Rock Tomb, Relic Anth, Hydro Pump, Torchic, Froki, Hydro Pump. Aoki didn't want to waste time. There are more people on the other side, take the opportunity to solve some, this is the kingly way. He's now glad he's keeping the strongest Relic Anth. But I regret it, if I leave the other Relic Anth, I can push the other side this time. Not good, everyone dodge and attack separately. Captain Nakamura gave an order, and the other members retreated, bringing their own Pokemon, ready to besiege Aoki. Torchic, you deal with those Numels. May, get your Aaron out. Froki, you deal with the Houndoom, use the water pulse. Aoki quickly assigned opponents. Torchic does not have an advantage in attributes, and can only deal with the weaker Numel. Froki has an advantage in attributes, which is just right to deal with Houndoom. Even if there is a gap in strength, it can withstand it for a while. Okay, Aaron, come out. When May came out for the first time, he was a little flustered, not even knowing what skills Aaron would have. This. Aaron, go to Helping Hand Froki, use whatever skill you want. Pull. Aaron didn't refuse, called out, and charged towards Houndoom. Tackle. Although the talent is outstanding, but Aaron has only a few skills. Pirater, Smoke, Houndoom, give me Thunder Fang, Torkoal, use Rapid Spin. Captain Nakamura also had some headaches. His Pokemon attributes are restrained by Aoki, but fortunately there are a lot of them to make up for his weakness. But as long as he defeats Aoki and takes away Aaron and Boss Laren, he can become a captain or even a cotter. A large amount of smoke spewed from Camerup's back, and the black smoke blocked everyone's sight. Houndoom moved quickly, came to the side of the ancient hollow ridge fish, opened its mouth, and there was thunder and lightning on its teeth. Torkoal slumped into the shell, Rapid Spin, and crashed into Boss Laren. Humph! Boss Laren, use Rock Tomb, Relic Anth, carry it, use Hydro Pump. Aoki snorted coldly. 2 quasi-elite level Pokemon still have attribute advantages, and he doesn't believe that they can't beat them. Boss Laren made a lot of rocks and threw them hard, forming a blockade. Spitfire and Torkoal couldn't dodge and slammed into the rock head-on. At the same time traumatized, and wailing. On the other side, Houndoom Agility, quickly moved to the side of Relic Anth. He opened his teeth that were battered by lightning and bit down hard. One bite on Relic Anth's body, lightning flashed away, Relic Anth let out a whimper, but with the strength of the Quasi-Elite, he still managed it. Fortunately, Aoki has the power of Viridian, which allows Relic Anth to restore the strength of the Quasi-Elite in time. Relic Anth held Thunder Fang on his back, glaring fiercely, and spitting out a huge jet of water. Getting too close, Houndoom was hit head-on, then swept away by the current and slammed into a rock wall. A Quasi-Elite Hydro Pump with double restraint, the Houndoom let out a whimper and fell to the ground, incapacitated. How is this possible? How can you have a Quasi-Elite Relic Anth at such a young age? Captain Nakamura could not accept it. I thought it was only superior at most, but with Houndoom's Thunder Fang, I would definitely be able to kill it in seconds. If he knew that Relic Anth had Quasi-Elite strength, he would definitely not be so impulsive. Well now, a free Houndoom. Torkoal and Camerupt were also blocked by rocks, slowing them down and taking damage. On the other hand, Torchic was no match at all against a large number of Numels. Even a talented person can't beat so many Pokemon. Not exactly. Torchic was accidentally knocked over by Numel and let out a scream. Torchic, are you all right? Aoki cares, this is his original Pokemon after all. Although a little arrogant, he just likes this kind of character. Not exactly. Torchic stood up with difficulty, thinking of his own and Aoki's bits and pieces. Although the time spent together is not particularly long, he especially likes Aoki. Not only gentle, but pampering, and most importantly, the poke blocks made by Aoki are especially delicious. It didn't want to disappoint Aoki. Torchic's eyes were resolute, and a white light suddenly appeared on his body. Evolution, great, you're finally an evolution. When Aoki saw this white light, he immediately guessed it, and at the same time, he was also looking forward to it. Torchic has already reached the advanced level, and it is only one step away from the superior level, but there has been no evolution. Now it's finally evolution. Damn, this stinky BD, you're lucky, let me play together, you can't make it evolve successfully. Captain Nakamura gritted his teeth, thinking only of destroying Aoki. He envied that Aoki had not only Usangia, but also Boss Laren. Jealousy drove him crazy and just wanted to destroy Aoki. Boss Laren, hold off Torkoal and Spitfire. Relic Anth, protect Torchic. The Relic Anth is inconvenient to move on the ground, but spews a huge jet of water, blocking the way of the other Pokémon. Torchic also took advantage of this time to keep growing in size. After the light dissipated, Torchic successfully evolved into Combusken. On the other side, Gugwabawa and Aaron were both suppressed. Seeing Torchic's successful evolution into Combusken, Froakie also had the idea of evolution in his heart. Especially since this period of time, the two have been fighting for favor. Froakie, who was originally in the state of evolution at any time, also had a white light on his body. Froakie, great, you've evolved too. Aoki laughed excitedly. He was still having a headache. When will Torchic and Froakie be able to evolve? I didn't expect to evolve because of the pressure, all thanks to these guys at Team Magma. Norman Sen's experience. Captain Nakamura noticed Aoki's thankful look, and always felt humiliated. Stinky boy, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Boss Laren, rock Polish. Aoki ignored Captain Nakamura. No, Kamerupt, use the flamethrower. Torkoal, you also use the flamethrower. Captain Nakamura's face was ugly. It would be great if his flamethrower learned Earthquake. Unfortunately, the aptitude is relatively poor, and he has not learned Earthquake, and can only use fire skills. Fortunately, there are still normal injuries, otherwise Captain Nakamura will probably cry and faint in the toilet. Continue to kneel and beg for your flower support, and more will be added today. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Saffron Treasure Chest, Mystery Berry, 2. Kamerupt and Torkoal spit out hot flames at the same time, creating a vortex that envelopes Boss Laren. Although the strength of the two Pokémon is worse than that of Boss Laren, it still makes Boss Laren feel pain. Boss Laren gritted his teeth to accept it, polished his body, reduced air resistance, and made himself faster. Damn, who is this kid? Captain Nakamura's face was ugly. He doesn't have the eye of data, so he can't see the strength of Boss Laren. But through this attack, he knew the power of Boss Laren, which was definitely a quasi-elite pinnacle. This made Captain Nakamura even more envious. Boss Laren, rush up and use takedown. Boss Laren ran fast, with that sturdy body, even the ground was trembling. No, hurry up and dodge. Captain Nakamura regained his senses, and his face was ugly. Boss Laren is so huge, if he is hit head-on, he will definitely be injured. It's a pity that neither Kamerupt nor Torkoal are as fast as Boss Laren. Not to mention that Boss Laren just went through rock polish. With just a charge, Boss Laren approached Kamerupt and rammed it hard. Kamerupt was knocked flying and let out a whimper, and in a short time, he basically couldn't stand up. Use Earthquake for me. Boss Laren raised his foot and stomped the ground hard, the earth trembled. Kamerupt didn't have time to stand up and was hit by Earthquake in the front, and with a whimper, he lost his ability to fight. Kamerupt. Captain Nakamura's face was ugly. Kamerupt, his strongest fighting force, was defeated. What should we do next? Boss Laren, rock cannon. Boss Laren opened his hand and quickly formed a huge rock, which he threw at Torkoal. No, Torkoal, get out of the way. Captain Nakamura was in a hurry, lost his mind for a while, and made such a big mistake. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to regret it. The huge rock hit Torkoal head-on, knocking Torkoal out of the way. Torkoal didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. So far, Captain Nakamura's 3 Pokémon have all been completely defeated. He also only has 3 Pokémons, and no amount of Pokémons can afford to keep them. Not everyone has a godfather, Professor Oak. Boss Laren, Relic Anth, Helping Hand Torchic, no, Combuskin and Croak-Headed Frog. Just now, Froakie also successfully evolved into a croak-headed frog. After losing Captain Nakamura's Pokemon, the rest are no match for Boss Laren at all. In less than half an hour, it was easily resolved. May, you go out and I'll deal with these people. There was murder in Aoki's eyes. He doesn't want to offend Team Magma yet, so he can only feel sorry for these people. What? Deal with these people? May seems to have guessed it. His face changed slightly. After all, he is a kind person. That's right, the boss behind them, that's a champion-level trainer, was eyeing them, and we're definitely done. Champion-level trainer, that's resolved, to avoid danger. Although May is kind-hearted, she is not stupid. Her father is just a gym leader, and if he offends a champion trainer, he'll only hurt his own family. 5 minutes later, Aoki left the ruins, and as for Captain Nakamura and the others, they were completely dealt with. Combuskin, Croak-Headed Frog, congratulations to the two of you, you have successfully evolved. Aoki is very happy, this time the harvest is very big. Not only did you capture the quasi-elite relic Anth, but you also got the evolution keystone. The most important thing is that Combuskin and the Frog-Headed Frog have successfully evolved, and they are one step closer to the final evolution. Not exactly. Crack. Combuskin and Crooked Frog were happy too, looking at each other at the same time, with rivalry flames in their eyes. Aoki looked at the data of Combuskin and the Croak-Headed Frog. Name, Combuskin. Strength, Superior. Qualification, Elite. Name, Croaker Frog. Strength, Superior. Qualification, Champion. In less than a month, let two initial Pokemon successfully reach the superior level. This is thanks to Pokeblocks, plus their qualifications are inherently good. You know, most trainers, in their entire lives, only have a few Pokemon to reach the superior level. The family conditions are slightly better, maybe a team of superior grades, and individual gym grades. A further quasi-elite, not a well-off family, or bad luck, is almost impossible. Unless the focus is to cultivate only one Pokemon. Aoki remembers that he just defeated Captain Nakamura to get a saffron chest. This is his first rival, a quasi-elite, 2 gyms, and a lot of superior. If it wasn't for Captain Nakamura's carelessness and giving away a Houndoom for free, the battle would not have been so easy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, successfully opened the saffron treasure chest and obtained the profound truth of Steel Berry, the profound truth of Rock Berry. When Aoki heard this reward, his eyes were delighted, and he knew the use just by hearing the name. It must be able to comprehend the profound meaning of Helping Hand Boss Laren. Also as Aoki expected. The profound truth of Steel Berry, the profound truth of Rock Berry, Pokemon who can help the corresponding attributes of hand comprehend their own profound truth. Of course, it's not 100% successful, it's purely a helping hand to speed up the comprehension of the profound meaning. Aoki immediately took out 2 profound truth berry and looked at it carefully. They were very ordinary and could not see anything special. With joy in his eyes, Boss Laren came over like this, lying on his stomach, watching with wide-eyed eyes. It looks like a flattering dog. No, it's not a dog. Aoki shook his head, then handed both berry to Boss Laren. Pull. Boss Laren was particularly happy, taking a bite of berry. After eating, he fell on the ground and realized the profound meaning. Aoki didn't bother him, but took out the luxury ball and took back the Boss Laren. May, we can go, it's not convenient to stay here for long. Aoki didn't want to be caught up by Team Magma. Got it, big brother Aoki. I beg everyone's flower support, I hope everyone will support. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Meeting the Future Father-in-Law for the First Time, 3. A few days later, Aoki walked out of the forest and came to Petalburg City. Aoki's Pokemon has improved significantly over the past few days through the woods. Boss Laren, Quasi-Elite. Relicanth, Quasi-Elite. Crooked Frog, Superior. Combuskin, Superior. It can be said that the progress is particularly obvious. Among them, except Relicanth, it is only used in the early stage to prevent danger, and the others are the main force. In the future, house hung training, coupled with the system, will have the qualifications to become champion. As for Relicanth, the racial value is relatively low, and the potential has long been developed. It takes a lot of resources to become elite, not to mention champion. So Aoki does not plan to focus on cultivating Relicanth, but only for early use to prevent danger. Like this encounter with Team Magma, thanks to Relicanth, otherwise he'd be in trouble. Petalburg City. May felt very disappointed and didn't want to go home, because returning home meant parting with Aoki. She really didn't want to be separated from Aoki, but unfortunately she wasn't old enough to travel, so her parents wouldn't agree. Outside the orange gym, Aoki rubbed May's head lightly. Okay, it's time for you to go home. When you reach the age of travel, I will travel with you. Yep. May regained her energy and followed Aoki into the gym. Dad, Mom, Max, I'm back. Sister, you're back. Brother Aoki, what Pokemon did you get? The first one to rush out was the very young Max. In the original book, you can travel at the age of 10, Max is only 5 years old, but in the real world, when you travel at the age of 15, Max is already 10 years old. Max just glanced at May, then ignored his sister and focused on Aoki. Mainly I still care about the initial Pokemon that Aoki got. I got Torchic, but now, it has evolved into Combuskin. Aoki released Combuskin. Great, Combuskin, has Torchic evolved? Max's eyes flashed. I still like Trico though. Still dying as before. Fortunately, Combuskin had a better attitude, so he just glared at Max, and didn't hit anyone. Oh, it's only been over a month, has your Torchic evolved into a Combuskin? You really have the talent to become a trainer. Norman also came over, watching Aoki successfully evolve, and Combuskin, who looked particularly strong, revealed a radiance in his eyes. As a well-known trainer, he can naturally see that Aoki's Combuskin is stronger and more energetic than ordinary Combuskin. The hair on the body also looks amazing. What he admires most is that he successfully evolved to Combuskin in just over a month. Fortunately, the main thing is that it works on its own. Aoki rubbed Combuskin's head, and there was a hint of joy in his heart. Combuskin has grown so fast, in addition to its relatively high qualifications, it is also because of Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks. As advanced Poke Blocks, Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks are nutrient-dense, boosting Pokemon growth and slightly increasing their aptitude. If you change a trainer, the family conditions are not particularly bad, and it will take at least half a year. This is the gap between the systematic and the common man. There was relief in Norman's eyes. Originally, he was hostile to Aoki who kidnapped his daughter. But seeing that Aoki's talent is so outstanding, he is still an excellent researcher. And he immediately recognized Aoki. By the way, sister, where did you get Pokemon? Max noticed that May also had a belt with a luxury ball hanging from it. Norman and Mitsuko also turned to look. This is given to me by brother Aoki. It's an errand, for you to see. May was very proud, picked up the Ultra Ball, and threw it out with force, and Aaron appeared in front of everyone. She's going to show off, and let Norman accept her with Aoki. Aaron, this is a rare Pokemon. There was light in Norman's eyes. Aaron is not only rare, even the final form of Boss Laren is particularly powerful. And he's seen Hone Champion Steven's Aaron, and May's isn't bad at all. Train it well, it is definitely an elite level Boss Laren. Aoki, Aaron is very rare, do you just give it to May? Norman couldn't help but ask. This rare level of Pokemon, normal rookies will not give away. It doesn't matter, I already have a boss Laren, and another Aaron is really hard to support. Aoki naturally wouldn't care. He liked Bagon, Larvitar, and Aaron, not to mention that May was still his man. Norman nodded, really? Ordinary newcomers can't afford so many Arons. It seems that he needs to train the helping hand May well and invest a lot of resources. In the future, this Aaron can definitely become an elite level, and then it will be able to protect May. Oh, you gave such an expensive Aaron, it seems that I can only give you May. Mitsuko sighed, with a hint of ridicule in her words. May blushed at the words, and looked up embarrassedly. I'm so envious, I want an Aaron too, brother Aoki, can you give me one? Max had covet in his eyes. Max, don't talk nonsense, is Aaron so rare and easy to come across? Norman interrupts Max. Aoki sent such a precious Pokemon, and he felt a little sorry, how could he give it to Max again? But why can my sister? Max felt aggrieved and envious. Max, because your sister will be someone else's person in the future, she will work part-time to pay off her debts, but you can't do it. Mitsuko laughed again. Mother. May was shy and couldn't help giving Mitsuko a wink. It's okay, I can give you one when I meet a suitable one in the future. If it is suitable, Aoki does not need it, and it can indeed be given to Max. But if it's excellent, it's impossible, and he wants it himself. Today we'll add more, continue to kneel and beg for the support of flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Chinjua Gym Competition, 4. By the way, Aoki, what other Pokemon have you captured? Norman asked suddenly. He is really curious about Aoki's harvest this month. My Pokemon? Come out then. Aoki throws all the luxury balls. A figure appeared in front of everyone. Boss Laren, Combuskin, Crooked Frog, Relicanth. Except for Relicanth, they are the main force. Amazing Pokemon. Max's eyes lit up and looked at all the Pokemon carefully. Finally, I turned my attention to Boss Laren, and I felt more and more that Boss Laren was very handsome. Mainly because his sister also has one. It's really great, especially this Boss Laren, who has been trained really well. Norman had his eyes on Boss Laren at first sight. Or Boss Laren is too eye-catching, and he still has the breath of mystery. Obviously, this Boss Laren is only one step away from being able to comprehend the profound meaning and become an elite-level Pokemon. Aoki has just set off. He is a newcomer, and he actually has an elite-level Pokemon. Excellent talent. It seems that May followed Aoki, and that was May making a fortune. How long have you owned this Boss Laren? Norman asked curiously. He wondered how long it took Aoki to develop such a strong Boss Laren. So far, about 13 months. Aoki didn't hide. When Norman heard this, he was very depressed. His talent is not bad, but it took years to develop an elite Pokemon. It took nearly 20 years to become an elite trainer and own 6 elite Pokemon. As a result, Aoki has an elite Pokemon for more than a year, which is really enviable. But it can be seen that Aoki's Boss Laren is really talented. By the way, Aoki, now that you have become a trainer, do you want to have a gym challenge? It stands to reason that you don't have 4 badges. I can't let you challenge, but there are always exceptions. I can give you a chance. Norman suddenly wanted to compete with Aoki, but also to see Aoki's strength. Maybe Aoki is only good at breeding, not very good at fighting. No problem, in that case, let's go to the gym challenge. Aoki didn't refuse, he also wanted to fight Norman, so he wouldn't waste his time again. Although it is very likely that he will come again in the future. Okay, let's have a gym game, you and I. Norman walked at the front, and Aoki followed Norman to the inside of gym. It's great to see Dad and Big Brother Aoki have a gym match. May couldn't wait to follow. Max was equally curious. Inside the gym, Norman held a pokeball and threw it hard. This is my Pokemon. On the field, a white Pokemon that looks like an ape appeared. Vigoroth, superior. This is Norman's Pokemon Vigoroth, and its evolution is Slaking. It has a racial value comparable to that of a beast, but unfortunately it is completely abolished due to its characteristics. Lazy feature. You can only fight once every 2 rounds, which is really wasteful. If you can change a feature, then slaking is absolutely amazing. Hercules slaking. Aoki thought so. If he could change the characteristics in the future, he must conquer a slaking. Strong slaking, an elite Pokemon with 1 punch. Combusken, I'll leave it to you. Combusken has long been ready to move. Hearing Aoki calling him, he rushed out and taunted proudly. Combusken? Even if the attributes are restrained, we can't lose. Vigoroth, use work up. Norman took the lead, but did not rush to attack. But instead increased Vigorota's attack level. Combusken, bulk up. Aoki is not in a hurry either. You increase your attack, and so do I. And I can not only improve the attack, but also improve the defense, more than you can. Combusken made a bulk up pose, with white light on his body, and his attack and defense increased at the same time. Vigoroth, don't give it a chance, give me crazy fury swipes. Vigoroth jumped and jumped, dashing towards Combusken, both hands at Combusken fury swipes, claws in the air. Combusken, don't be afraid, go ahead and use slash. The strength is similar, and the attributes restrain Vigoroth. Aoki has no intention of retreating. Hearing Aoki's words, Combusken raised a hand, glowing white, and slashed at Vigoroth. Vigoroth is also crazy fury swipes, constantly attacking Combusken, also has no intention of retreating. It can't go back either. After all, Vigoroth isn't Norman's main Pokemon, and doesn't have that many skills. It's not like learning Flamethrower in the future. It has only just evolved, and the skills are limited. Boom! Combusken. May saw Combusken being hit, with a look of pain on her face, and was concerned. Norman naturally noticed his daughter's expression, her face darkening. This has not been with Aoki yet, and he already cares so much about Aoki. After being together, maybe they don't care about him anymore. Combusken grabbed Vigorota's crazy fury swipes and slammed his arm down Vigorota's body. Slash. Twice the restraint of the fighting system, it does a lot of damage to Vigoroth. Coupled with the frontal hit, Vigoroth was greatly injured and screamed, but also held on, and did not lose his fighting ability. Combusken, encore, slash. Combusken's arm was a little sore, but he didn't want to disappoint Aoki. He gritted his teeth and endured it, raised his right arm again, and slashed at Vigoroth. Very well, Vigoroth, use endure. Norman cheered loudly, and Vigoroth, with the white light on his body, took Combusken's slash in front of him and didn't fall down. Endure, no matter what kind of attack, can have a little stamina left. It's a very useful skill. Although he blocked Combusken's slash, Vigorota's physical strength had reached its limit. Very well, Vigoroth, don't be afraid, use reversal for me. Use quick attack, dodge me, and double team. Aoki naturally couldn't bear it. Reversal, the less stamina, the greater the power. Once it is hard to carry, Combusken will definitely lose the ability to fight. Kneeling and begging for your flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 20 The First Battle of the Croak-Headed Frog, 5. In the competition arena, Vigoroth patted his heart with both hands and shouted. The white light on his body became even more intense. Immediately, with the same momentum as before, he rushed towards Combusken. It is bound to perish with Combusken. But just when it was about to hit Combusken, Combusken was an agility and easily dodged. In terms of speed, the Combusken with the acceleration feature is faster, so it is easy to dodge. After Combusken dodged, the double team, forming many shadows, rushed towards Vigoroth together. Vigorota's physical strength was insufficient, and he was a little flustered for a while in the face of so many Combusken. After that, he was even more caught off guard. He was hit by Combusken and flew out, and lost his ability to fight. Great, Combusken won! May jumped up excitedly, watching Norman's face turn black. My father was defeated, and he was so happy that he was not married yet, so he was thinking of Aoki. If they are together in the future, maybe they will forget his father. Sister, who are you cheering for? Max couldn't help but complain. May reacted, as if he was too happy, and he was his father anyway. It seems that May has found a home, and even Dad has forgotten about it. Mitsuko covered her mouth and made fun of it, saying that May's face was flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. Very well, Vigoroth, thank you for your hard work. Norman didn't care too much, after all, this Vigoroth was just trained, and he hadn't learned many skills yet. Naturally restrained by fighting attributes. And the duty of gym trainers is to train new trainers, not to attack newcomers. So Vigoroth is not particularly powerful. Of course, this is also because Aoki's Combusken is particularly well trained, so he can defeat Vigoroth. Then, Linoon, please. Norman throws another Pokemon ball. Name, Linoon. Strength, superior. Qualification, quasi-elite. Aoki took a look at this Linoon, and in terms of racial value, this aptitude is already pretty good. However, it is estimated that it can only be used as a gym Pokemon, not Norman's main Pokemon. Once cultivated, the average Pokemon can't really beat it. Okay, Linoon, use Sand Attack for me. Linoon rushed towards Combusken quickly, and when he was about to get close, he stepped on the ground hard, and a large amount of yellow sand spread out. Combusken subconsciously blocked it with his right hand. Combusken, agility. With Aoki's order, Combusken immediately moved to the side and quickly avoided it. A lot of shadows suddenly appeared on the field of play. It wasn't the double team, it was just that Combusken was very fast. That's the acceleration feature, and the Combusken gets faster and faster over time. It's so fast, Combusken is getting faster and faster, and if it goes on like this, Linoon's speed won't catch up at all. Max was worried about Norman. Norman didn't care too much, with a confident smile on his face, as if there was something to be done. Even if Linoon can't keep up with Combusken, he still has a way. Linoon, use Roar for me. Linoon was a little flustered facing Agility's Combusken. But after listening to Norman's words, he was not so flustered, and shouted at Combusken. Combusken, who was moving, suddenly seemed startled, paused, and then returned to the baby ball. The crocodile frog, who was originally outside the field, was forced to be pulled above the competition field. It turns out that, using Roar, force a Pokemon, and the speed of Combusken will be restored. It dawned on Max that he was happy for his father. May started to worry about Aoki. Kookhead Frog, since it's you, then Bubble Beam. Aoki didn't care either, he was sure to beat Linoon even with the crocodile frog, and he had the upper hand right now. The croak-headed frog opened its mouth, and countless blue bubbles flew out, and the target was Linoon. Get out of the way. Linoon immediately dodged aside, and the bubble beam hit the ground, causing an explosion and sending up smoke. Crooked Frog turned his head, and Bubble Beam also changed its direction of movement and continued to follow Linoon. Linoon, dodge while dashing for the croaker. Linoon kept moving on all fours, dodging the Bubble Beam and dashing for the croaker. The croaker frog also dodged and attacked, constantly using Bubble Beam. Froghead Frog, double team. For a time, there were many shadows of croak-headed frogs on the field, and Linoon couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Linoon, don't panic, you also use double team. Norman is also a veteran. Don't panic at this time. Linoon calmed down, using double team as well, and there were shadows all over the field. Crouching Frog and Linun can't tell who is real and who is fake. How? Now you don't know who is real and who is fake, right? Norman said proudly. Aoki's mouth twitched. The Viridian Force had already told him which Linun was real. Linun, use scent detection, find the real crocodile frog, then use the sacrificial tackle. Of course, Norman can't keep double team, otherwise the two can't be consumed like this. Linun, including his shadow, does the air smell motion together. Odor detection, although it is good for dealing with ghost Pokemon or with a high evasion rate. But in the real world, you can also smell Pokemon, such as Double Team, you can smell the location of the body. Frog-headed frog, use water pulse, target the shadow on the left front. The croaker frog couldn't tell who was real and who was fake, but he still opened his hands, gathered a lot of water elements, and threw them out. A huge water polo flew towards Linun, and it was the real Linun. Even Double Team can't hide the power of Viridian. Viridian's power is really good ability. What? Linun, get out of the way. Norman was a little surprised, unable to imagine that Aoki had foresight on Double Team. Unfortunately, it was still a step behind. Linun was hit head-on by the water pulse, and flew out and fell to the ground. It will still be added today. Continue to beg for everyone's flowers, and vote for support. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Boss Laren First Battle, plus update. Coffee. Linun screamed, fell to the ground, and rolled a few times before stabilizing her body. Linun, hold on. Norman was worried, and at the same time wondering, how Aoki had discovered Linun's body. This kind of double team, ordinary people, can't see the truth at all. Linun was hit by the water pulse, but was not incapacitated, only slightly damaged. Very good, Croak, go ahead, use quick attack, quickly approach Linun, and then use pound. The croak-headed frog ran towards Linun at a very fast speed, like a lightning bolt, leaving only a shadow. Linun, carry it for me and use tackle. Linun was patted by the croak-headed frog, with a pained expression on his face, but he carried it down anyway. Then, using his own body, he slammed it hard, and it just hit the croaker frog. Both sides wailed at the same time, but both stabilized their bodies and looked at each other vigilantly with fierceness in their eyes. Kook-head frog, use the hydro pump. Linun, use double edge. The croaker frog opened his hand, and a large amount of water elements emerged from the palm of his hand, and then a huge water column appeared, hitting Linun. Because the distance was so close, Linun had no time to dodge, so he could only madly rush towards the crocodile frog. Boom! Linun hit the water column and shivered a bit, but still gritted her teeth, faced the water column, and slammed into the crocodile frog. The croaker frog was hit head-on and was knocked out. Ah! Frog-head frog, are you all right? Aoki was also worried about the frog, and May clenched her hands. The frog head was very sore, but it still struggled to stand up. Although he was still standing, his body was shaking, his eyes were firm, and he didn't want to lose. Linun's limbs were also shaking, and he was hit hard by the hydro pump head-on. And whether it's a hydro pump or a double edge, it's very powerful. Thump! After just holding on for a few seconds, the frog fell to the ground and lost its ability to fight. Fine, Linun. Norman just felt happy, and Linun also fell to the ground because of the side effects of double edge. After all, being hit in the front, coupled with the double edge, would also hurt himself, so he didn't hold on. Chateau Frog and Linun lost their ability to fight at the same time. Please send the next Pokemon to appear. Come back, Croak Frog, it's hard for you. Aoki reassured him that he was still full of expectations for the future of the frog, and naturally he would not reprimand him. Linun, you've done a good job, I'll leave it to your companion. Norman withdrew Linun, too, with approval in his eyes. Aoki, you are really good, you have only traveled for a month and you have defeated 2 of my Pokemons. He sincerely admires Aoki. In a month, 2 Pokemons were so good, so much better than he was. I don't know how it was cultivated. It takes at least 3 months for him to do this, and about half a year for ordinary people. Uncle, the next step is my trump card, and I hope you can fight against it. Aoki grabs the great ball. Needless to say, Combusken sent it up at this time to send experience to Norman. Only Boss Laren appeared. No problem, this is my latest training, enough for you to fight Boss Laren. Norman also cares about Aoki's Boss Laren, and he doesn't know where he has grown. Come on, Dad's ace. And Aoki's ace, this is definitely a duel between kings. Max is looking forward to both of them. One is his father, and the other promises to give him a Pokemon. Who should be the helping hand? Mei looked at Aoki silently, sincerely hoping that Aoki would win. Go. Boss Laren. It's up to you, Slaking. 2 huge figures appeared on the field of play. One was standing, wearing heavy armor, looking like a majestic beast. The other one was lying on the field, very lazy, and didn't seem to take it to heart. Really? Aoki knew that Norman must have sent Slaking, and it seemed to be one of his trump cards. Name, Slaking. Trait, lazy. Strength, quasi-elite. Qualification, elite. This Slaking should be the Slaking when Norman becomes elite in the future, but it is still quasi-elite now. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Slaking was the energy trait, or the Hercules trait. Fortunately Norman is not the main character. Boss Laren, use Iron Defense. Boss Laren obeyed Aoki's order and patted his armor, which glowed white. The light dissipated, the armor was covered with a layer of brilliance, and the defense became stronger. Slaking, use Earthquake. Norman also gave the order immediately. Slaking stood up immediately, lifted his feet, and stomped the ground hard. The earth was shaking violently, and the ground was even more shattered, with many cracks appearing. Boss Laren was under the influence of Earthquake and fell to the ground with a howl of pain on his face. After all, Earthquake is 4 times the damage to it. Even if it is a quasi-elite, it may not be able to withstand it. There was happiness in Aoki's eyes. He had already guessed that Slaking might use Earthquake, or fighting skills, so he immediately improved his defense. Otherwise, the speed of Boss Laren may not be able to grab ahead of Slaking and attack Slaking. Boss Laren, take it down, then rush up and use Focus Punch. Boss Laren took advantage of Slaking to rest, and immediately rushed up, raising his stout right hand, with a blue light on it. Then he punched hard, bursting out with all his strength, hitting Slaking right on the body. Slaking can't move because of its lazy nature, and can only take the punch head-on. The most powerful focus punch in the fighting department, even if it is Slaking, it is rough and fleshy, and it still feels very painful after all. Lazy face with pained expression. But in the end, he managed to endure this move with his own strength. 5,000 flowers plus more, continue to beg for flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Boss Laren, Victory, plus more. Very good, Slaking, actually carried it down, then give him a slap. Norman shouted excitedly. Slaking stood up immediately, with anger in his eyes. He had just been punched, and it felt very painful. Naturally, he wanted to be ashamed. Boss Laren, you come too, Focus Punch, don't be afraid, be tough with him. To deal with normal-type Pokemon, it is natural to use fighting-type moves. At this time, we should fight hard to see who has more foundation, and finally see who can fall. Boss Laren's defense is very strong, coupled with the use of Iron Defense, the defense increases, but the fighting type quadruples the damage, and the damage is very large. Slaking also has to endure the double damage of the fighting system, and is still lazy, and will also take heavy damage. In this battle, it depends on who falls first. The fists of Boss Laren and Slaking hit each other at the same time, both sides were deadlocked and trembling. The two Pokemon, both felt severe pain, but didn't cry out, just stared at each other. Being able to endure such pain shows that both parties have undergone strict special training and have strong willpower. Boss Laren, hold on, I believe you can win. Slaking, I also believe in you, you can definitely defeat the opponent. Boss Laren and Slaking heard their master's encouragement, their eyes filled with determination, and continued to raise their fists. After a long time, both Pokemon felt a burst of pain, and then released their fists at the same time. Because of the lazy nature, although slaking is very painful, it has to lie on the ground to rest and relieve fatigue. Very good, Boss Laren, encore focus punch, I'll see, he can handle a few punches. Boss Laren raised his fist, his arm glowed blue, and hit Slaking hard. Although Boss Laren's attack racial value is not very strong, but twice the damage, Slaking felt severe pain, and even sweated on his face. Slaking, hold on! Norman exclaimed loudly. Although Slaking's body was shaking, he persisted. Obviously, this Slaking trained very well. Usually should be beaten training many times. It's really good enough, but I'll see how long you can take it, Boss Laren, keep focus punch. Why did Brother Aoki let Boss Laren use focus punch? Mei asked in confusion. Sister, you don't know. Slaking is a common type. Only fighting type can deal double damage. Naturally, Boss Laren uses focus punch. Max proudly held his head high. Or he is smarter, this sister, Aaron gave her a waste of money. Slaking, since you can move, you're welcome, counter. Counter, will double the damage received to the opponent. This is a big blow to Boss Laren. Boss Laren, I believe in you, you can definitely follow, just give Slaking the final blow. Boss Laren and Slaking extended their fists at the same time, punching each other again. To be honest, that is, fighting Slaking, only the fighting type can deal damage, otherwise Aoki will never hit hard. The two sides hit each other again. It was a severe pain again, but the two Pokemons, who had undergone special training, still persevered. But this time, the physical strength of both sides has obviously reached the limit. His body was staggering, and he could fall at any moment. The Boss Laren, in particular, seems to have reached its limit, giving a feeling of being able to fall when the breeze blows. Slaking stood still. But after only holding on for a moment, he fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. In terms of background, Slaking is not as good as Boss Laren. After all, Boss Laren has used poke blocks for a long time, and his physical strength and stamina are very thick. Not to mention the profound meaning immediately understood. When Boss Laren saw Slaking fall to the ground, he was immediately discouraged, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Slaking is incapacitated, this match is won by Boss Laren. Although it was difficult for Max to accept, he announced the results of the game. No way, Aoki promised to provide him with Pokemon if he had the chance, and for himself, he could only betray his father. Slaking, you've worked hard for this battle, come back. Aoki, your Boss Laren is really powerful, and he can actually defeat the king of consultations that I have carefully cultivated. Norman took back Slaking and really admired Aoki. Boss Laren, who had been cultivated for 1 year, actually defeated Slaking, who had been carefully cultivated for more than 2 years. Maybe it won't be long, by the time he becomes an elite, Aoki might have an elite Pokemon too. Uncle, your Slaking is also very good. Aoki took back the Boss Laren, and across the luxury ball, treated the Boss Laren, and at the same time treated the crocodile frog. Aoki, this is the Libra badge of our Chinjua gym. Since you won, I will give it to you. Thank you, uncle. Aoki is not polite. After all, he won the battle himself, so there is no need to refuse. Coincidentally, he's also going to the Evergrande City Convention. Brother Aoki, you are so powerful that you actually beat Dad. Yet, Boss Laren is awesome, I want an errand too. Mei is grateful to Aoki, and Max's attention was focused on Aoki's luxury ball. He also specially reminded Aoki to give me an errand. Aoki completely ignored. If he has a lot of arons, it is not impossible to give it to his brother-in-law. But errand wasn't easy to get. Aoki, are you hungry? Why don't you just have a meal here, and let's have a good discussion about how to raise Pokemon. Norman interrupted Max and offered to leave Aoki behind. He really wanted to talk to Aoki about how Aoki cultivated such a good Pokemon. No problem, uncle, then I'll leave it to you. 7,000 flowers plus more, continue to kneel and beg everyone's flower evaluation ticket support. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Pokeblocks Trading, Steel Z Pure Crystal, 1. At night, while eating, Aoki and Norman are talking about training Pokemon. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. What happened? Norman ran out immediately, Aoki followed, and the others followed in a hurry. As soon as I went out, I saw Boss Laren and asking for leave, Wong was quarreling, and Combuskin and the froghead next to him were also quarreling with each other. Slaking, what happened? Norman couldn't understand Pokemon's language, so he could only ask Slaking. Slaking was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it. Combuskin and the croak-headed frog immediately ran to Aoki's side, grabbed Aoki's feet, and kept screaming. Aoki understood in an instant. Uncle, it looks like your Pokemon stole my Pokemon food and started a fight. Norman suddenly felt embarrassed. It's shameful to say it was his Pokemon robbing the food. It's like he's undercutting his own Pokemon's food. However, Norman noticed at this time that Aoki's Pokemon food was actually a cube with a colored light, which was a little different from his. Is this the Pokemon food you prepared? It seems a little different. Norman picked up a piece of Celadon/Rainbow Pokeblocks, took a light bite, and his eyes lit up. Delicious Pokeblocks, no wonder Pokemon likes to eat them, you must have made them yourself, right? Aoki suddenly thought of something. He has a lot of advanced Pokeblocks and needs top-notch berries, but just doesn't have the money to buy much. Norman, as the next elite, must be rich, and he could sell some to Norman. That's right, this is the Pokeblocks I made. My Pokemons are so strong because of this Pokeblocks. Yeah Dad, my Aaron loves it too, Mei said. Norman looked at his Pokemon, and everyone had covet in their eyes. Take a look at Aoki's Pokemon, with brightly colored fur and strong muscles, and the Boss Laren's armor is quite bright. Apparently, these Pokeblocks, some top-notch Pokemon food, are better than his. It seems that Aoki is not only an excellent trainer, but also a very good breeder. Aoki, can you sell me some Pokeblocks? Norman didn't ask for the recipe either. This thing was so precious that even he would be embarrassed to ask for it. And in the future, Mei may be with Aoki, and there is no need at all. This is no problem, but these Pokeblocks all need to use tree fruit, so the price is concerned. The price is not a problem, I bought it. Norman waved his hand. As a gym trainer and the next elite, he is indeed not short of money. Well. Aoki was very happy and found a big head, no, it should be a guest, and he should be able to make a good fortune. Alas, those top tree fruits are monopolized by major groups, and the prices are really expensive. Fortunately, the system gave a ton of Celadon/Rainbow fruit, but it is estimated that it will not take long. That night, Aoki stayed at Mei's house for the night, and the next morning, he was ready to continue his journey. When he left, Aoki left behind a lot of junior Pokeblocks. As for Celadon/Rainbow Pokeblocks, this is absolutely impossible. Uncle, this is another kind of Pokeblocks, my Celadon/Rainbow Pokeblocks, there are not many materials, but this Pokeblocks are also very good. Aoki specially reminded. Norman picks up a poke block and releases his Pokemon. Slaking several of them came out, smelled it lightly, picked it up, and ate it. Obviously. Even beginner poke blocks taste very good, and Pokemon naturally want to eat them. It seems that this tastes good, so choose this one. Norman isn't the kind of person who struggles. Aoki picked up the luggage, followed Combusken, and glanced at May again. May, I'm on a trip, you have to take good care of Aaron, and with these poke blocks, you will definitely become stronger. Brother Aoki, don't worry, I will take good care of Aaron. May gripped the Ultra Ball with determination in her eyes. Max is also very envious, just looking at May silently, really wanting a Pokemon. Then I'll go. Aoki took the backpack, left Jinjua Gym, and embarked on a journey again. After reaching the forest, Aoki remembered the treasure chest he obtained yesterday. After defeating Norman, Aoki received a diamond chest. According to the system, bronze and silver are ordinary treasure chests. Once you defeat the quasi-elite level, it is estimated that it is the saffron treasure chest, elite, champion, that is the diamond treasure chest. As for those divine beasts, they are the treasure chests of kings. Aoki clearly remembers Sky Pilla's king's chest, which is so eye-catching, but he doesn't have the ability to get it. Obtaining a diamond chest from Norman means that Norman has actually reached the level of an elite trainer. It's just that because the region elites have not retired, he can only be the gym leader now. But once one elite retires, Norman is eligible to compete for region elite. But maybe, when one elite retires and Aoki reaches the elite level, Norman will have no chance. Aoki thought of this, opened the system log, and looked at the diamond treasure chest he had just obtained. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully obtained a Steel Z Pure Crystal and a Z bracelet. Aoki paused for a moment. This is a good thing, just like Super Evolution, it's a rare item. Exactly, the Steel Pure Crystal corresponds to the boss Laren. Although it can only be used once, it is so powerful that it can be used as a big blow. Aoki immediately took out the Z Pure Crystal bracelet and put it on our other arm. One arm carries the Super Evolution Keystone, and the other arm carries the Z Pure Crystal bracelet. Continue to beg for flower support, and more will be added today. Asterisk. Chapter 24, The Forest Encounters the Trico Group, 2. Leaving Petalburg City, Aoki embarked on a journey to Petalburg Woods. He's going to train at Petalburg Woods for a while to see if he can recover a rare Pokemon or two. Of course, as for Seaviper, Zangoose, Swellow, he had no desire to subdue. As a traveler, it is natural to capture some rare Pokemon. For example, in the Hone region, there is a Trico tribe. If he remembers correctly, there are Trico tribes in the forest. Ash in the original book, in this forest, captured a rare Trico, which is particularly strong in the future. A week later, Aoki went deep into the forest without encountering any danger. Clearing the game, there are hardly any Pokemon, the opponent of his boss Laren. Even as long as the frog and Combusken go out, they can easily solve the trouble. Also provides a lot of experience. At noon, Aoki sat by the river and prepared lunch for himself. Boss Laren and Combusken Pokemon, sitting next to Aoki, happily tasting Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks. After Aoki finished eating, he packed up, opened the system map, flipped through the Petalburg Woods, and searched for the treasure chest. During this time, he also found several bronze treasure chests and silver treasure chests, which were located on the Forest Overlord. Didn't get a lot of goodies, the best ones being some skill machines and then lots of fruit. Seriously, according to the number of tree fruits provided by ordinary treasure chests, Aoki may not need to buy them. Not only is it enough for myself, but it can also be provided to the Norman family, which is equivalent to making money in vain. Everyone, now that we're done eating, let's take a rest, and we'll continue to leave in the afternoon. Combusken and the croak-headed frog shouted happily, and Boss Laren flicked his tail. Above the tail, there is a pure crystal. This is the pure crystal of steel. That ring, estimated to be the best thing in this period of time, provided by the system, is indestructible, and is just inlaid with pure crystals on it. Just as everyone was resting, a green figure suddenly disappeared and snatched Aoki's backpack. Aoki! Has he been robbed? But this backpack, he is just pretending, there are no rare items in it, just some poke blocks. Thinking about which Pokemon it was, smelled poke blocks and snatched the backpack. CK-headed frog, Combuskin, don't run away and see what Pokemon it is. Aoki got up, retracted the boss Laren, and quickly followed behind. He is still curious about this mysterious Pokemon. Mainly this Pokemon is green and reminds him of Trico. Maybe the protagonist's luck broke out, and he really met the Trico group, then he made a lot of money. Grass-type Pokemon main force has. And in the end, it can also exceed evolution, which is a Grass-type plus Dragon-type Pokemon. Although it was restrained 4 times by the ice, I had to admit that Mega Sceptile was particularly strong. Not exactly. Combuskin immediately chased after him, followed by the croak-headed frog, and Aoki's running speed was not slow. In this world, you have to have a super physique. Although Aoki can't lift the 999.9 kilograms small nebula with one hand like Ash, it's not bad. Several figures quickly shuttled through the jungle, and soon caught up with the green figure. Aoki looked at the green figure in front of him with a leaf in his mouth with a happy expression on his face. It was really Trico. God gave him a good opportunity, the grass-type main Pokemon given to him by God, she will never miss it. After some chase, Aoki came to a big tree not far away. He didn't get too close, because just ahead, there was a group of Trico. To avoid scaring the Trico, Aoki had to stay away. Name, Trico. Strength, Intermediate. Qualification, Gym level. Name, Trico. Strength, Advanced. Qualification, Elite level. There are more than 10 Trico in total, and most of the qualifications are at the gym level and the quasi-elite level. This is already relatively good. If the Usangia can easily reach the elite level, there cannot be so few elite level trainers in this world. The league can't be sold to you cheaply either. They will not give you the opportunity to threaten the great nobles of the Alliance. Aoki saw at first glance the elite qualified Trico, the Trico who stole his backpack. This Trico's achievement is the biggest, and if he trains him well, he will definitely be able to reach the Heavenly Desolation level, and maybe even the champion level by then. Trico, I'm making an appointment. Aoki no longer hesitated, and walked out openly. Seeing Aoki suddenly appearing, Trico was startled, and made a group of vigilant actions. The adult Trico stands at the front, protecting the young Trico. There is only one grovel in the entire group, and it looks a little old, so far it has not evolved into a Sceptile. Aoki didn't move closer, just took out a few poke blocks from the system backpack and placed them on the ground. You guys just stole my bag, but it's okay, I just want to capture a Trico and go see the world with me. This is my gift to you. After putting down the poke blocks, Aoki stepped back and pulled away. Trico, who grabbed the backpack before, walked over cautiously, picked up the poke blocks, and happily took a bite. The taste is especially delicious. Contact. Trico had a happy smile on his face. How's it going? Trico, you're very talented, you should go see the big world with me, and there are lots of delicious poke blocks every day. Aoki opened his hand, and a large number of poke blocks were scattered in the system backpack. Of course, it's all elementary, Aoki doesn't have that luxury, and eat Celadon/rainbow poke blocks for other Trico too. Trico stepped forward immediately, turned his head and called out, and the other Trico rushed over together. A group of Trico, surrounded by these poke blocks, sipped and ate with relish. And Aoki has been accepted. Continue to add more today, and beg for the support of flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 25 I Conquered Trico, 3. Add or not, add or not. A group of Trico are talking to each other. Aoki listened right next to him, and understood what these Trico meant, but didn't bother. He believed in his own charisma. Sure enough, Trico quickly made the decision to go on a trip with Aoki. The main thing is that Aoki is very pleasing to the eye, and poke blocks are delicious, so Trico quickly sinks. Add or not, add or not. Trico jumped in front of Aoki, yelling, and pointing at Aoki. Beat me and be with you. Aoki heard Trico's words and naturally would not refuse. Combusken, it's up to you. To deal with grass-type Pokemon, naturally use fire-type Pokemon. Boss Laren is pure bully. No, bullying Pokemon. Not exactly. Combusken leaped out immediately, staring at Trico. Seeing this, Trico was also angry, his eyes were full of fighting intent, and he really wanted to defeat Combusken. Trico, you come first. Aoki crossed his chest with his arms. Combusken deals with Trico, and the attributes are restrained, which is clearly the flying dragon riding the face. If he loses all this, don't even think about participating in any Pokemon League competition, go home and grow sweet potatoes. Add or not. Trico ran fast, his entire body turned into a green shadow, and disappeared in a flash. Quick attack, really fast. There was relief in Aoki's eyes. It seems that this Trico is very strong. Combusken, you also use quick attack. Combusken bent over and stomped the ground with both feet, turning into a black shadow, agility. On the playing field, there are only two shadows of Pokemon. Combusken, get close, and get a fire punch. Combusken disappeared in a flash, and soon came to Trico's side, and the fire punch with flames hit Trico. Trico looked at the flames in front of him and was not afraid. He jumped in the air, turned around, and slapped Combusken with his tail. Pound! Combusken was slapped on the head and made a pained noise, but held on, before punching Trico. With a fist of fire, Trico is restrained against grass-type Pokemon. Add or not. Trico let out a scream and fell heavily to the ground. With just one move, it was hit hard. After all, it is still weaker than Combusken, not to mention restrained by Combusken. Add or not. Although Trico felt a lot of pain, he still struggled to get up, with unshakable faith in his eyes. Aoki likes it more and more. He likes this kind of persevering Pokemon, not only fights but also has strong willpower. Trico opened his mouth and spat out a lot of green light, hitting Combusken head-on. Bullet Seed, great, didn't expect Trico to learn it. Aoki's eyes lit up. You know, even Ash's well-qualified Trico has learned Bullet Seed for a long time. He learned this before he could conquer it. Combusken was hit head-on by the Bullet Seed, and despite being very resistant to grass, he let out a scream. With a pained expression on his face. Only then did Aoki wake up. Even if he liked Trico, he couldn't watch Combusken get beaten. Combusken, give him the last ember. Combusken immediately spat out a large amount of ember, hitting Trico repeatedly. Add or not. Trico let out a scream and fell to the ground, closing his eyes. Just ember defeated Trico, which is why he didn't use Fire Vortex. Because it's not needed at all, and it's easy to hurt Trico. Go! Pokeball! Aoki picks up the Pokeball and hits Trico. Trico is quickly sucked into the Pokeball. The Pokeball wobbled a bit, then dinged. Great, I got Trico in. Happy, Aoki picks up the Pokemon ball and holds it up above his head. Alright now, Water type, Grass type, Fire type Pokemon have all been collected. And the minimum qualifications are elite, and they can also perform super evolution. The tallest croak-headed frog is also a champion qualification, and can also perform Bond's evolution. Coupled with the boss Laren, as long as 2 more Pokemon are captured, the main force is already assembled. The nearby Trico didn't stop it, just watched silently, and silently blessed this Pokemon in his heart. After being happy, Aoki immediately released Trico, and then healing hand Trico healed. Naturally, also do not forget to treat Combusken. After the treatment, Aoki stretched out a hand and placed it in front of Trico. Trico, we will be companions in the future, please give me more advice. Trico stared at Aoki silently, as if to determine whether Aoki was someone worthy of trust. After a while, Trico stretched out his hand and put it on Aoki's hand, but still behaved proudly. This is the proud Trico. Aoki didn't particularly care, and hugged Trico happily. Not exactly. Combusken got jealous when he saw Aoki hugging Trico, and came over immediately. Cuckoo Frog also came out of the luxury ball, grabbing Aoki's other foot. I want to hug too. Aoki had a dark face. These Pokemons are very personal, and they even learn to be jealous. But what can he do? I can only hold 2 Pokemon silently, and I can't make them jealous. Not exactly. Ah. Combusken and Crooked Frog are not angry anymore. Even though Aoki was unlucky, holding 3 Pokemons in one breath still felt a lot of pressure. Okay, it's time for you to come down, let's take a rest here, and when the rest is over, we'll set off again. After Aoki put down 3 Pokemons, he took out some poke blocks and handed them to the other Trico. The other Trico, as well as Grovel, lit up, and immediately came over and continued to eat. These poke blocks are so delicious. It's simply insatiable. Continue to beg for the support of flowers. If there are more than 1,000 flowers, you can add 1 more. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Trico's Special Training, 4. Trico, use the energy ball. Trico put his hands together, and slowly condensed a green energy ball in his hands. But the next second, the green energy ball disappeared. Add or not? Trico was quite disappointed, and failed again, and disappointed Aoki as well. It's okay, don't worry, I believe in you, you will definitely succeed. Aoki patted Trico on the head lightly. Energy Ball is a powerful grass-type attack that can only be learned during the Trico period. Of course, that's a game, and in real life, Grovel can learn, even Sceptile can. It's just that Energy Ball is not only powerful, but also easier to learn than Trico. So Aoki decided to let Trico learn Energy Ball first. Like Solar Beam, you can learn it later. Add or not? After listening to Aoki's encouragement, Trico plucked up his courage and patted his heart. I will definitely succeed. Through the power of Viridian, Aoki heard Trico's heart and was full of confidence. I believe Trico can definitely do it. Okay, Trico, you're too tired, just take a rest. Just in time, I also want to go have a meal. Add or not? Trico immediately followed Aoki, with a look of anticipation on his arrogant face, and even drooling. It's been with Aoki for a week or so and tasted Aoki's Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks. Since then, Trico has never been arrogant, especially when it comes to eating faster than anyone else. It was as if I had been hungry for a long time before. Crooked Frog and Combusken looked at the devoured little brother and couldn't help shaking their heads. This little brother is so pathetic. Even Boss Laren couldn't help but pick up a Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks and hand it to his little brother. Don't let the younger brother starve too badly. Add or not? Trico is very happy to thank you. This big brother is so nice. Cola. Boss Laren also politely said no thanks. Aoki nodded. The relationship between Pokemon became so good, that's still good. At least there won't be too much conflict. Okay, take a good rest after eating, and train in the afternoon. Trico, you must learn Energy Ball. Add or not? Trico held out a hand with determination in his eyes. I will definitely learn Energy Ball. Clap clap. Suddenly, there was the sound of leaves rustling in the woods nearby. Boss Laren stood up immediately, as the eldest brother, he had to protect the master Aoki. Combuskin and the croak-headed frog are also on guard. Trico even opened his hands to protect Aoki with his own. Inside the grove, a blue creature with 4 tentacles emerged. Surskit. Aoki recognizes this Pokemon. Surskit watched Aoki cautiously, then on Trico's plate. The little eyes looked at him seriously, and his stomach was a little hungry. Trico immediately picked up the plate and yelled at Surskit. "This is my food, not for you." Aoki's eyes lit up, this seemed like a good opponent, and he pulled out some poke blocks right away. "Surskit, I have some poke blocks here, can you play a game with my Trico?" Surskit's eyes lit up and immediately jumped in front of Trico, ready to fight at any moment. "Trico, don't let me down." Trico put down the food and jumped out immediately, with determination in his eyes. "Never let Aoki down." Surskit actively spit out a stream of water, with a strong impact, like a jet. "Water jet? Trico, dodge now, use bullet seed." Trico jumped to the side and opened his mouth, spitting out a huge amount of green light. The green light and the jet of water collided, and the explosion exploded, and the smoke and dust of the explosion filled the air. Seeing that Surskit missed a move, he spit out a large amount of bubbles, which shone brightly under the sunlight. "Trico, don't dodge, use the energy ball." Trico put his hands together, and a green energy emerged from his palms, forming an energy ball. But the moment energy ball was knocked out, energy ball suddenly dissipated. Bubble beam also hits Trico. Trico was knocked out and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Even if you get hit by the water-type skill, it will still hurt a lot. Surskit had no intention of showing mercy, and spit out another huge stream of water. "Trico, I believe in you, you will be able to learn energy ball, come on." Aoki encouraged loudly. He believes that Trico will be able to learn energy ball in a desperate situation. Trico seemed to be emotionally rendered, and immediately jumped up, and his palms quickly gathered an energy. Faster than before. Whoosh! Trico pushed forward with both hands, and the green energy ball was pushed and flew out, hitting the water jet head-on. The jet of water was scattered under the impact of the energy ball. The energy ball was like a broken bamboo, breaking through the jet of water and hitting Surskit head-on. Surskit cried out in pain and was knocked to the ground, but was not incapacitated. "Trico, good, encore, less powerful." Trico is also very excited and seems to have learned the energy ball, this time the speed of convergence is faster than before. Before Surskit could get up, he was hit head-on by the energy ball, screamed and lost his ability to fight. "Trico, great job." Aoki praised without hesitation. Trico was happy, and even more proud. "You continue to eat, and I'll treat Surskit." Aoki healed Trico first, then Surskit. When Surskit wakes up, Aoki gives it a chunk of poke blocks. Surskit ate the poke blocks, thanked him, and dashed into the grass and disappeared. "Trico, Combuskin, we're done eating, let's continue eating." The new book continues to beg everyone's flower support, the more flowers, the more you add. Asterisk. Chapter 27 The Strongest Polyper, Hanging, 5. 2 days later, Aoki left the forest. Mainly because the special training has been completed, there is no need to continue the special training, at least give Pokemon a rest. They are also lives, and they also feel tired. And after leaving Petalburg City, he has been training for more than half a month. The power of Pokemon has also increased significantly. Name, Boss Laren. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Elite. Name, Combuskin. Strength, Superior. Qualification, Elite. Name, Croaker Frog. Strength, Superior. Qualification, Champion. Name, Trico. Strength, Advanced. Qualification, Elite. A few Pokemons don't seem to be making much progress. But in fact, Boss Laren is only one step away from elite. In the recent period of time, Boss Laren has always had profound meanings, but it was always fleeting. Combuskin and Croak-headed Frog are still superior, but they are also not very far from Gym. Trico will be able to evolve soon. As for Relicanth, the early Pokemon, Aoki didn't take it too seriously. After leaving the forest, Aoki came to a small town nearby. Hey, have you heard? There seems to be a gym nearby, which claims to have the strongest Pelipper. Aoki had just left the Pokemon Center when he heard a few people talking nearby. The strongest Pelipper seems to be the Anthony in the principal. In Pelipper's mouth, he put a lot of Pokemon. Nice to say the strongest. Such an arrogant person should be taught a lesson, so as not to be too arrogant in the future. It just so happened that the recent Boss Laren, who hasn't fought much, may be able to make him abusive. Aoki is not in a hurry to buy things, first to teach Anthony a lesson. In front of a gym, Aoki strode in. As soon as he came in, a strong man blocked his way. Boy, are you also here to challenge my strongest Pelipper? Then I will give you a chance, you must not lose. Kid. This name is really nice. Aoki was still wondering if using Boss Laren was too bullying. After all, Boss Laren is an elite Pokemon soon. But since Anthony is so crazy and his words are ugly, then don't blame him for abusing vegetables. Yes, I just want to see the strongest Pelipper, so let me fight you. Anthony enjoyed this adoring tone and held his head proudly. No problem, I'll give you a chance to challenge my Pelipper. A Pelipper flew into the air. There should be a few Pokemon in that big mouth. Aoki. From his data eye, a lot of Pokemon data popped up. Name, Pelipper. Strength, Advanced. Name, Bellsprout. Strength, Intermediate. Name, Magnemite. Strength, Intermediate. It's really good enough, he thought he was strong, but he didn't even have a superior. It's too embarrassing to say that the world is the strongest. Sure enough, it should be fixed. Since yours is Pelipper, let me see how you beat my Boss Laren. Aoki threw the luxury ball, and Boss Laren's huge body appeared on the field. As soon as he appeared, Boss Laren roared. With a loud roar, Pelipper was a little scared and flew backwards subconsciously. It's actually Boss Laren. Hey, my strongest Pelipper, who will never lose, use the water gun for me. Anthony's tone was a little jealous. What a rare Pokemon! Just because of jealousy, Anthony decided to defeat Aoki's Boss Laren. As for the gap between Pelipper and Boss Laren, Anthony also ignored it. As long as normal people know that a rare Pokemon like Boss Laren, once it finally evolves, the waste level is superior. Pelipper has no chance of winning at all. A jet of water spewed out of Pelipper's mouth and rushed towards Boss Laren. When Boss Laren saw such a tiny water gun, he smiled contemptuously, still standing there, without any intention of avoiding it. Although the water type is twice as restrained, it also depends on the strength. A mid-level Pokemon wants to beat it. Boss Laren, take it down and give him a Thunderbolt. Aoki said contemptuously. It's just fun. Boss Laren took down the water gun with ease, and even patted the steel armor on his body. What? Is the water gun useless? Anthony is difficult to accept. 2 cups of restrained water gun, Boss Laren has nothing to do. Just when he was surprised, Boss Laren released a strong thunderbolt. The surroundings were shrouded in lightning. Even if it's not an electric Pokemon, Boss Laren has super strength, and Thunderbolt's power is also very strong. Dazzling golden lightning shrouded Pelipper. Pelipper let out a scream and fell to the ground, a puff of black smoke coming out of his mouth. With just one move, Pelipper was instantly killed. Not only Pelipper, but even the Pokemon in Pelipper's mouth were killed and spat out. Bellsprout, Pelipper, are you all right? Anthony ran over immediately, panic in his eyes. Not only because Polyper was injured, but also because of what he did, he was discovered by Aoki. Yo, several Pokémons, this is a violation of the League's rules. If they are found out, they will be punished. Aoki jokingly laughed and took back the Pokémon Pokédex. Thankfully, Pokémon Pokédex also features photography. Anthony was startled and immediately knelt in front of Aoki. I was wrong, I will never dare again, please let me go. I'm speechless. Forget it, do you have such a stone? I prefer to collect this kind of stone. Aoki came up with a super evolutionary stone/ite. Although it is impossible, but still ask, maybe you can really get super evolutionary stone/ite. If you can get away with it, that's even better. This? I can look for it. Anthony breathed a sigh of relief, and was afraid that Aoki would say this. You'd better heal your Pokémon first, and then talk about the rest. I will continue to add more today, and I still hope to ask for your flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Bonfire and Pokémon Hunter, Plus. Forget it, looking at you, you're also a poor ghost, so I'll go first. Aoki put his hands in his pockets, turned and left. Although she didn't get the super evolutionary stone/ite, she didn't care too much. This kind of thing was not so easy to get. This, then my business. Anthony looked worried. Don't worry, I don't have time to sue you, you have to be careful yourself, it will be bad if you are discovered. Aoki put his hands in his pockets, and had no intention of telling the truth. Thank you, I will never dare again. Anthony knelt on the ground excitedly and thanked him loudly. As for whether he sincerely repented, I don't know. In small towns, there are no gyms. So Aoki just took a day off here, let the Pokémon relax a bit, and set off. Entering the forest, in addition to training Pokémon, Aoki is just to see if he can find rare Pokémon. He has not yet assembled a main team, let alone a second-line team. Also, in the forest, there are many treasure chests, most of which are bronze and silver, but there are many resources in them. What he needs most is these resources. Boss Laren eats a lot, and in the future, there will be more and more Pokémon, and the appetite will be even bigger. Rumbling. On this day, Aoki was training Pokémon in the forest, and suddenly heard a rumbling sound. Turning to look, you can see black smoke billowing into the sky in the distance. Could it be that there is another Pokémon hunter? Or something happened? Aoki was a little puzzled. He is really the protagonist, and he has the protagonist treatment. Wait, saffron chest. Aoki saw the saffron chest suddenly appear on the system map. This is a treasure box that was sent to the door for nothing, how could it be an unwanted gift? Boss Laren, you all come back, let's go now. Aoki took back the Pokémon and quickly approached the explosion field. The land of explosions, a man and a woman, are in a Pokémon battle. Men use Tropius and women use Ninetales. It just seems that women have an absolute disadvantage. Name, Tropius. Strength, Quasi-Elite Peak. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Name, Ninetales. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Elite. Name, Ludicolo. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Name, Camerupt. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Aoki just glanced at the Pokémon on both sides and guessed that the man had a better chance of winning. Because of his Tropius, he has reached his Quasi-Elite peak, and Ludicolo has been Quasi-Elite for a while. The women's Ninetales, Camerupt, just barely reached the Quasi-Elite. Coupled with this woman's other Pokémon, there are some gaps with men. It can be said to lose. However, this woman looks familiar. Could it be that I have seen it somewhere before? Aoki touched his chin and looked at the woman carefully. He has red hair, dressed very smartly, and looks familiar. He should have seen it before. But some don't remember clearly. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Aoki's mind and thought of a person. Bonfire. One of the codders of Team Magma. But now it seems that Bonfire has not yet become a codder of Team Magma. It is estimated that it is only a captain. But with the qualifications of this Ninetales, as long as there is no accident, he will definitely be able to become a codder of Team Magma. This is indeed the case, and Bonfire has indeed become a codder in the future. Stinky woman, when I beat you, all your Pokemons are mine. Also, you Ninetales, you seem to have good qualifications, and I will definitely train them well in the future. The man laughed proudly, as if he could grab the Pokemon of the Bonfire right away. Bonfire's face was ugly. As one of Team Magma's captains, he was actually targeted by Pokemon hunters. It seems that she can't beat it. Opposite Ludicolo, 2 restrained her Ninetales and came rupt. Tropius is also very strong. Also, both Ninetales and Camerupt had already suffered some damage from the previous battle. Aoki wasn't in a hurry. The treasure chest is on the Pokemon Hunter, but there is no treasure chest on the campfire, and I don't know why. Maybe she hasn't grown to the limit yet. When Bonfire becomes a codder, she should have a treasure chest. He was going to wait until the 2 of them were lost, and then go to sneak attack. Otherwise, both the Bonfire and this Pokemon Hunter will be troublesome. Tropius, Hyper Beam. Ludicolo, use the Hydro Pump. Ninetales, use the Flamethrower. Camerupt, use Giga Impact. 4 Pokemon, using unique moves at the same time. The flame and the water column collided with each other, causing a huge explosion. The hot high temperature evaporated the water column, but the flame was also extinguished. Tropius Hyper Beam, with super momentum, shot the Ninetales of the campfire. Ninetales, get out of the way, Camerupt, hit it. The Bonfire quickly ordered Ninetales to get out of the way. Ninetales escaped dangerously, but the aftermath of Hyper Beam still spread to Ninetales. With a scream, Ninetales was thrown out. Camerupt slammed into Ludicolo head-on with a strong impact. The main purpose of the Bonfire is also the water and grass Ludicolo. After all, the water attribute restrains her 2 Pokemon, and it must be solved as soon as possible. Camerupt's speed was getting faster and faster, and his body was shining brighter. Hydro Pump. Ludicolo spat out a huge jet of water and hit Camerupt head-on. Camerupt let out a scream. The damage from the water column is too much for it. Camerupt, hold on, there's only a little left, you have to hit it. Camerupt fought back the pain and slammed into Ludicolo's body across the distance. Ludicolo couldn't dodge and was knocked head-on by Camerupt. No, Ludicolo, use the water gun and knock him out. Men are also in a hurry. Ludicolo was about to make his move when suddenly he stumbled and fell to the ground. Camerupt couldn't hold on either and fell to the ground as well. 9,000 flowers plus more, continue to kneel and beg for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Sneak Attack on Addicted Aoki, Gagan. Humph, although my Ludicolo was defeated, your Ninetales was also seriously injured. Men are still very confident. He had at least one Tropius who wasn't traumatized, and Ninetales was affected by Hyper Beam. Even standing up is troublesome now. Bonfire's face is also particularly ugly. She has only one Ninetales left. Although her attributes have an advantage, she is very likely to lose. Once Ninetales is defeated too, her Pokemon will be taken away, and she may die. Tropius, Encore Hyper Beam, give me a complete defeat of Ninetales. Tropius opened his mouth, and a golden light came together and burst out. Ninetales, get out of the way. The Bonfire panicked. Such a powerful Hyper Beam, once it was hit head-on, it would definitely be finished. Ninetales wanted to dodge, but his body was sore, he just stood up, then fell to the ground, completely fainted. Not even a scream was made. Ninetails. Bonfire immediately ran to Ninetails' side, clasped Ninetails with both hands, and his eyes were full of concern. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Although I only have one Tropius left, I have defeated you too. Aoki's mouth twitched. Really unlucky. His Relicanth just restrained Tropius, and even the boss Laren restrained Tropius as well. However, both of them are quasi-elite, and the boss Laren is about to enter the elite level. This man's Tropius, it is estimated that there is no chance, it is impossible to become an elite. He also hid in the dark to sneak attacks. In the end, want to attack or not? 2 fights 1, the flying dragon rides the face. Aoki just thought about it, and finally decided to sneak attack, which is safer. Stinky woman, I'll take care of you first, your Ninetails, and your Camerupt, I want them all, maybe I can become an elite in the future. The man laughed wildly with pride, as if he could become an elite right away. Aoki secretly took out 2 luxury balls and threw them out. Relicanth, give me Psybeam, Boss Laren, and Rock Cannon. 2 Pokemon appear quickly. Relicanth spat out a blue light that flew towards Tropius. What? Tropius, get out of the way. Men are anxious. Once Psybeam hits him, the damage will be quadrupled. No matter how strong Tropius is, he may not be able to withstand it. Not to mention rock cannons. Tropius was fast and quickly avoided Psybeam. But Boss Laren's rock cannon, Tropius couldn't dodge at all. The huge rock slammed into Tropius' body, smashing Tropius to the ground. Tropius let out a scream. This move did too much damage to him, especially since his defense was not good enough. Even though Tropius is also a quasi-elite, it still takes a big hit. Relicanth, Encore Psybeam, Crooked Frog, Psybeam, Trico, Bullet Seed. 3 Pokemon attack at the same time. Blue Psybeam, Green Bullet Seed, hit Tropius at the same time. Tropius itself was severely damaged and could not fly, and naturally could not avoid these 3 major attacks. There was another scream, and Tropius was incapacitated. The men have been stunned. That's not right, he shouldn't be the Pokemon who beat the bonfire and stole the bonfire. Later, it became elite with the help of Ninetails. How his Tropius was defeated? Tropius is defeated and he has no Pokemon, what now? By the way, should I run away? Without saying a word, the man took back his Pokemon, then turned and ran away. But just after 2 steps, the man was blocked from his way. Crooked Frog and Combustion. The man was sweating coldly on his forehead, not knowing what to say. This, I said, all this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Aoki no longer dodged, and walked out above board. Do you think I'll trust you? Bonfire was watching Aoki from the side, and at this moment, she was suddenly moved. Yep, just excited. Not only because Aoki is handsome, but also because Aoki saved her. She suddenly wants to fall in love with Aoki. Aoki was also confused. What's wrong with this woman? It's hard to believe that because he was a hero to save beauty, Bonfire fell in love with him. This is indeed the case. Bonfire likes machismo, and Aoki is very handsome, she is really excited. Aoki originally planned to use the bonfire as a boss, but now it seems that the bonfire may be interesting to him. Then the plan can only be changed. For example, let the bonfire continue to lurk in Team Magma, and he can also form an organization of his own. It is not necessary to establish a dark organization, at least to establish a force of its own, and to fight the enemy in the future can be regarded as a helping hand. Of course, before that, Aoki had to find a way to deal with the man in front of him. The man noticed Aoki's eyes and looked at Boss Laren and Relicanth again. He just wanted to catch Aoki, but he couldn't do it, so he had to think of a new way. Sorry, I hate Pokemon hunters like you the most. Aoki really hates Pokemon hunters, because his Pokemon are good and will definitely catch the attention of Pokemon hunters. I'm not a Pokemon hunter, I'm just. Boss Laren, flamethrower, get rid of him. Boss Laren spit out a mouthful of hot flames, which quickly engulfed the man. This is not the world of anime, Thunderbolt can't kill people. In this world, death is common. Of course, maybe Ash and Team Rockets, that's an exception. In short, this man couldn't stand Boss Laren's flamethrower, and was completely burned out. As for his Pokemon, Aoki doesn't like it either, and he doesn't want to grab these Pokemon without a high level. 1000 evaluation votes plus more, continue to beg everyone's support here. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Elite Boss Laren, 1. After taking out the Pokemon Hunter, Aoki ignored the campfire. Pokemon or to combat bonfires, for a short time, without any threat. He had to first see what the reward was. Saffron treasure chest, there must be some good stuff. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have successfully opened the saffron treasure chest, and obtained the profound truth of steel berry and the profound truth of rock berry. There was joy in Aoki's eyes. Unexpectedly, there is a mysterious berry, and it can also be used by Boss Laren. The last time I got 2 profound truth berry, I made the Boss Laren stronger. Although he did not break through the limit and achieved the elite level in the end, it made Boss Laren go a step further. The current Boss Laren has reached its limit and stepped out with 1 foot. As long as taking these 2 profound meanings berry, Boss Laren will definitely be able to successfully take this step and become a true elite. Boss Laren was born more than a year ago, and has successfully achieved elite level strength, which is definitely the fastest. According to Professor Birch, among those big families, the fastest one will take more than 2 years, and the qualifications are relatively good. Boss Laren, these 2 berries are for you. Aoki took out 2 esoteric berry and placed them in front of Boss Laren. Boss Laren immediately ran over, picked up 2 profound truth berry, and took a bite. As soon as he ate it, Boss Laren was filled with a lot of mysterious aura. On the other side, Bonfire just saw this scene, and was extremely shocked. Although she is not elite, she has seen elite. This breath is the breath of profound meaning. I didn't expect Aoki to have such a strong Boss Laren at such a young age, and he has already begun to understand the profound meaning. Just 1 step away from becoming an elite Pokemon. Boss Laren's aura of profound meaning became stronger and stronger. The croak-headed frog and Combuskin were also somewhat related to Boss Laren, and they all gathered around. Aoki was watching too. If successful, he'll have an elite Pokemon, a huge step closer to becoming an elite trainer. Suddenly, the aura on Boss Laren became stronger. In his mind, a door that didn't actually exist appeared. Boss Laren uses a huge body, tackle this gate. A strong force erupted from the gate, knocking Boss Laren down. But Boss Laren was not afraid, and still kept tackle the door. Over time, more and more cracks appeared on the gate, which soon spread throughout the gate. In this way, in the real world, this door was completely smashed in less than a minute. The moment the door was smashed, Boss Laren's aura suddenly became very strong, and the surface of his body was shrouded in profound meaning. Boss Laren opened his eyes, stood up, let out a roar, and tapped the armor on his body with both hands. In the forest, many Pokemon subconsciously looked in the direction of Boss Laren. Countless birds of Pokemon flew into the sky, seeming to be particularly panicked by Astonish. This is also because Boss Laren has just stepped into the elite level, and it is difficult to control his own momentum and the fluctuations of profound truth. There was joy in Aoki's eyes. Seeing the expression of Boss Laren, you know that Boss Laren has successfully stepped into the elite level. This is his first elite Pokemon. And it's really something to remember. Aoki immediately looked at Boss Laren's data with the eye of data. Name, Boss Laren. Trait, Heavy Metal. Strength, Elite level. Qualification, elite level. Moves, double-edged head hammer, dragon pulse, dragon rush. After evolution, Boss Laren became stronger and learned 3 skills. Rock-type double-edged head hammer, and even dragon-type dragon pulse, dragon rush. In addition to the many skills that were originally known, as well as the skills of Steel Z Pure Crystal. In short, one word is strong enough to burst the table. It's amazing, so young to have an elite Pokemon. Not far away, there is worship in the eyes of the bonfire. I admired Aoki before, with a hint of admiration. Now that Aoki has an elite Pokemon, the admiration goes even further. She fell in love with Aoki and suddenly wanted to have a relationship with Aoki. Boss Laren, you've become stronger. Boss Laren came over happily, grabbed Aoki's shoulders with both hands, and liked it very much. Crooked Frog, Combusken, and Trico came over at the same time, as if they were meeting the big brother. Aoki looked at Boss Laren in front of him, closed his eyes, and thought seriously. Next, the main purpose is to improve the qualifications of Boss Laren. Otherwise, Boss Laren will come to an end. He does have some poke blocks, which can improve the qualifications of Pokemon, but the materials are a little hard to find. If the treasure chest can open these materials, it will be even better. If you can't open it, you can only buy it. Fortunately, this world is not available, or the price is a bit expensive, and it is monopolized by major families. Of course, they will only be used in the most primitive ways, unlike Aoki's poke blocks, which work better. After Aoki regained his senses, he turned his attention to the bonfire again. Now that the Boss Laren is elite, it's time to deal with the campfire. Shouldn't this girl really like him? If the bonfire likes him, it will be better. Give their beauties for free, don't give up for nothing. The most important thing is that he thinks the bonfire is very good, and he can completely conquer the bonfire and become his subordinate. If you have something to do with the bonfire, if you have nothing to do. Cough cough. It seems to be a bit far. Bonfire also noticed Aoki's eyes, bowed his head shyly, and was cautiously jumping around. She really has an idea for Aoki. Excuse me? Are you all right? Aoki pretended not to know Bonfire's identity, and just thought Bonfire was an ordinary person. I'm fine, thank you so much before. The bonfire resumed its seriousness and stood up immediately, forgetting its 9 tails. Aoki noticed the injured 9 tails and took out some healing potion from his pocket. Here's some healing potion, you might as well heal your Pokemon. Only then did Bonfire react, and he actually ignored 9 tails. I'm really sorry for 9 tails. I beg everyone's flower support, continue to add more today. Asterisk. Chapter 31, The Confession of the Bonfire, 2. Thank you. The bonfire takes the potion and heals his Pokemon. After the treatment, Bonfire didn't know how to deal with Aoki. Let's get out of here first. After all, there has just been a war here, and it's easy to be discovered by others. Aoki didn't take back the Pokemon. In case of a sneak attack by a bonfire, there is also a Boss Laren for protection. This kind of thing is not impossible. While Campfire may seem to like him, in the wild one should be cautious. Bonfire responded, taking back his Pokemon and immediately following Aoki. By the way, there are some good Pokemons from that person just now. You can take them if you need them. Aoki suddenly spoke again. If he wants to conquer the bonfire, he naturally wants to enhance the strength of the bonfire. Whether it is Tropius or Ludicolo, he doesn't like it, nor is his aptitude. If you want to become an elite Pokemon, you have to bet too many resources, and you are at a disadvantage. And he already has the Boss Laren. An elite level Pokemon that, once fully exploded, can beat a team of other Pokemon. Even the quasi-elite level Pokemon, unless there are too many, or absolutely can't beat the elite level. But this is a very good helping hand for bonfires. Whether you sell it or use it yourself, you can increase your strength and even become an elite trainer as soon as possible. Thank you then. Bonfire didn't say no. Tropius at the quasi-elite peak level, for her, that is a big helping hand. Contribute to her development at Team Magma. By the way, whether it's Tropius or Ludicolo, the qualifications are not good enough. You can use them. You should focus on cultivating your 9 tails. Aoki reminded again. Among these Pokemon, only 9 tails has the highest qualifications and can become elite Pokemon. I see. The bonfire was in her heart, and she knew that 9 tails was definitely more qualified than Tropius. Naturally, she has to seriously cultivate 9 tails. The two sides soon came to a river, took out food, and ate together. The main thing is the campfire. Her Pokemon has just recovered and needs something to eat to replenish her stamina. Boss Laren has just been promoted to elite and is currently adapting to his abilities. Aoki trains the other Pokemon right next to him. Bonfire watched silently, with a deep sense of admiration in his eyes. The hero saves the beauty, is the most able to capture people's hearts. She has been captured by Aoki. What a strong man! Bonfire said something to itself. As everyone knows, Aoki has heard it, but pretends not to hear it. This woman really likes him. It looks like he can seduce the bonfire, take it down, and let it join her team. For the next 2 days, Aoki was still training in the forest and was not in a hurry to leave. Bonfire also didn't leave in a hurry, and followed Aoki all the time, and already fell in love with Aoki. On the 3rd day, Aoki felt that it was almost time to leave the forest and go to the next gym. You can't know how to train every day, sometimes you need to take a break. Leaving the forest, Aoki turned to look at the campfire. Bonfire, I'm going to the next gym, let's part here. When Bonfire heard that Aoki was leaving, he suddenly felt a little reluctant and wanted to be with Aoki. But she also knows that the two sides will have a day of separation after all. Aoki is a serious alliance trainer. But she is a member of the villain group. Unless, confess to Aoki. But should it be confessed? This. Aoki, I have something very important to tell you. Just as Aoki was about to leave, the bonfire suddenly stopped Aoki. Aoki stopped and was looking forward to it, but you should take the initiative. Since you like me and take the initiative to confess to me, I may promise you as soon as I am happy. That's right, Aoki does want to agree to the bonfire, as long as the bonfire takes the initiative to confess. After all, the future bonfire is an elite level trainer, one of the 3 cadres of Team Magma. Do you have anything to do? Feel free to say anything, we are also friends. As long as you have needs, I can promise you. Friend. Bonfire's face turned red. Aoki admits that they are friends, so is it possible to take the initiative to confess? Maybe with Aoki. Bonfire made a decision in his heart, and then mustered his courage, with a gleam in his eyes. Aoki, I like you, can you be my boyfriend? Have a relationship with me. Active enough, I like it. Aoki thought so. But do you want to agree? Whether to agree directly or indirectly or to be reserved for a while. Forget it, just agree directly. Avoid accidents when they come. My future road is very difficult. You will endure hardship if you follow me. Aoki didn't answer directly, but the meaning of those words was already obvious. It's like agreeing. The bonfire was about to jump up with excitement, but he restrained himself and nodded firmly. I can, no matter what the danger is, I can get through it with you. That said, Aoki is still a serious alliance trainer, but Bonfire is Team Magma's captain. Who is more stressed than her? Well, let's try to get along for a while. Aoki agreed. The bonfire was very excited and rushed towards Aoki actively, wrapping his hands around Aoki's neck. Aoki. Alas, it's too easy to pick up a girl, so soon a beautiful woman took the initiative to give her a hug. He likes such beauties. By the way, I'm going on a trip, do you have time? Would you like to go on a trip together? Of course Aoki knew that the campfire was running out of time, and it was mostly a deliberate question. I still have my own things to do, so when there is time in the future, we will continue to travel together. Bonfire was very nervous, and was afraid that Aoki would get angry. No problem, let's separate for the time being. You can add another update today, and if there are flowers, you can continue to add more. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Challenge, Rustboro City Gym, 3. After parting with the bonfire, Aoki came to Rustboro City, a large city in the west. There are many important places here. For example, Devon Manufacturing Group, the largest group in the Hone region. The current champion of the Hone Alliance is the eldest young master of the Devon Manufacturing Group, Stone Steven. Pokemon Center. Your Pokemon has returned to health. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Seriously, why is Nurse Joy so pretty? Aoki took over the luxury ball and praised it very seriously. Seriously, Nurse Joy is really pretty. Really? Thank you for your compliment. Nurse Joy covered her cheeks shyly. Although it is not the first time to be praised, it is different to be praised by others and praised by Aoki. After all, Aoki looks really handsome. Everyone likes to be complimented by handsome guys. Aoki looked at the shy Nurse Joy and really had an idea in his heart. Alas, it's a pity. There are too many Nurse Joy, he can't handle it alone, and he doesn't have the courage. As long as there are only one or two, it is absolutely impossible for him to let Nurse Joy go. Nurse Joy, I'm going to challenge the gym in Rustboro City, I'll meet again if I have a chance. Then you must be careful, Roxanne Gym Column in Rustboro City, that is a very powerful rock-type Pokemon trainer. I know, so I will be careful and I will never lose. Aoki turned around and left. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Aoki came to Rustboro City Gym. Hello, is the gym leader here? I'm the trainer who came to challenge the gym. Then you came just in time, our gym leader is in the gym, and you can carry the burden now. Aoki, led by a staff member, quickly came to the playing field. Roxanne leader, there is a trainer who wants to challenge you. Aoki also looked at Roxanne at this time. He is also a beautiful woman, but he is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Well, there are many beauties in this world, he doesn't have to pursue Roxanne, there are more choices in the back. Trainer, I can accept your challenge, but can I record this fight? I'm an honorary teacher at the Pokemon Nurture Academy next door, so I wanted to record it and share it with my students. Roxanne's words were earnest. Faced with such earnest eyes, what reason is there for Aoki to refuse? It's just a small request anyway. I promise you. Thank you so much, then, let's start the Pokemon battle. Roxanne thanked, then took out a baby ball and held it in her palm. Aoki also came up with the luxury ball. Go, Guedud. Go, Trico. The gym leader Roxanne sent Guedud from the rock system. Aoki sent Trico. It's not that he deliberately sent restrained Pokemon, it's that all his Pokemon restrain the rock system. The water-type Croak-headed Frog, the fighting-type Combusken, and the grass-type Trico are completely restrained. The Trico with restrained attributes? Even if restrained, we can't lose, Guedud, use rollout. Although Roxanne knew she was being restrained, she didn't care too much. This was the duty of the gym leader. Guedud grabbed his hands together and rolled hard towards Trico. Rollout. A very special trick that increases power every round, but must be used for 5 consecutive rounds. Of course, this is the real world, and it does not require 5 consecutive rounds, but it can gradually increase its power. Name: Guedud. Strength: Advanced. Qualification: Gym level. Aoki took a look at this Guedud, and it is not very strong. For Trico, it is a very good opponent. Trico, dodge quickly and use bullet seed. Trico quickly dodged, opened his mouth, and spat out a large amount of seeds like melon seeds. The green seeds are like machine guns. The Guedud rollout was fast, dodged with ease, and the bullet seed hit the ground. The ground burst open, and small pits appeared. Trico kept attacking, but was pushed away by Guedud. The Guedud rolled faster and faster, and the playing field was affected, making a rumbling sound. Very well, Guedud, trust yourself, speed up and ram Trico again. Trico, use agility. Guedud turned a corner and slammed into Trico, faster than before. Trico also uses agility, the body becomes very light and the speed becomes very fast. Then easily jump aside, dodging Guedud's attack. Trico, use screech. Trico stopped immediately and let out a shrill, high-pitched growl. Guedud paused when he heard the sharp growl, his face tinged with pain. Although screech is defense-reducing, the sound is harsh and a little painful. Very good, take this opportunity to use the energy ball. Trico opened his hands and quickly formed an energy ball in his hands, which he swung hard at Guedud. No, Guedud, get out of the way. Roxanne was in a hurry, and quickly let Guedud dodge. But still a step behind, Guedud was hit head-on by the energy ball, let out a shriek, and fell to the ground with eyes in circles. Just one move loses the ability to fight. The main reason is that Guedud has poor resistance, especially for grass-based skills. Guedud, thank you for your hard work. Roxanne takes back the Guedud, then takes out another Pokemon. As a rookie, you're really good, but then, it won't be so easy, go ahead, Nosepass. Pokemon, always made of rocks, appeared in the ring. Name, Nosepass. Strength, superior. Qualification, quasi-elite. Aoki took a look at Nosepass's information, his strength was good, and his qualifications were okay. The most important thing is that Nosepass also has superior level strength, and Trico is under a lot of pressure. However, even if there is some pressure, we must continue to fight hard. I beg you all for your support, and I need a flower evaluation ticket. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Trico's Faith, 4. Nosepass, let's go first, use Thunder Wave. Roxanne was the first to give the order. Nosepass raised his hand, and a golden Thunder Wave was released. Because of the wide range of Thunder Wave, Trico was quickly shrouded in it. Trico, forget about it, use the bullet seed. Aoki also knew that it was too late to dodge, and immediately issued an order. If you can't escape, then fight hard. Trico stopped dodging, spitting out a lot of green seeds. Boom! The bullet seed hit Nosepass head-on, knocking Nosepass back a step, letting out a growl of pain. Nosepass, take it down, I believe in you, you will be able to succeed. Roxanne encouraged loudly. Nosepass gritted his teeth and took it down. After all, it is superior level strength, one level higher than Trico, and it is not so easy to be defeated. Trico was also enveloped by the Thunder Wave, and his body was paralyzed by the Thunder Wave, making it difficult to move. Very well, Trico is paralyzed, take this opportunity to use the power gem. Nosepass opened his hands and formed a rock like a gem, hitting Trico head-on. Add or not? Trico was knocked flying, and cried out in pain, his body was still in a stalemate, and it was difficult to move. Even if you want to dodge, you can't dodge. Trico, are you all right? Add or not? Trico stood up with difficulty, although he had just been injured, at least he was able to move. Can you keep fighting? Take a break if you need to. Aoki still cares about Trico. Add or not? Trico nodded hard, his eyes full of determination. He was originally a very strong person, the big brother boss Laren is very strong, and it has to become stronger. Aoki heard Trico's heart. Trico has to fight for himself. In this case, he must not let Trico down, and win this gym with faith. Roxanne was on the opposite side and couldn't help nodding. She admired Aoki and Trico's intentions. This is the real trainer. Okay, Trico, use the energy ball. Trico condensed the energy ball again and threw it at the nose pass. Nose pass, don't be afraid, use electric light. An electric light was released from nose pass. The electric light and energy ball collided and detonated in mid-air. Trico, use Giga Drain. Nose pass, use Rock Blast. Trico's body glowed green. Nose pass's palm also glowed gray. Soon, the gray light formed a huge rock and charged towards Trico with a strong momentum. Trico immediately jumped in mid-air. Thankfully a green light enveloped the nose pass. With an expression of pain on nose pass's face, the strength of the day was sucked away by Trico. It must not continue like this, with large-scale use of discharges covering nearby fields. Of course Roxanne knew about Giga Drain, and knew that she couldn't delay, or she would really be exhausted by Trico. Nose pass endured the pain and let out a roar, and countless golden lightnings erupted from his body. Golden lightning spread all over the venue, and even Trico was affected. Did you add? Trico's body trembled. Even though he was very resistant to electrical properties, his strength was still a little short. After the discharge was over, Trico was half kneeling with difficulty, and had no intention of admitting defeat, and obviously wanted to continue the fight. It's just that Aoki can see that Trico's physical strength has reached its limit. Trico. Double team, keep using Giga Drain. Trico stood up with difficulty, and a more dazzling green light erupted from his body. Aoki was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. This seems to be the luxuriant property of Trico. Nose pass, discharge him as a last resort. Another golden electric current appeared from nose pass, but it didn't cover the entire field. So more powerful. Rumbling. The electric current suddenly erupted, completely covering Trico. Trico also uses Giga Drain, hits the nose pass head-on, and constantly absorbs the nose pass's stamina. Nose pass's face was painful, Trico was even more painful, and the two sides were in a fierce stalemate. Thump. After the current dissipated, Trico fell to the ground, incapacitated. Nose pass was also gasping for breath and looked quite tired. Obviously, nose pass was also physically exhausted. Trico, thank you for your hard work. Aoki took back Trico. Although Trico lost, of course. After all, the current Trico is still one step away from the superior class. But Roxanne's nose pass is about to evolve. Once it evolves, it will be gym level, so there is still a gap. To be able to consume that much stamina in the nose pass is already a victory. Your Trico is really good. Even before evolution, he defeated my Guadud, and even nose pass suffered a lot of damage. Roxanne couldn't help but praise her. She is playing Miracle Eye in admiration. It's okay, it's nothing, my Pokemon, it's all hard work. Aoki thought back to the past trip. Whether it's Trico, or Combusken, the croak-headed frog, they all work very hard. Then next, it's up to you, Combusken, you've been with me for a long time, let him know how good you are. Aoki took out Combusken's luxury ball and threw it hard. Not exactly. Combusken stood in the center of the arena, staring at the nose pass opposite, with sharp eyes. It's going to win for Aoki. Combusken? Keep using the discharge. Nose pass uses the discharge skill again. Electricity rushed to Combusken. Combusken, dodge me, then rush up and use sky uppercut. Combusken's strong feet, full of power, ran quickly on the field of play. Only a shadow was left behind. Then, before Nose Pass could react, he rushed to the side of Nose Pass. No, Nose Pass, get out of the way. Roxanne didn't expect Combusken to be so fast. Combusken approached before the Nose Pass discharge was over. Nosepass tried to dodge, but took a step back and was hit head-on by Combusken's sky uppercut, flying into the sky before landing on the ground. With just one move, the Nosepass is incapacitated. The new book begs for your support, especially the support of flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Get the Batch, an invitation from Stephen's father, 5. Nosepass is incapacitated, Challenger, it's Aoki from Little Root Town. Roxanne was also a little stunned, not expecting Aoki's Combusken to be so strong. Even if Nosepass is injured, he shouldn't be killed so easily. But as it turned out, Nosepass was killed by Aoki's Combusken with a sky uppercut. Combusken, well done. Aoki complimented him. Not exactly. Combusken proudly put his hands on his hips and held his head up. Even though he has evolved, his personality is still so arrogant. You and your Combusken have a really good relationship. You won this gym challenge. This is our gym rock badge. Roxanne retracted the Nosepass, picked up a rock badge, and handed it to Aoki. Thank you. Aoki took the rock badge, put it in the badge box, and retracted the system backpack. Such an important thing, he will not put in the purchased backpack. If it doesn't, it's a big loss. After all, Jim won't be able to make up for it, and it must be troublesome to have to play again at that time. Challenger, I still have something to do, so I'll leave for now. Roxanne said hello and left. Aoki watched Roxanne leave the back. The black silk legs are really good. Bah, I've fallen, how can I think about such a thing? You are someone who already has 2 girlfriends, and you are still thinking about your 3rd girlfriend. Aoki taunted himself, then turned and left. After leaving the gym, Aoki went to the Pokemon Center to rehabilitate the Pokemon. While the power of Viridian is good, the machines at the Pokemon Center are better. So usually, Aoki will still send it over to check. The streets of Rustboro City. After Aoki got the Pokemon back, he started shopping in the large streets, buying all kinds of poke blocks. Especially the materials that can improve the qualification of Boss Laren. He didn't know if he could open it in the treasure chest, so he had to prepare it in advance. Aoki bought a lot of things and spent almost all the money he earned before. Finally, Aoki went to Devon Manufacturing again. As a large company in the Hone region, Devon Manufacturing also has a lot of shops and sells a lot of stuff. Whether it's tree fruit or high quality ore, Audiobook will be sold here. Aoki is going to buy some good Audiobook for Boss Laren. While poke blocks are excellent, it's also nice to have some good Audiobook once in a while. Sir, everything you use is ready, a total of 2 million Alliance coins. Swipe your card. Aoki took out the bank card, then took the backpack and checked it carefully. Make sure that the high-quality Audiobook you buy are all in it, and there are many of them. Although it is a large company, there may be some people who secretly reduce it a little, and it is him who loses. 2 million Alliance coins, very expensive. This young man, is this your first time in Rustboro City? Suddenly, an old man appeared next to him and stopped Aoki. Aoki looked a little weird when he saw the familiar person in front of him. He really didn't expect that Hone champion, Stone Stephen's father, would call him over. This is the only treatment for the protagonist in the original work, and he actually met it. It seems that he is also the protagonist. President Stone, you should know me, right? Aoki asked. He didn't believe that President Stone only hooked up with young trainers on the street. It's fine if it's beautiful. The key is that he's a handsome guy, so I can't think that President Stone likes men. President Stone froze for a moment, then laughed. I didn't expect my little brother to be so smart. Yes, I did meet you, a researcher at the Birch Institute. I saw you there once. Professor Birch said that you are an excellent researcher, so I remember you. By the way, what you just bought is a gift from the elder to the younger. Yes, President Stone knows Aoki. Because Professor Birch highly praised Aoki, President Stone was curious about Aoki. That's why I want to make friends with Aoki. Their German manufacturing group, although it is a very large group, also needs a lot of friends. Then thank you, President Stone. Aoki is still very grateful. 2 million alliance coins is a lot, and it hurts a bit to use it. You're welcome. By the way, would you like to visit our Devon manufacturing group? President Stone invited. In addition to attracting Aoki, I just want to get to know Aoki and see if he is really as talented as Birch Professor said. No problem, just right, I feel a little bored, so I think it's a trip. Aoki did not refuse. He also wanted to take advantage of it. Of course, if you can get a beldam at the end of the game, like the game, that would be great. Although this is just thinking. Then, come with me, and I'll take you upstairs to have a look now. Under the leadership of President Stone, Aoki quickly came upstairs. The following floors are the shopping mall, reception center, etc. The upper floor is the R&D department, as well as important information. You cannot go up without permission. Aoki was also invited by President Stone to be eligible to wait upstairs, otherwise, he would not be eligible at all. Upstairs, Aoki saw a lot of researchers, as well as combat security. After all, it is the Devon Manufacturing Group, which has a lot of confidential documents. Naturally, it needs to be cautious. Come on, you are also a researcher. I will take you to see our research center and give you a little opinion. President Stone took the initiative to lead Aoki. He didn't doubt that Aoki, after all, was a researcher of Birch Professor, and he certainly couldn't be a bad guy. And he didn't plan to take Aoki to see some classified research, just some ordinary ones at most. Aoki followed behind President Stone, without speaking, listening silently. These studies are very high-end. It sounds great, but it has nothing to do with him. He just knew about Pokemon, not so much research. Still begging for everyone's flower support, 2,000 evaluation votes can be added. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Team Aqua Invasion, Pursue Shelly, Gagan. Devon Manufacturing Group. Aoki followed President Stone and walked down the aisle, both of whom were discussing research. Most of them, Aoki doesn't know, but Aoki has seen the anime and knows a little bit about it. For example, the fossil resurrection machine. This kind of thing can be successful in the future. When the two were discussing scientific research, suddenly several people passed by Aoki. Aoki stopped, feeling that something was wrong with the people who just passed by. His expression was very similar to the spy movies he had seen before. Could it be that those people were spies? Aoki thought so. President Stone also sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted loudly. You guys, stop for me. The few people who were walking slowly suddenly accelerated. No, there are outsiders infiltrating, you can go to me quickly, and you must grab back the boxes in their hands. The security guard next to him immediately chased after him. Aoki also chased after him. It happened that he wanted to take this opportunity to have a good relationship with President Stone, which might be useful in the future. And he was curious about these people. Where is the person from? Come out. Mytaina, use hyper beam against the wall. A black and grey Mytaina suddenly appeared, opened its mouth, and sprayed out a huge golden light. Rumbling. A large hole was blasted in the wall. A group of people took a gun and fired a shot at the wall, and there was a hook inserted into the wall. Then they jumped down together. Aoki came to the wall, grabbed the rope, and slid down quickly. The fighting members of the Devon Manufacturing Group, seeing Aoki jumped too. They caught up, and everyone retreated together. All separated at the same time. Aoki thought for a while and chased after the leader. To ask him why he knew that this person was the leader, there was no way, who let this woman always give orders. Such fools know who the leader is. Those in the German group thought for a while, then separated from each other and went after the others. Damn, who are these two? Don't let me catch them. If you let me catch them, you'll look good. Shelley's face was ugly. It was discovered by Aoki before, otherwise they might have escaped successfully. Still chasing after her. Aoki is not particularly worried. If the opponent is strong, just run. And Boss Laren has become an elite Pokemon, which makes him confident. The two were chasing fast, and soon came to a nearby barren mountain. Shelley is no longer running away, ready to deal with Aoki first, and then find a way to escape. Stinky boy, you are chasing after me. If you don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how to regret it. Really? I'm really not afraid. After Aoki saw the person's face clearly, he had already recognized the identity of this person. One of the codders of Team Aqua. Of course, that's just the future, at least the current Shelley isn't Team Aqua's codder yet. Her Mytaina is not very strong. Name, Mytaina. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. This strength is not very strong, so Aoki has the courage to chase. It is estimated that Shelley, like Bonfire, is currently only a captain, and will become a codder in the future. Go, Relicanth, Combuskin, Crouching Frog, Trico. Aoki throws most of the Pokemon at once. Shelley's face goes black. I'll throw a Mytaina, you throw a whole bunch. And there are actually 3 Uzangia. Shelley feels a little uncomfortable. Damn rich people. Had she been rich in the first place, she wouldn't have been able to join Team Aqua. After mixing for such a long time, he is the captain. Those rich people probably have a lot of quasi-elite grades, even elite grades. Ludicolo, Iron Claw Lobster, Walrein, come on together. Shelley also throws out his own Pokemon, ready to fight Aoki. Name, Ludicolo. Strength, Gym level. Qualification, Elite level. Name, Crawdaunt. Strength, Gym level. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Name, Walrein. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. This is Shelley's strength, 2 Quasi-Elite and 3 Gym. It is estimated that in a few years, it will be an elite level trainer. It's just not clear why this Ludicolo appeared so early. Evolution will take a few years from the original. However, now is not the time to struggle so much, let's beat Shelley first. Go, Boss Laren. Aoki still took out the Boss Laren and asked him to help sit in town. There are too many masters on the opposite side. If there is only one Relicanth, it is not necessarily able to suppress the other party. Even his Relicanth, after careful cultivation, has fully recovered to its peak. Damn rich people. Shelley glared at Aoki through gritted teeth, especially jealous. There is actually a very rare Pokemon like the Boss Laren. Walrein, Crayfish, Ludicolo, use Blizzard, Mytaina, use Hyper Beam for me. Shelley took the lead. The 3 Pokemon spat out a lot of blood, as if it were a blizzard. The momentum is magnificent. Mytaina spit out another huge golden light. Boss Laren, it's up to you, use Hyper Beam for me, Relicanth, and Hydro Pump for Mytaina. Aoki thought for a while. Trico and the others were just a few, the strongest was the superior, and the gap was huge. Might as well give it to Boss Laren. Boss Laren stepped forward and unleashed a more powerful Hyper Beam. The golden light rushed forward and collided with the white blizzard, another golden destruction, and the death light. Rumbling. Hyper Beam collided with each other, causing a huge explosion in an instant. The explosion produced a strong smoke that blocked everyone's view. How is this possible? Why is this Boss Laren so powerful? Could it be that he is already elite? Shelley has been blown away. The combined attack of the 4 Pokemon was actually blocked by Boss Laren. How can that be? Just as Shelley was shaking, Relicanth sent a jet of water that hit Mytaina head-on. Mytaina was perfectly fine, and was knocked out and let out a groan. 11,000 flowers plus more, continue to beg for the support of the boss, and evaluation tickets are also fine. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Boss Laren's Mighty, Captive Shelley, 1. Mytaina, are you all right? Shelley was a little flustered. Mytaina was his main force after all. If Mytaina is defeated, how can she fight Aoki without a helper? Mytaina stood up with difficulty and called out to Shelley, signaling that she was fine. But in fact, it was hit by Relicantha's hydro pump, which consumed a lot of stamina. Shelley breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Boss Laren again with a dignified look in his eyes. Stand alone against her 4 Pokémons and stay out of the way. Could it be that the Boss Laren has reached the elite level? Shelley's face darkened even more. If she is really elite, she is no match for Boss Laren with so many Pokémons combined. Elite level power, she has seen with her own eyes, makes people not have the slightest idea of resistance in their hearts. Mytaina, Encore Hyper Beam, Crawdaunt, Ludicolo, Walrein, Hydro Pump collectively. Although Shelley was worried, he was the first to attack. Aoki must be defeated as soon as possible. Boss Laren, hand it over to you, rush up to me and use Mega Punch. Boss Laren immediately rushed forward, raised his right hand, his arm was glowing with white light, and punched the front. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion, the earth was shaking, and a big hole was blown out on the ground. Hydro Pump, Hyper Beam. He was completely blown away by a 1,000,000-ton punch from Boss Laren. This is impossible. Shelley growled wildly, suddenly feeling uneasy inside. The 4 Pokémon are united together, and they can't help the Boss Laren, which is definitely elite. No, you have to find a way to escape. Shelley was ready to retreat. No matter how powerful she was no match for elite. You can't run away, go. Boss Laren, use Thunderbolt to cover the entire field. Dora! Boss Laren roared, and a very powerful golden current suddenly appeared from his body, heading in all directions. Although it is not an electric Pokémon, but its own strength is strong, and the power that erupts is not bad at all. No, dodge now, Mytaina, dodge now, Walrein, Crawdaunt, Ludicolo, use Protect together. Shelley is a little fortunate. Fortunately, his Pokémon will be Protect, otherwise it will definitely be finished. 3 Pokémons, glowing white together, blocked Thunderbolt. After the Thunderbolt dissipated, Walrein had a few of them, and the physical exertion was severe. Although the Guardian can block it, if the distance between berry is too large, the consumption will be very large. This is still 3 Pokémon guarding together. If there is only one, it is estimated that it will not be able to keep it. Stay close and use Thunder Punch. Boss Laren ran fast, his huge body made the ground tremble. In the blink of an eye, Boss Laren came to Walrein's side at a speed that didn't fit his body, and it was a Thunder Punch. Rumbling. Walrein was hit on the ground with a powerful punch, which made Walrein very painful. Coupled with the restraint of thunder and lightning, Walrein just let out a whimper, and then lost his ability to fight. Against Mytaina, using Chi Bomb. After Boss Laren defeated Walrein, he threw a blue infuriating bomb at Mytaina not far away. Because of the close distance, and because Mytaina was hit hard before, he didn't have time to dodge, and was beaten and rolled on the ground. Depression. Mytaina's voice screamed, her body trembled, and she lost her ability to fight. Shelley's heart sank, knowing that he would not carry out this task, and actually met Aoki. In just a period of battle, her 2 strongest combat powers were defeated. No, you have to run. Crawdaunt, Ludicolo, let's retreat. Shelley takes back his Pokémon and prepares to retreat. Combustion, Flamethrower, Crooked Frog, Water Pulse, Relicanth, Hydro Pump, Boss Laren, don't let her run away, use the rock cannon. All the Pokemon do it together. Fire, water, rocks. Various attacks rushed towards Shelly together. The strong explosion created a huge torrent that brought Shelly to the ground with a storm. Shelly rolled on the ground, and the Pokemon all came out on their own, standing firmly in front of Aoki. Boss Laren, use Thunderbolt, less power, don't kill me. Boss Laren unleashed another Thunderbolt, hitting Ludicolo and Crawdaunt head-on. Ludicolo and Crawdaunt, both with pain on their faces, were determined to attack at the same time. A powerful hydro pump rushes towards Aoki. It has to be said that as long as the owner is good enough, Pokemon is loyal enough. It was painful to be hit head-on by Thunderbolt, but he still wanted to defeat Aoki. Relicanth, use Protect. Relicanth immediately jumped in front of Aoki and used Protect to block the simultaneous attacks of Crawdaunt and Ludicolo. Boss Laren was very angry when he saw Aoki being attacked, increasing the power of Thunderbolt. Thunder and lightning continued to flicker, and Ludicolo and Crawdaunt finally couldn't hold it, and lost their ability to fight at the same time. At this point, Shelly's 4 Pokemon have lost their ability to fight. She only has 4 Pokemon, after all, she is not a coder and can't afford so many. Shelly knelt on the ground in disappointment, joined the villain organization for so long, and was caught after all. She originally planned to keep climbing up and become the coder of Team Aqua. Relicanth, thank you for your hard work, come back first, Trico, you guys come back too. Aoki didn't take back the Boss Laren, and in the wild, it should still be safe. In case Shelly still wants to come back to kill the Jedi. He would never give Shelly this chance. Shelly was also thinking about the opportunity to kill the Jedi, and she didn't want to be caught just like that. Continue to kneel and beg for the support of flowers, there are still 600 flowers left, you can add one more update, or 2000 evaluation votes, 1000 reward. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Team Sky, Shelly joins, 2. Aoki saw Shelly's careful thinking, so he didn't get too close. In case of being killed by Shelly Jedi, it will be the most humiliating traveler this year. I give you 2 options, one is that I hand you over to the League, and the other is to join my team. Aoki didn't do anything to Shelly, he needed men too. Shelly's talent is very high, and he will be Team Aqua's coder in the future. He is likely to be an elite level trainer. He needs such a master. Join your team, your Team Magma. The first thing she thought of was her old rival, Team Magma. I'm not Team Magma, I haven't formed my own team yet, I want to start a sky team dedicated to chasing Rayquaza. Of course, I'm not that stupid. Rayquaza is so dangerous. This is just a mantra. The main purpose is to help each other. After all, a person is not as good as a group. That's what Aoki is for. Unless you have a beast, or even if you are a champion trainer, you can't compare to a top family. So you need a team. Shelly has a heartbeat in his heart. This idea is very good. It is indeed possible to set up an organization of mutual helping hand. And it is not an evil organization, so there is no need to worry about being wiped out by the Alliance in the future. Of course, there is also a main reason, she has now been caught by Aoki and doesn't seem qualified to reject Aoki. I agreed. Shelly agreed without a second thought. Find a way to escape from Aoki first, and what else to do later. Aoki also knew that this was Shelly's plan to slow down, but he wasn't a fool to let Shelly leave just like that. Yes, but before that, take a video first, and take it as your handle. Shelly's face suddenly paled. Take some video, and it's still here. Could it be that Aoki had that idea? I really didn't expect Liu Yifei to be such a person, and he would still shoot a video here. A few minutes later, Shelly's face was a little weird, and his expression was particularly embarrassing. She thought that Aoki was going to shoot some video, but she didn't expect it to be a video of her reporting to Aoki. Of course, Aoki was wearing Team Magma clothes at the time, impersonating a member of Team Magma. Shelley also understands what Aoki means. If one day she dares to betray Aoki, this video will be exposed. Seeing this video, the people at Team Aqua definitely thought she was an undercover agent from another organization. She will definitely be dealt with by Team Aqua by then. Shelley was really helpless and had to decide to join Team Sky. Don't worry, you will contact me on the 15th day of every month in the future. If there is something wrong on that day, you will contact me on the next day. And our Sky team is not an evil organization. It is about helping each other, exploring resources together, and becoming a large group. You will be undercover with Team Aqua in the future. After Team Aqua disbands, you are joining Team Sky, and I will find a way to get you an elite qualified Pokemon. Aoki certainly doesn't hesitate to give an elite qualified Pokemon. For him who has the eye of data, it is not too simple to find someone with high qualifications. Shelley's heart is a little moved. She may be difficult to get, but Aoki is different. From Aoki's boss Laren, it can be seen that Aoki is definitely a rich man. Maybe he can provide helping hand. If she can become an elite level trainer, she is naturally unacceptable. Joining Team Aqua is not for this day. I see, I'll be Team Sky in the future. Very well, your main goal in Team Aqua is to cultivate competent subordinates. I will find a way to clear your name in the future, and you should not do anything out of the ordinary. Aoki turned around and was about to leave. But suddenly thought of something, picked up a backpack and threw it to Shelley. There are some poke blocks in here, some top Pokemon food. You can cultivate your own Pokemon. Remember to come to me every month in the future, and I will give you some more. Also, back up the data you just grabbed, and I'll take the rest. I understand. Shelley doesn't know what poke blocks are, but since it's the top Pokemon food, it must work well. After taking back the backpack, Shelley downloaded another copy of the data, and then threw the grabbed data to Aoki. Aoki picked up the document, looked at Shelley like this, and watched Shelley leave with his own eyes. After confirming that Shelley was gone, Aoki turned around and walked towards Rustboro City. Halfway through, President Stone rushed over with the fighting members of the Devon Corporation group, and happened to meet Aoki. "Little brother, what's the matter? Has that person been caught?" President Stone was still very concerned. "No one caught it, but I took it back. It's here now, you can take it first." Aoki handed the document to President Stone. Although he was curious about the information in it, he thought Shelley would give him a copy. He didn't need to be greedy for this information. Devon Manufacturing Group is not easy to offend. "Thank you so much, little brother." President Stone was very grateful for the information he received, and he did not doubt Aoki in his heart. This is why he knew Aoki, and he took the initiative to invite Aoki to the Devon Manufacturing Group. If you change someone, he might wonder if it has something to do with the previous one. Then the rest is left to Officer Jenny. Let's go back first and see what part of the data was stolen. President Stone didn't chase Shelley. He also knew that after running for so long, Shelley might have already run away, so there's no need to waste time. When he went back, President Stone became more kind to Aoki. Being able to get the information back means that Aoki is very strong and an excellent researcher. The future of Aoki is boundless. He just wanted to make friends with such a talented young man. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, like friends for many years. Then went directly back to the Devon Manufacturing Group. "I hope you can support with fresh Sydney tickets, you can add more." ***. Chapter 38 Gift of the Devon Group, Ultra Evolutionary Stone/IT, 3. Devon Manufacturing Group. President, we already know what data it is. It is not particularly important and has nothing to do with the data we studied. President Stone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief when he heard that the information was not important. If important information is taken away by others, it will be a big blow to the Devon Manufacturing Group. Fortunately there were no major problems. By the way, Aoki, I would like to thank you very much today. Thank you for taking back these materials. President Stone thanked him again. Nothing, seriously, it's just a little thing. Aoki said calmly. Seeing Aoki's calm appearance, President Stone was even more certain that Aoki was a calm person. Such people have always been excellent. Aoki, the Devon Manufacturing Group, had to be wooed, and it took a lot of good talent. By the way, Aoki, do you want to go to my collection library? There are many good things in it, you can choose a few. President Stone said suddenly. Aoki also had a thought in his heart, there should be a lot of good things in President Stone's private warehouse. Thank you then. No thanks, come with me. President Stone took Aoki through layers of levels and finally came to a warehouse. This warehouse is specially built, except for the password, it is difficult to enter by brute force. Unless the Pokemon is strong enough. After Aoki came in, he saw a lot of rare items. There are unhatched Pokemon eggs, lava amplifiers, various evolutionary stone/ite, Pokemon gear. In addition, there are some stones. This should be the stone that Stone Steven found outside, that is, it is of a strange length, other than that, it is useless at all. Instead, it was the exhibition stand on the side that caught Aoki's attention. Because that's super evolutionary stone/ite on it. This is probably what Stone Steven usually found when he explored outside. The number is not very large, which is also because the Devon Manufacturing Group did not vigorously acquire it, otherwise it would definitely get a lot. Aoki just glanced at it, and didn't show too much surprise, but worried that President Stone would have doubts. How about it? The Pokemon eggs here are all rare, Yuzen or Aaron, Trapinch and the like. And here, it's all Pokemon props, or a whole set of evolutionary stone/ite. President Stone is very generous and treats Aoki very well. These things seem to be too expensive. You can get them even without me. Is there anything that is not very valuable? Aoki is very reserved. Don't get too excited, find a way to get super evolutionary stone/ite, other things, it's not that important. As for those Pokemon eggs, although there are some quasi-god Pokemon eggs, he doesn't think President Stone will give them. After all, it's priceless. It doesn't matter, you helping hand, we are so busy, you can choose anything here. President Stone has a more favorable impression of Aoki. Don't be greedy for money, don't beg for retribution. Aoki pretended to be reluctant, and then walked over to the stone. The stones are nice, maybe make some decorations. President Stone was a little surprised. He didn't expect so many expensive things. Aoki didn't need them. He actually wanted such useless things. Yes, in his opinion, these things are also collectibles, his son likes them, and they are useless at all. It seems that Aoki is not greedy. He was getting more and more satisfied with Aoki. Otherwise, forget it, these things are useless at all. I rarely let you come here, how can I give you some waste? Aoki was very satisfied. It seemed that President Stone did not know that this was a super evolutionary stone/ite. Maybe, you can fool around. Baby's super evolutionary stone/ite, here comes my brother. Aoki walked to the front of the super evolutionary stone/ite again, picked one up, and pretended to ask. These stones are also very good. Are they worth anything? Are these stones? It's worthless, just a little more beautiful. It is estimated that they are decorations of ancient nobles. President Stone said something nonchalantly. Aoki was happier in his heart, but seemed calm on the surface. How about this, just right, it can be made into a bracelet, or a decoration for my Pokemon. President Stone just noticed the evolution keystone and Z pure crystal in Aoki's hands, and thought that Aoki was a person who likes to dress up. No problem, these 5, you take them all, they're just decorations anyway. Aoki was about to cry with excitement. It's really a gift for a rich boy, and I gave 5 super evolutionary stones/ite at one time. If in a few years, the research results of the Kalos region are known to the Alliance, it is estimated that it will not be so easy. 5. Is it really possible? Aoki was still very reserved, but deep down, he was about to laugh. It doesn't matter, take them all. They are decorations anyway, so I will repay you. In the end, under the half push of President Stone, Aoki accepted these ultra-evolutionary stones/ite. When leaving, Aoki resisted his inner excitement and must not reveal it. It would be embarrassing to be exposed. President Stone felt that Aoki took some useless things, and felt quite sorry. After all, Aoki helped him so much and ended up taking some useless stones. Aoki, since you are leaving, this is our company's membership card, I hope you can accept it. Then thank you boss. Aoki did not refuse, this is a black card, you can get a 30% discount, and it will be delivered to your door for free. You're welcome, but I'm sorry for you, I only sent some decorations. President Stone doesn't know the role of super evolutionary stones/ite, otherwise he will definitely regret it. By the way, President Stone, I'm still going to continue the journey, so I'll leave first and see you later. Aoki wouldn't give President Stone a chance to regret, and made an excuse to leave. President Stone watched Aoki leave with his own eyes, and was quite fond of Aoki. When the number of flowers reaches a certain number, you can add more, and the basic 5 is *. Chapter 39 Metagross, Salam Ins Ultra Evolutionary Stone/ite, 4. Pokemon Center. After Aoki left the Devon Manufacturing Group, he arrived immediately and opened a room. He wasn't in a hurry to go back. The main thing is to determine which Pokemon super evolutionary stones/ite are these super evolutionary stones/ite. President Stone had given it to him before, so he didn't have an appraisal, and he was going to wait for him to come back for another appraisal. He wants to enjoy the moment of identification. Aoki took out all the super evolutionary stones/ite and glanced at it with the eyes of data. Salam Ins Ultra Evolutionary Stones/ite, Metagross Ultra Evolutionary Stones/ite, Beedrill Ultra Evolutionary Stones/ite, Alakazam Ultra Evolutionary Stones/ite, Charizard Ultra Evolutionary Stones/ite. 5 Super Evolutionary Stones/ite, none of which is the Super Evolutionary Stones/ite of Boss Laren. Aoki's face collapsed. While Salam Ins and Metagross Super Evolutionary Stones/ite are nice, he doesn't have either of those Pokemon. Forget it, it's free anyway. Maybe you'll be able to get super evolutionary stones/ite in the future. In addition, Meteor Falls is not far away, and you may be able to get Bagon. Aoki reminds me of Meteor Falls in the original book, with a Bagon. If you can get this Bagon and let it evolve into Salam Ins, then you will be able to use super evolutionary stones/ite. Alas, when will the super evolutionary stones/ite of Boss Laren be available? Aoki sighed. His current ace is Boss Laren, and he especially wants to get the super evolutionary stones/ite of Boss Laren. Not really, Blaziken and Sceptle's ultra evolutionary stones/ite, he can also accept it, so it can be used immediately. Forget it, open the treasure chest first. Aoki didn't bother so much and opened the system log. Previously he won the Rustboro City Gym and got a silver chest. As for Shelly, it is estimated that it has not yet reached its peak, so no treasure chests have been generated. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have successfully obtained the skill machine Solar Beam. Aoki felt sorry, but didn't struggle too much. Solar Beam, also a good skill. It just so happens that the Boss Laren can learn. It can enhance the striking surface of Boss Laren. In case of encountering Swampert, it will definitely kill in seconds. The next morning, Aoki packed up and left Rustboro City on a journey to Meteor Falls. He's going to visit Meteor Falls and maybe meet Bagon. The odds may be low, but it's not impossible. After half a day, Aoki came to the vicinity of Meteor Falls. Meteor Falls, a large cave formed by a meteorite falling, and a huge waterfall. After Aoki arrived, he saw the cave here, thought for a moment, and then walked in. He was going to walk around the cave to see if he could find Bagon, or, perhaps, Bagon's egg. Not really, you can also see if there are other good Pokemon. Boss Laren, please. Aoki releases Boss Laren. This is Meteor Falls after all, and there are plenty of wild Pokemon, maybe some strong ones. Still should be careful. Boss Laren walked in the front, that huge body, every step, the earth trembled. After becoming elite, Boss Laren's body became heavier than before. Aoki opened the system map, ready to see if there were any treasure chests in it. He's going to make some extra money. Is this a diamond treasure chest? Aoki saw the diamond pattern on the map, and his eyes were dull. There is actually a diamond treasure chest here. Diamond chests, meaning there are elite or champion trainers. And it should be famous in the original. For example, Professor Oak of Kanto, and Giovanni of the Earth. As for the Hone region, there seems to be only one person, Champion Wallace, or Champion Stone Stephen. Appearing here, it seems that only Stone Stephen is the one who likes to explore. Aoki is not sure if it is Stone Stephen, but at this time, there is no need to worry so much. Go ahead and look around for a rare Pokemon. He hasn't captured a whole team yet. Inside the cave, it is very quiet, only the sound of wet water can be heard from time to time. Aoki walked in the cave, cautiously, worried that he would be attacked by Pokemon. Rumbling, rumbling. Aoki suddenly heard a rumbling sound, and immediately stopped, with vigilance in his eyes. Combuskin, croak-headed frog, Relicanth, you have to be careful too. Not exactly. Add or not. 3 Pokemon, appearing at the same time, with vigilance in their eyes. The roar was getting closer. Aoki stared carefully into the distance and saw the rocks gradually approaching. On closer inspection, it seems to be Golem, Graveler, Geodude. There are dozens of them, and it seems that this is a huge ethnic group. When the golems saw Aoki, they immediately stopped, then raised their feet, as if ready to make a move. FK this is earthquake. If Golem uses earthquake in this place, will it cause a collapse? Aoki thought so in his heart, and then said quickly. Boss Laren, Flash Cannon, Combuskin, Flamethrower, Crooked Frog, Relicanth Psybeam, Trico, use Energy Ball. Unfortunately, the sunshine here is not very good, otherwise Boss Laren will come to Solar Beam and you will be able to get everything done. Boss Laren's body flashed silver-white light, forming a ball of light, rushing towards Golem. Relicanth, Crooked Frog, and several Pokemons also started together. The blue Psybeam and the green Energy Ball affected the Golem group in an instant. Then there was a loud bang and smoke filled the air. By the time the smoke cleared, the Golems were incapacitated. It's great, luckily they didn't get them to use Earthquake successfully, otherwise it would be really dangerous. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief, then approached the Golem group and looked at them one by one. He is going to see if there are any good ones. Although he doesn't need them, he can give them to his subordinates in the future. At least Golem's racial value is not particularly bad, it is enough for ordinary people. Today, 13,000 flowers have been added, and I continue to beg for your support for flower evaluation tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Bagon's Sneak Attack, 5. Aoki walked into Golem's group, took a general look, and finally captured only 2 Geodudes. They are all highly qualified and can reach the quasi-elite level. He doesn't plan to use it. If Team Sky expands in the future, it can be used by ordinary members. Quasi-elite level, put it in Team Aqua, that is also a captain, second only to those Cotters. After subduing Guedud, Aoki did not stay and passed it directly to the Birch Professor Institute. He doesn't need those with low aptitude and low racial value. No matter how you have to reach 500 race value, or look handsome. After all, strength is a temporary thing, and appearance is a lifetime thing. Whoa, 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 that's too far. Aoki continued to take Boss Laren and walked towards the depths of the cave. After walking for a long time, Aoki felt tired, so he found a place to sit down and prepared to eat lunch first. Boss Laren and Combusken surround Aoki in the middle, which can protect Aoki. Combusken, eat more, Croak Frog, and you too, Trico, after eating, train a little. Aoki cares about the 3 Pokemon. Boss Laren is already on the right track, and he just needs to continue to comprehend the mystery and strive to reach the champion level. On the contrary, there are a few Croaker Frogs, which have not yet become gym level. When you become gym level, it is estimated that you can evolve. Blaziken, Greninja is just beginning to grow. Finally, there is Trico, which will be able to evolve into Grovel in no time. Not exactly. Add or not. The 3 Pokemon raised their hands excitedly, and started tasting delicious Poke Blocks. Aoki was also thinking about whether he should prepare some other Poke Blocks. Celadon/Rainbow Fruit will run out soon, and other advanced Poke Blocks should also be prepared. He's bought a lot of berries at Devon Manufacturing Group to make comprehensive premium Poke Blocks. Comprehensive high-definition Poke Blocks are also rich in nutrients and can promote comprehensive development, like strength, stamina, etc. Relatively speaking, Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks has a hint of helping hand in understanding the profound meaning of Pokemon. Just as Aoki was thinking, a blue figure was quietly approaching. And no one found out. The blue figure looked at Trico, who was eating, and his eyes were about to move. Whoosh! Suddenly, the blue figure moved and rushed towards Trico quickly, snatching Trico's food. Trico was stunned for a moment, looking at the empty hand, a little stunned. Where is my food? Add or not, add or not. Trico yelled at Aoki. Aoki frowned. What did you say? Is your food gone? Could it be robbed? Add or not? You said you didn't know, you just felt a gust of wind, and then it was gone. Add or not? Aoki looked at the other Pokemon. Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks haven't been eaten yet, so they shouldn't grab Trico. So it's the other Pokemon that stole Trico's food. Don't eat it, everyone, there are other Pokemon nearby, everyone be careful. All the Pokemon stood up and looked around warily. Aoki also looked at the cave. Suddenly, Aoki saw a blue figure, flashed away, and then only a black shadow remained. Name, Bagon. Strength, Advanced. Qualification, Champion. Trait, Rockhead. Skills, Ember, Dragon Breath, Zen Headbutt, Flamethrower, Dragon Claw, Hydro Pump. Genetic skills, Dragon Rush, Dragon Pulse. Dragon Dance. Aoki subconsciously used the Eye of Data, and then the whole person was stunned. What did he see? Champion qualified Bagon. He came to Meteor Falls this time, hoping to find Bagon, but he didn't expect such good luck. This is the real hero treatment. And look at this Bagon's skills, it's too gorgeous, all kinds of dragon skills, but also Flamethrower and Hydro Pump. The range of skills is quite broad. Still a champion. You know, the quasi-god Pokemon is very powerful, but most of them are elite qualified. There are also very few champion qualifications. Of course, there are also very few quasi-elite qualifications, and they have lost the quasi-god sword. CK-headed frog, Boss Laren, catch up immediately, don't let the blue figure run away. Aoki was the first to chase after him. Bagon, he was settled. As long as you can conquer Bagon, become Salamence in evolution, plus Salam in Super Evolutionary Stone/It, then you can Super Evolution. Combuskin, the croak-headed frog, they followed, especially Trico, the most angry. It's hard to accept someone robbing it of its food. In the front, Bagon saw someone chasing him and ran happier. Hey, Bagon, do you want to be my Pokemon? I can treat you to something good, every day. Aoki captivate Bagon while running, just hope Bagon can stay. Otherwise, he really might not be able to keep up with Bagon. After all, Bagon runs very fast, he is just a human, how could he catch up with Pokemon? Bagon paused, then ran quickly and hid in a nearby hole. Do you really think food can captivate him? How could he be captivated by Aoki's food without having eaten any kind of food? Well, he really hasn't eaten too much food, but he will definitely not be captivated by Aoki. Just the next second, Bagon fell. It has never eaten such delicious food in its life, and its whole person is about to fall. Yummy, so delicious. Bagon's delicious food is about to cry. Really want to know such delicious food forever in the future. Outside, Aoki ran for a long time, didn't find Bagon, and had to stop. Oh, why is it gone? Unfortunately, the eye of Data can't penetrate rocks, otherwise he should be able to find Bagon. Since this method is useless, we can only think of another method. For example, Captivate Bagon comes out. Aoki's eyes flickered, and he suddenly had a good idea in his heart. Today we'll continue to add more, I beg everyone's flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Bagon takes the initiative to take refuge, plus update. CK-headed frog, Trico, come here. Aoki pulled his Pokemon, came to the corner, and whispered. Crack. Not exactly. Add or not? All the Pokemon nodded, then picked up the Poke Blocks and sipped happily. Really delicious food. Eating and complimenting. It's nice to be with the master, and you can eat delicious food every day. Yeah, I really like the master. The corners of Aoki's mouth rose slightly, he was about to use Pokemon, captivate Pokemon. Inside, Bagon has a happy expression on his face after eating Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks. In this cave, food is very scarce, and Bagon is not strong enough to eat often. The first time I ate Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks, I was completely fascinated by the taste. It feels like it might not be able to forget the smell of Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks. After Bagon regained his senses, he surreptitiously looked outside. Especially hearing Trico and the others talking about the deliciousness of Poke Blocks and having a good time with Aoki, Bagon was a little moved. He suddenly wanted to be with Aoki too, so that he could taste delicious food every day. Moreover, he always felt that Aoki had a warm taste. This is naturally the power of Viridian. Bagon, I know you're nearby, how are you thinking? Stay with me and eat delicious food every day. Aoki shouted. Bagon lowered his head and thought, since he was born, he has been starving every day, maybe he can find a trainer. This strange human being in front of him is very nice, makes people feel gentle, and cooks delicious food. Decided to follow this person. After Bagon made his decision, he no longer concealed his figure, but jumped out above board. Toot. If you want to conquer me, beat me first. Aoki was stunned for a moment, but he didn't react for a while, but Bagon actually came out. It seems that his food captivate is very successful, and the power of Viridian makes Bagon feel warm. So Bagon decided to follow him. That couldn't be better, he decided, to get Bagon back. Go, Croak Frog, it's up to you, I believe you can succeed. Aoki doesn't use Trico. After all, this Bagon can use Flamethrower and has complete skills, so Trico may not be able to beat it. Playing against Trico for the first time, I must give Bagon the impression that he is very strong. Crack! The frog had jumped out immediately, watching Bagon vigilantly, ready to sponsor at any time. Bagon also ran forward immediately. The two Pokémon just looked at each other silently, ready to strike at any time. Froghead Frog, use Water Pulse. The Croaker Frog immediately gathered a large amount of water elements, formed a huge water ball, and then threw it at Bagon. Bagon's response was not slow, and he spat out a mouthful of purple light. Dragon Pulse, really strong. Aoki's eyes were full of resignation. It's just Bagon, he's already learned Dragon Pulse, and Dragon Dance, which is a great skill. Champion qualification is strong. The Water Pulse and Dragon Breath quickly collided and exploded. Smoke enveloped the cave, obscuring everyone's sight. Bagon was not affected by the smoke, and ran quickly towards the place where the croak-headed frog was. After approaching, Bagon lowered his head, and a white light appeared on his Orberg-like head. Because of regular training, Bagon's head is as hard as Orabug, and Iron Head is very powerful. If this is hit, the frog will definitely be injured. Kook-head Frog, get out of the way and use the hydro pump. The croak-headed frog quickly jumped aside, dodged Bagon's Iron Head, and sent out a huge blister. Bagon's head hit a rock, shattering it in an instant. The hydro pump also flew over from one side, hitting Bagon head-on. The roaring water sounded like a tsunami eroding, washing Bagon away and hitting a rock wall on one side. Although Bagon felt pain, he stood up immediately and looked at the Croaker Frog with determination. This is the pride of Dragon Pokémon. Fine, Croak, keep going, Psybeam. A blue air stream appeared from the palm of the frog's palm, and it blew towards Bagon. Wherever he walked, the ground was frozen, and a crystal-clear ice sculpture condensed. Bagon spit out a mouthful of hot flames. Covering half of the cave, the rolling heat wave kept rolling. It gives a feeling of being in a volcano, with a hint of heat. Flamethrower and Psybeam collided, intertwined, and tied. The two sides were deadlocked for a moment. In the end, it was Psybeam who came out on top, easily freezing the flame and freezing Bagon. After all, the strength of the frog head is relatively strong. At the same level, Psybeam might not necessarily be able to freeze the flamethrower. Frog-headed frog, give him the final blow, use quick attack. The figure of the croak-headed frog was like thunder and lightning, and it disappeared in a flash, and soon came to the side of Bagon, and tackled Bagon. Bagon fell to the ground, his eyes circled, and he lost his ability to fight. Go ahead, Luxury Ball. Aoki immediately threw the Luxury Ball and sucked Bagon into the Luxury Ball. Then he just swayed a bit, made a ding sound, and successfully subdued Bagon. It's also that Bagon didn't resist. Aoki immediately stepped forward, picked up the Luxury Ball on the ground, and excitedly lifted it into the air. I got Bagon. This excited posture is also the protagonist type. Aoki looked at Luxury Ball and thought to himself, who should be subdued next? Or get a Beldum? Well, you can go get a shiny one. Of course, this is all just thinking, Aoki may not be able to conquer Beldum. Beldum is also very rare after all. By the way, Bagon, I'll treat you now. Aoki releases Bagon, uses Viridian power, and heals Bagon quickly. 13,000 flowers plus more, continue to kneel and beg for your flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 42, Auto-generated chapter title. The 42nd chapter encounters the Aran tribe. 1. Bagon, we will be a family in the future, please give me more advice. Aoki stretched out a hand and was very excited. Bagon, another champion. Throw in the croaker, and he already has 2 champions. Because there are very few champion-qualified Pokémon, there are basically a few champion-level Pokémon, which are champion-level trainers. Bagon reached out and touched Aoki's hand, feeling very happy. This trainer is excellent and the food is so delicious that you will never need to go hungry again. Let's go, you should be hungry, let's continue to eat. When Bagon heard the meal, his eyes lit up and he jumped up excitedly. Toot! Aoki immediately took out the few Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks and distributed them among his Pokemons. All the Pokemon gathered around and continued to eat, and just before they were full, they encountered Bagon. Bagon was very happy to eat, and he ate very quickly. It seemed that he had never eaten enough since he was born. Aoki has finished eating before, picks up the fruit, and starts making Poke Blocks. Comprehensive Poke Blocks. In addition to this, there are Stamina Poke Blocks, Speed Poke Blocks. These all need to be manufactured and the materials are ready. These Poke Blocks will be used in a mix in the future, enabling the development of all aspects of Pokemon. Although the comprehensive Poke Blocks improvement is comprehensive enough, but the effect is not as good as the Poke Blocks with a single attribute. For example, Speed Poke Blocks, the speed of improvement is more. After eating and drinking, Bagon happily ran to Aoki's side and grabbed Aoki's feet. Toot! Aoki looked at the happy Bagon and patted its head lightly. It is also very happy now. After taking a long rest, Aoki felt that it was almost done, and it was time to continue exploring. This cave has not been explored yet, and he is going to go in and stroll around to see if there is any gain. Get a Bagon and maybe see other rare Pokemon. He's just one Pokemon short of him. Currently Boss Laren, Combuskin, Crooked Frog, Trico, Bagon. As for Relic Anth, it's only temporary, so he needs one more to make a team. What is the last one for? Beldum, prepared, see if I can meet it later. He is currently lacking electrical, psychic, and ghost types. There are many poor ones, so let's look for one for now. With a few Pokemons, Aoki quickly came to the end of the cave and saw a huge basin. The basin is very large, with wasteland and woods, and there is a huge lake not far away. This should be the rock system Pokemon. After many years of dig, a basin was finally formed. There are also a lot of Pokemon living here. At first glance, Aoki saw Magikarp, Poliwag, jumping around in the lake and having a good time. There are also many grasses on the lawn, Pokemon, Hoppip, Oddish, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, and more. It's a pity that these Pokemon are not what Aoki likes, and Aoki doesn't need it for the time being. Let's go down and see. Aoki jumped down immediately, and many Pokemon nearby saw it, with vigilance in his eyes. No Pokemon did it, though. I'm so sorry, I just passed by here by accident, so I want to find some companions. Aoki opens his hands, smiles, and unleashes his Viridian power to show his kindness. Perhaps feeling the power of Viridian, the Pokemon immediately gathered and threw themselves into Aoki's arms. They're all messing around, obviously, they all like Aoki. Wait, don't touch it, it's really itchy. Aoki is not in a hurry to leave. If you have time, it is better to have a good time with these Pokemon. Life is not just about travel and training, but sometimes you have to relax. After playing like this for half an hour, Aoki felt that it was almost the same, so he gently touched an Oddish. Oddish, I'm looking for a strong partner. Do you have a strong Pokemon here? Road. Oddish said, pointing to a rocky cave in the distance. There's a scary guy there. Aoki understood in an instant, patted Oddish lightly, and picked up some food. The food will be given to you. These are all opened from bronze treasure chests, similar to pet food, they are all Pokemon food in this world. But it's not as good as Poke Blocks, so Aoki doesn't like these foods, and it's time to give these Pokemons. The Pokemons all happily gathered, tasting the food, and saying thank you. Bagon is also ready to lean over to eat a little. But was caught by Aoki. Aren't you just full? Now go with me to conquer the Pokemon in the cave. Bagon could only stare at him, but he didn't reject Aoki after all. As soon as he entered the cave, Aoki was stunned. Because the Pokemon in this cave are the Boss Laren tribe. He thought how rare it was. Wait, it's really rare, but I already have a boss Laren, which is really regrettable. Aoki wanted to give up, but after seeing the qualifications of these boss Laren, he suddenly didn't plan to give up. Name, Boss Laren. Strength, Quasi-Elite. Qualification, Elite Level. Name, Aaron. Strength, Intermediate. Qualification, Elite Level. Name, Laren. Strength, Superior. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. At first glance, there are 7 Arons, 2 Larens, and 1 Boss Laren. 4 Elite Level qualifications, and the rest are all Quasi-Elite Level qualifications. But even if it is a Quasi-Elite Level qualification, as long as you are willing to invest resources, such as precious Audiobook and rocks, you can still reach the Elite Level. Of course, this is not good for ordinary people. They probably can't afford the big stomach Boss Laren. He can conquer the Boss Laren clan, which can be used to train his men later. Team Sky also needs to develop. Continue to kneel and beg everyone's flower evaluation ticket support. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Boss Laren's Seduction Plan, 2. Boss Laren also saw Aoki, and took the initiative to step forward. His huge body made the ground tremble, and showed a fierce look. This was to protect his own clan, so Boss Laren took the initiative to stand up. Boss Laren, I'll leave it to you. Aoki released his Boss Laren, which should still be handed to him at this time. After all, the Boss Laren in front of him is very powerful and is already a Quasi-Elite class. Ordinary Pokemon really can't beat it, so it can only be handed over to his Boss Laren. As soon as the Boss Laren came out, there was a sharp contrast with the wild Boss Laren. Because I often eat some Celadon/Rainbow Poke Blocks, Aoki's Boss Laren is very strong and the color of the armor is very bright. In a word, handsome. And still tall and handsome. In the group of Boss Laren, this Boss Laren of Aoki is a handsome guy. The wild Boss Laren saw Aoki's Boss Laren and paused, obviously very happy. Even desperately rushed towards Aoki's Boss Laren. Aoki was about to let the Boss Laren attack, but noticed something was wrong with the wild Boss Laren. This seems to like his own Boss Laren. At least that's what the Viridian Force told him. Boss Laren, you can figure it out for yourself. Boss Laren didn't do anything, just looked at the Boss Laren in front of him. After the wild Boss Laren got close to Aoki's Boss Laren, he just leaned on the Boss Laren's shoulder. Seriously, this is love. Aoki immediately glanced at it with the eyes of Data, only to realize that this wild Boss Laren was actually a female. In love with his Boss Laren. What is this? Seduce? Maybe it's a good plan, or let his Boss Laren seduce the wild Boss Laren. This packs the Aaron clan without going through any battles yet. Boss Laren, what do you think? If you like it, it's not unacceptable. Aoki mentioned something. He didn't let Boss Laren seduce him directly, after all, he's a serious trainer. Is seduction a trick that a serious trainer should do? Dora. Boss Laren also rubbed the wild Boss Laren lightly. This is the first time I've seen Boss Laren, and it's female, and he also thinks he might be in love. 2 people just rubbing and rubbing, no, it should be 2 Pokemons, and Aoki is envious of them. These 2 people actually fell in love, but he could only watch it eagerly, really wishing that he could have one more female friend on a date. It is impossible to travel together. Hey, Boss Laren, do you want to take your clan with me? I can arrange accommodation for them, eat and live for free, without any crisis. Besides, you can be with my Boss Laren, fall in love, have a baby, etc. Aoki starts to seduce. Bah, it should be a serious persuasion. Is he that seductive type? Dora. I agreed. Aoki listened to the wild Boss Laren's words, and immediately took out the luxury ball and tapped the Boss Laren lightly. Boss Laren did not resist, and directly subdued. The remaining group of Aaron and Laren, under the persuasion of the wild boss Laren, joined Aoki together. After all, without the boss Laren, in this underground world, it would not be so easy to get along. Might as well go to Aoki together. Then, I'll take you in. Aoki took out a bunch of Pokemon balls and overwhelmed the entire Aaron tribe. Of course, since there are only 6 Pokemons, the rest are all passed to Professor Birch's Research Institute. In the end, Aoki was left with only 6 Pokemon. Crooked Frog, Combusken, Bagon, Trico, Boss Laren, female. As for the previous relic Anth, it has been eliminated by Aoki. It was originally used in the early stage to prevent danger. Now there is a new boss Laren, the qualification is also elite, and the strength is stronger than relic Anth. Aoki of course uses the boss Laren. Okay, boss Laren, that's almost it, let's continue shopping and see if we can meet a good Pokemon. The 2 boss Larens, just leaning against each other, behind Aoki, were still talking sweet words. Seriously, Aoki was speechless. One day, I will be loved by Pokemon. Fortunately, I have conquered Bagon before, otherwise it will definitely be more depressed. Next, Aoki wandered around the underground space again, and there was no strong Pokemon. In other words, there are strong ones, but they are not what Aoki likes. Their aptitudes are not particularly high, and their racial values are not very high. Unless he encounters some highly qualified, such as elite qualified, he will not accept it. After walking like this for a long time, Aoki felt that it was almost done, and it was time to visit other caves. Meanwhile, the Birch Professor Institute. Oh, this seems to be a Pokemon captured by Aoki. They are all Pokemon with good qualifications. Let me see what they are. Birch Professor picked up the Pokeball and released all the Aaron tribes he had captured before. This seems to be Aaron, and Laren. I didn't expect Aoki to encounter such a rare group. And the previous relic Anth, there is still one here. Aoki is lucky to meet so many rare Pokemon. Professor Birch admired Aoki very much and felt very relieved at the same time. As the son of a researcher at their institute, Professor Birch naturally wanted Aoki to achieve something. As can be seen from Aoki's luck, during this time, Aoki was doing well. Maybe he has conquered a lot of powerful Pokemon, this time the Evergrande City Conference should be able to achieve a good result. Continue to kneel and beg for everyone's flowers and the support of the evaluation ticket. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Meeting Stone Stephen, 3. In a cave, Aoki was holding a strangely shaped stone, his face darkened. This is the reward he just opened the treasure chest and got. An original stone that has not been polished in any way. Damn, it hasn't been polished in any way, it's still the original, do you think it's a beauty? That's all, a treasure chest, giving him such a useless stone. Aoki wanted to throw the stone away. But as soon as the stone was lifted, Aoki reluctantly gave up, and it was a treasure chest no matter what. And this unpolished stone is particularly beautiful, a Metagross stone. It is the statue stone of Metagross. Although it is useless, it can be used as a decoration. At this moment, there was a series of footsteps in the distance. Aoki turned his head to look immediately, with caution in his eyes. Just don't know if it's a human or a Pokemon, but whatever it is, you have to be careful. It is common to encounter bad people and kill others, and it is also very troublesome if you encounter brutal Pokemon. The 2 boss Larens stood in front at the same time, looking cautiously into the distance. A figure appeared in front of Aoki. There is also a light. Gradually, the figure approached. Through the light, Aoki could clearly see that the man was a young man with blue hair and blue pupils. In terms of age, he is a few years older than him. It's him. Aoki recognized the person. Former Hone Region Champion, Stone Stephen, the next president of Devon Manufacturing Group. Stone Stephen was stunned when he saw Aoki. I heard the voice before, I thought I heard it wrong, but I didn't expect that there was actually someone. Yet, I didn't expect to meet the former Hone region champion here. Aoki opened the system map. The diamond treasure chest is in sight. I'm no longer the champion of the Hone region, I'm just a traveler now. Stone Stephen doesn't have the arrogance of champion at all. His favorite thing to do is to travel around quickly and find some rocks. Suddenly, Stone Stephen noticed the metagross stone in Aoki's hand, and his eyes lit up. "Sir, can you let me see the stone in your hand?" Aoki was also stunned for a moment, and then realized that this thing was useless to him, but to Stone Stephen, it was a good collectible. No wonder the system sent him a piece of junk, probably because of Stone Stephen. This may be a prop to gain Stone Stephen's favorability. You can see if you want. I just found it. It should be an uncarved, naturally formed metagross stone statue. Aoki hands the stone to Stone Stephen. Stone Stephen took the stone, paid close attention to it, and stroked it carefully. This attitude is like seeing a beautiful woman. Indeed, it's a wonder the world has unpolished stone statues of metagross. By the way, can I buy this stone with you? I really like this stone. Stone Stephen had covet in his eyes. His ace is metagross, and now I see this stone, and I really like it. If you need it, I will give it to you. Everyone has their own preferences. I don't like stones very much. Thank you then, just treat it as if I owe you a favor. Stone Stephen readily accepted. No need to thank you, it just so happens that I know your father, President Stone, and he gave me a black card. Aoki took out a black card. This is naturally to pull in the relationship between the two, and continue to brush the super evolutionary stone/ite in the future. Maybe Stone Stephen can find it. When Stone Stephen saw the black card in Aoki's hand, he immediately believed it, and felt more favorable towards Aoki. After all, he was recognized by his father. I didn't expect you to know my father, by the way, did he say anything about my father? Stone Stephen asked. Your father, President Stone said, you like Stone very much, and he hopes you can take over the company. Stone Stephen's arms were shaking. What he fears most is to take over the company, or become champion. If you have that time, it is better to travel and find more stones. Cough cough. Shall we go out for a walk? See if there is anything good nearby. No problem, just right, I also want to see if there are any rare Pokemon in this cave. Aoki did not refuse. He didn't worry that Stone Stephen would do anything to him. After all, Stone Stephen's character is still worthy of everyone's trust. Two people, walking in the cave together. For the next day, Aoki and Stone Stephen visited all the caves and found nothing rare. There are also some good Pokemon, like a quasi-elite Onix. Aoki didn't let it go, and conquered it immediately. Stone Stephen didn't take anything, that is, he dug up some rocks, those Pokemon, he didn't care about it at all. In the evening, Aoki and Stone Stephen left the cave and returned to the forest. I finally came out. After staying here for a long time, I am a little tired myself. Stone Stephen looked at the moonlight outside and couldn't help but sigh. Aoki also complained in his heart, nonsense, as a young master, a former champion, actually doing mining work. Forget Stone Stephen, he was tired just thinking about it. It's getting late, I'm going to leave, let's meet again later. Aoki and Stone Stephen were not on the way, naturally they were not going to be together, so he was going to leave early. Wait, you gave me such a good stone. I also have some collections. I dug up recently. Do you like it? Stone Stephen thought for a while, he didn't have any good things in him, he could only give Aoki some of the things he had recently acquired. Is this really good? After all, you have been digging for so long. Aoki politely declined. What's the use of these stones? Go back and open a stone exhibition. It's all right, come and see. Stone Stephen took the initiative to take out his backpack. Aoki was helpless and could only accept it. It looks like I have to take a stone back. Continue to be cheeky and beg everyone's flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Jiraki's Pokemon Eggs, 4. Aoki looked at the stone in front of him and was really speechless. They are all odd-shaped stones, but they are of no use at all, so I might as well give him some money. But he still took a look, maybe he could get some good things. After all, he has an eye for data. In case there is something good in here. Suddenly, Aoki put his eyes on it, an oval-shaped stone, with incredible in his eyes. He thought he might be wrong. There is actually a Pokemon egg here, a half-dead Pokemon egg to be exact. The main thing is that this Pokemon egg is no ordinary Pokemon. Name, Jiraki. Attributes, Steel, Super. Feature, Heavenly Grace. Strength. Qualification, Level 2 God. Aoki thought he might have read it wrong. Although he wanted to subdue the phantom beasts and divine beasts, he didn't expect that they would actually be delivered to the door. Although it is only a Pokemon egg, as long as it can be hatched and cultivated well, it is a secondary god. Maybe others can't hatch, but he is different. After all, he has a system, and maybe he can hatch. Aoki's expression was calm, and he casually picked up Jiraki's Pokemon eggs. Or just this, it should be some Pokemon egg, maybe I can hatch it, let's see luck. No problem, then this is for you. Stone Stephen did not refuse. He also knew it was a Pokemon egg, but didn't know what Pokemon egg it was. And he's not very short of Pokemon, so a Pokemon egg is given away. On the contrary, he prefers the Metagross stone, which is very beautiful and can be used as a good collectible in the future. Thank you then. Aoki took Jiraki's Pokemon egg and put it in his backpack. He only hopes to hatch one day, a new demons, nurture it well, and become a champion-level trainer. That's not a dream. Then let's part. Stone Stephen took back his other collections, turned and walked into the dark forest, disappearing. Aoki didn't leave in a hurry, but found a place nearby, made a fire to cook, and got ready to eat. After eating and drinking, Aoki's Pokemon started their nightly special training again. Boss Laren specializes in comprehending the profound truth, perhaps eating the profound truth berry, which is still useful until now. The newly conquered Boss Laren is also comprehending the profound meaning, trying to enter the elite level as soon as possible. Other Pokemon also started their own skill training. Combuskin is learning a new skill, Flare Blitz, and Cuckoo Frog has already started learning Dark Pulse ahead of time. Trico is still doing general training. It is about to evolve, and it is currently dominated by evolution. Bagon has enough skills, but the power of the skills is not very strong, he mainly exercises skills. Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower, and Dragon Dance all require training, not only to increase the power, but also to increase the release speed of the skills. Aoki is making some poke blocks out of tree berries, then mashing them into a liquid, and adding the Pokemon egg hatching liquid. He had just seen Jiraki's problem clearly through the eyes of data. It is nothing more than not enough energy, which causes the Pokemon eggs to fall into a state of suspended animation. As long as enough energy is provided, Jiraki can hatch successfully. The normal Pokemon egg hatching solution, the energy in it is not very high. So Aoki is specially made. Made by poke blocks, it has more energy and the effect is obvious. Once the Aoki is made, it's time to go inside the Pokemon egg incubator. Then two eyes stared at it, and my heart was very nervous, and I was worried that I would fail. Although the eye of data provides energy, after all, there is no specific method, all this is his own pondering. Green Pokemon egg hatching solution, slowly fading in color over time. Even the hatching fluid is less. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this method worked. However, it is estimated that it is not that easy to hatch, but I don't know how long it will take. Name, Jiraki. Incubation progress, 1000th. Aoki looked at it with the eyes of data, his face was ecstatic, and he was about to jump out of excitement. Didn't expect this method to work. Although the Pokemon egg hatching solution just now is enough for one Pokemon egg to hatch. But as long as Jiraki can successfully incubate, let alone 1000 copies, even if there are 10,000 copies, Aoki will work hard to make money. A quasi-god Pokemon is already worth hundreds of millions, not to mention Jiraki's Pokemon eggs. The estimated price is more expensive. Mere Pokemon egg hatching solution, nothing at all. He will not do business at a loss. Aoki puts away Jiraki's Pokemon eggs. He is now out of Pokemon egg hatching solution and cannot continue to hatch for the time being. But in the next town, he must buy thousands of Pokemon egg hatching solution. It can even be packaged. No way, only 1,000th of the progress, he still needs a lot. Boss Laren, everyone can rest now. Go to bed early today, and I'll leave early tomorrow. Dora. Not exactly. Ad or not. All the Pokemon let out a cry, then found a place to rest with their eyes closed. Early the next morning, Aoki got up and prepared breakfast for Pokemon. Several Pokemon eat quickly. Everyone, since we've finished eating, let's set off now and try to get to the next town as soon as possible. Because he wanted Jiraki to hatch, Aoki didn't want to waste time and decided to end the training early. Otherwise, it will take at least a week of training before arriving in the town where the next gym is located. Boss Laren followed Aoki through the forest and soon came to a tunnel. Rusturf Tunnel, a very important tunnel, connects Rustboro City, and then by boat, you can come to Dewford Town. I have something to do today, and the update can't be added. I will definitely add it tomorrow, and I am compensating for another update. I will continue to beg for flowers and evaluation tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Trico Evolution, 5. Rusturf Tunnel, Aoki on a bicycle, ready to go through the tunnel alone. Combuskin sits on the back of the bike and protects Aoki from sneak attack by Pokemon. After riding like this for a while, Aoki suddenly stopped. Because there are many people ahead. Detecting, it should be a worker. Excuse me? Did something happen? Aoki found one of the foremen and couldn't help but ask. He wants to get out of here as soon as possible, head to Dewford Town, and buy some more Pokemon egg hatching solution. But not so much time to waste here. Trainer, I'm so sorry, there's an extra Loudred ahead, and we can't get it out. Yeah, trainer, you seem to be very strong, can you do me a favor? Drive it out. Several workers have expectations in their eyes. They're just working people, and they don't have any powerful Pokemon. No problem, just leave it to me. Aoki didn't refuse, he just wanted to solve the trouble as soon as possible, and then go through this tunnel. After parting with the workers, Aoki walked in openly. Rusturf Tunnel is dark and there is still some moisture in the air. Combuskin stood next to him, a faint flame rising from his body, which could provide some warmth. Thank you, Combuskin. Aoki tapped Combuskin on the shoulder. Not exactly. Combuskin patted his heart. It seems that no thanks. Aoki walked for a while and finally saw a purple creature. Loudred. It should be this Loudred, who lives here and hinders the others. Loudred, are you okay? Using his Viridian powers, Aoki tries to have a good talk with Loudred. But before he could speak, Loudred made his move, sending out a huge echo. The echo set off a wave of invisible shock waves, which rushed directly to Aoki. The ground was also trembling, and cracks appeared suddenly. No, Combuskin, use the flamethrower. Combuskin immediately spit out a mouthful of hot flames, forming a vortex that collided with an invisible shock wave. Boom! The two collided, causing an explosion, and the smoke from the explosion obscured the tunnel and blocked Aoki's view. Combuskin, you wait by the side, let Trico fight, it just needs a fight. Aoki released Trico. At this moment, Trico is on the verge of evolution, and he can successfully evolve at any time, which requires experience. Name, Loudred. Strength, Advanced. Qualification, Gym level. This Pokemon is not very strong and not very qualified. It's already the second stage of evolution, and it only has advanced strength. If it is replaced by the Yuzan level, the second stage of evolution must have the superior level. It can be seen that this Loudred is stunted and is just right for Trico's battle object. Trico, use Pound. Trico ran fast, came quickly to Loudred's side, then turned and slapped his tail down. It happened to be on Loudred's body. Loudred fell to the ground, his face a little painful, but he stood up for the first time and made a louder uproar sound. The uproar sound is more shocking than before. Trico, use Bullet Seed. Trico spit out a lot of seeds. Rumbling. The bullet seed and uproar clashed fiercely, triggering a chain of explosion. Trico, rush into the smoke and give him a brick break. Trico didn't hesitate, even though there was smoke in front of him and he couldn't see it, it rushed in. Loudred was in the smoke, a little flustered and overwhelmed, and looked around silently, hoping to escape. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green shadow rushed behind Loudred and raised his right hand. The light on his right arm slashed loudly at Loudred. This is also Trico's only fighting skill, which he learned before, but is not very proficient. But enough against Loudred. Loudred was hit head-on by Brick Break, let out a painful grumble, and fell to the ground, shaking. Not incapacitated yet? Then go ahead and give him the final Brick Break. Trico raised his right hand again, his arm glowing white, and slashed down hard. Loudred looked at Trico in front of him, stood up immediately, and ran towards Trico quickly. The last tackle? Trico, take him head-on. Trico didn't dodge, a knife in his right hand hit Loudred's head head-on. Strong tackle, even Trico was hurt, his arms were shaking, but he persevered. After a few seconds, Loudred stumbled, unable to bear the trauma any longer, and fell to the ground. Add or not? Trico happily raised his hand to celebrate his victory again. At this moment, Trico's body was covered with a white light, covering his entire body. This is great, Trico, you're finally an evolution. Aoki's eyes were full of joy. He took Trico, and it's been a while, but Trico hasn't evolved. This made him very sad. After all, Combuskin has been evolving for a long time, and the crocodile frog is already on the edge of evolution. Trico is slow enough. Aoki focused on Trico, his hands clenched into fists, and there was a hint of anticipation in his heart. Over time, the white light on Trico disappeared, replaced by a new figure. Great, Trico, no, it should be Grovel, you've finally evolved. Grovel was very happy, and immediately jumped in front of Aoki, jumping and jumping, still asking for credit. Master, I have finally become evolution, and I did not disappoint you. Aoki heard Grovel's heart and patted Grovel's head lightly. Grovel, you worked really hard during this time. Next, just take a day off. There's no need to train every day. Add or not? I'm fine, Master. Continue to beg for the support of the flower evaluation ticket, and it will be added tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Grovel's Luxurious Properties, 1. Name, Grovel. Features, Lush. Strength, Superior. Qualification, Elite Level. Skills, Leech Seed, Solar Beam, Sunny Day, Leaf Storm, X-Scissor. Aoki looked at Grovel's properties panel and couldn't help but exclaim. It's too luxurious to learn so many big moves, whether it's Solar Beam or Leaf Storm, they're all super powerful. Also learn Sunny Day, which is a good skill, as long as you use Sunny Day, the Solar Beam will reduce the charging time. Leech seed is also quite good. Okay, Grovel, come back, I'll take you out of here now. Aoki took back Grovel, walked over to Loudred, and used the power of Viridian to heal. It didn't take long for Loudred to wake up, perhaps because he felt the power of Viridian, so this time, Loudred didn't attack. He even rubbed Aoki's arm lightly. Okay, eat something, and then I'll take you to the forest. There are too many people here, it will be very dangerous. Loudred smelled the poke blocks, didn't refuse, and tasted it happily. After eating, Aoki took Loudred and left Rusturf Tunnel together. At the exit of the tunnel, Aoki waved to Loudred. Loudred also left happily. After leaving Rusturf Tunnel, Aoki entered the forest again. There was still a while before arriving at Dewford Town, and Aoki was not in a hurry. Just in time for Grovel evolution, you need to become familiar with this power, and you can challenge some Pokémon along the way. A few days later, Aoki walked through the forest and came to a nearby coast. Next, you need to cross a river to reach Dewford Town. Aoki was on a cruise ship, picked up a fishing rod, and sat beside the boat to fish. The proudest thing in his life was catching a Froakie and successfully catching it. You might even catch some rare Pokémon this time around. Although not very likely. Next, Aoki is fishing, catching a lot of Pokémon of the water type. It's a pity that Aoki doesn't like it. Magikarp, Goldfish, Poliwag, Carvanha. Because his fishing rod is obtained by opening a treasure chest, the chances of catching Pokémon are higher than normal fishing rods. Young man, I didn't expect your fishing level to be so high, I really admire you. Next to him, an old man couldn't help but praise him. He's also a fisherman, but he hasn't caught any Pokémon for so long. As a result, Aoki took one shot after another, and he looked a little envious. Actually, it's nothing, these Pokémon are not particularly rare. While speaking, Aoki picked up a baby ball and threw it lightly, capturing one of the Magikarps. Old man! Do you really think I'm a fool? And if you say it's not a good Pokémon, you just get one. Aoki is actually very helpless. Originally, she didn't look down on Magikarp, after all, he already had a Croaker. But there is no way, luck is too good, so many Magikarp, only a few can successfully evolve. Among these Magikarps capable of evolution, only a few can reach the elite level. The specific probability is estimated to be 1 in 100,000, or even 1 in a million. After all, there are too many Magikarps. As a result, the Magikarp he had just seen had elite qualifications, and he naturally couldn't wait to conquer it. Name, Magikarp. Strength, Intermediate. Qualification, Elite level. Skills, Water Leap, Tackle. This kind of elite qualified Pokémon, Aoki will not miss it. Of course, he has a croak-headed frog and is still a champion. And naturally he will not take Gyarados in his eyes. But his Sky team already has a Shelly, and maybe a bonfire soon. At that time, it can be used to buy people's hearts. Gyarados is very strong, and highly qualified Gyarados are more attractive. Magikarp instantly teleport back to Professor Birch's research institute. Aoki has no plans to cultivate. If it really evolves to Gyarados, Gyarados will only listen to it, and it will be inconvenient to give it away. It's better to send it directly to someone later. After a while, the fishing rod in Aoki's hand shook again, and it shook violently. Aoki pulled hard, but couldn't pull it up. It's really a Pokémon in the water, struggling too hard. However, Aoki still saw the Pokémon in the water clearly through the water. Name, Sharpedo. Strength, Superior. Qualification, Gym level. Grovel, use Sunny Day, then Solar Beam. Grovel jumped into the air immediately, a faint glow from his body. The originally bright sky became even hotter, as if there was a small sun hanging in the sky. After that, Grovel absorbed the light from the sun, and the white light on his body became more intense. Add or not? Grovel yelled, and a white light burst out, rushing into the water. Rumbling. The Sharpedo hit by the solar beam head-on caused a very strong air wave, and a large amount of seawater was sprayed out. Under this air wave, the cruise ship shook slightly. What a strong solar beam, this grovel is very strong. The old man next to him was amazed. Other tourists were also taken aback by Grovel's solar beam in Aoki. This power is really great, an ordinary water-type Pokemon may not be able to withstand it. In the water, Sharpedo was hit head-on by Grovel's solar beam, let out a scream, then flipped over, and fainted. Aoki pulled Sharpedo out and healed him a little. After Sharpedo woke up, Aoki threw Sharpedo into the sea again, and had no plans to conquer it. Gym level qualification Sharpedo, he really doesn't like it, and he doesn't plan to use it for his subordinates. He will only prepare some highly qualified ones for those codders and captains, just forget about the average person. The reason for the fight is to find an opponent for Grovel. It's just been planned recently, especially likes fighting, and Aoki can't let it down. His Grovel character is very strong. Add more today, ask for more flowers to support. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Auto-generated chapter title. The 48th chapter challenges the martial arts gym. Bagon appears, 2. Dewford Town. After Aoki arrived, Brawly was quickly found on the beach. Today, the trainer of fighting gym is good at fighting, and likes surf very much, so as to train Pokemon's lower plate strength. You're Brawly, the trainer of the fighting gym, right? When do you have time? I want to challenge you. Brawly was in surf and stopped subconsciously after hearing Aoki's words. It's late today, and my Pokemon is tired, I'll accept your challenge tomorrow morning. Well, I'll go to rest first, and I'll come over to challenge you tomorrow morning. Aoki is not Ash, he has to challenge Brawly. Since Brawly has no time, he will go back and rest. Well, he needs to buy some more Pokemon egg hatching solution. The mall in Dewford Town, after the arrival of Aoki, bought most of the Pokemon egg hatching solution. After that, I came to the Pokemon Center and opened a room here. Rooms in the Pokemon Center are not only cheap, but also very affordable. The main thing is that Dewford Town doesn't have any hotels, otherwise he could stay in a hotel. In the room, Aoki took out the berries, made high concentration poke blocks again, and smashed them together, stirring the Pokemon hatching liquid together. Then poured onto Jiraki's Pokemon eggs. 20 or so Pokemon egg hatching liquid, all used for Jiraki. Name, Jiraki. Incubation progress, 30/1000. This speed is too slow. At this speed, he needs at least a few hundred copies, close to 1,000 copies. Ordinary malls may not necessarily have them. It looked like he needed help from the Devon Manufacturing Group. I believe that with the power of the German Manufacturing Group, we should be able to collect 1,000 copies. Aoki thought for a while, and finally decided to send a text message to President Stone to send him to the next town. After you have finished challenging the combat gym, go to the next town to claim it. President Stone didn't understand why Aoki needed so much, but he didn't bother. Since it is what Aoki needs, it is natural to give it to Aoki. The next day, Aoki got up, packed up, and was ready to go to the fighting gym challenge. He wants to challenge Jim as soon as possible, then go to the next town and hatch Jiraki as soon as possible. He can't wait to have a new demons. Fighting Jim, Brawly has been waiting for a long time. Challenger, you are finally here, I have been waiting here for a long time. Challenge method 2 vs 2, do you have any opinions? Of course no opinion, I also want to end the gym challenge as soon as possible and go to the next town. Aoki was already ready to move. Very well, next, Aoki from Little Root Town will challenge Brawly from Dewford Town. The challenge officially begins. It's up to you, go, Machop. Brawly throws the Pokemon first. Name, Machop. Attribute, Fighting. Strength, Intermediate. Qualification, Gym level. Perhaps to test newbies, Machop's level is not very high. If that's the case, then it's up to you, Bagon. Aoki's weakest is Bagon. And Bagon hasn't played Gym yet, so let him get used to it first. Mainly against Machop, Bagon is enough. Bagon, it's really good luck. Brawly is still a little envious. Although he is a fighting gym trainer, he is also very longing for quasi-gods. Only the rich have it. Machop, even though your opponent is Bagon, you mustn't admit defeat, rush to me and use Karate Chop. Machop raised his hand, rushed towards Bagon, and slashed hard at Bagon. There is a white light on the wrist. Bagon, don't dodge, give it a flamethrower. Bagon opened his mouth, and it was a hot flame. The flame was particularly staring, and it was emitting a scorching high temperature. Before Machop could get close, he was enveloped by hot flames, and then a burst of explosion. Machop was blown out. Thump. Machop, hold on, charge me again, agility, dodge its flamethrower! Shouted Brawly. Machop jumped up immediately, running quickly with both feet, and quickly came to the vicinity of Bagon. Bagon's flamethrower kept strafing, but was dodged by Machop. Obviously, the usual Machop should have undergone very strict training and run very fast. Although the strength is not very strong, the speed is still surprising. Machop, as soon as you get close, use the bottom kick. Machop quickly moved to Bagon's side, raised his foot, and kicked down at Bagon's leg. Bagon, don't dodge, take this opportunity to give it a Zen headbutt. Bagon just stood there, letting Machop kick him in the leg. Although there was some pain, Bagon still carried it down, enduring the pain, bending over, with a red light on his head. Then the whole person slammed into Machop, and his head hit Machop. Machop let out a scream, his body was out of control, and he flew backwards, fell to the ground, eyes circled, and passed out. Machop is incapacitated, ask Gym Leader to send the next Pokemon. Machop, thank you for your hard work, I'll leave it to your companions. Brawly takes back the Machop and pulls out a Pokeball again. It's up to you, Machamp. The second Pokemon, the Machop's final evolution-shaped Machamp, has a total of 4 hands and is more powerful. It can be seen from the Properties panel of Machamp. Name, Machamp. Strength, Superior. Qualification, Gym level. This is another Pokemon with poor qualifications, and not very strong. The final evolution is nothing more than that. It seems that Brawly can accept this gym, it should be the blessing of his father. But his father wasn't particularly strong and couldn't get a Pokemon with high-level qualifications. At least the fighting system did not get it. Of course, it's also possible that Brawly has it, but it's just that gym games can't take out 2 strong Pokemon. Bagon, this game will continue to be handed over to you. I believe you can win it. Today, there are more updates, and continue to beg flowers for support. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Auto-generated chapter title. The 49th chapter, Bagon's Strength, 3. Machamp, rush up. At Brawly's command, Machamp ran fast, through the rocks, and approached Bagon. Bagon, use the flamethrower again. Bagon again spit out a mouthful of fiery flames, which shot at Machamp. The flame vortex roared, setting off a very strong heat wave that spread throughout the audience. Even Aoki, who was standing on the edge of the field, felt a burst of heat. During this time, Bagon trained very seriously, and his skills were very powerful. Machamp, don't be afraid, dodge quickly, keep getting closer, and use Ice Punch. Machamp ran fast, and kept jumping, dodging the fire's attack. Bagon flamethrower was fast, but was still dodged by Machamp. In the blink of an eye, Macamp was in front of Bagon, raised his right hand, and slammed down on Bagon. There was even a blue light on the wrist, and there was a burst of cold air. Bagon, step aside quickly. Bagon hurriedly jumped to the side. But it was still a step slower. Bagon was punched in the shoulder, and the cold air filled his shoulders, freezing his shoulders. Toot! Bagon's face was a little painful. Although he only hit the shoulder, Ice Punch did a lot of damage to him. Very well, Macamp, go after him and give him another Ice Punch. With a command from Brawly, Macamp picked up speed, swish, and drew closer to Bagon, raising his icy hand again. As long as you get close to Bagon, give the baby a trick Ice Punch to completely destroy Bagon. Bagon, use a large flamethrower, cover your tracks, and find a place to hide. Aoki also knew that Bagon must never be hit again. Due to the restraint of the ice attribute, coupled with the difference in strength, Bagon will definitely lose his fighting ability when he is hit by Ice Punch. Woo-hoo-hoo! Bagon spit out another flamethrower. The flames were more powerful, but spiraled in all directions. Soon, flames spread over the lower half of the arena, obscuring Bagon. Macamp, focus! Brawly wasn't in a hurry. With such a big flame, he couldn't find any trace of Bagon. Once Bagon seizes the opportunity, it may hurt Macamp. Macamp let out a cry, then looked around warily, looking for Bagon's trail. Bagon, hide and use Dragon Dance. Behind a rock, Bagon listened to Aoki's orders and immediately danced a strange dance. There was a faint purple light on his body. No, Macamp, find Bagon immediately and give him Ice Punch. Brawly's face changed suddenly. The so-called Dragon Dance is a skill of the Dragon Pokémon, which can increase the speed and attack by 1 level. Once Bagon successfully uses Dragon Dance, the combat power will definitely become stronger, and it will be more difficult to deal with at that time. The flames disappeared quickly, and Macamp searched for it before seeing a purple glow behind a rock. Although weak, it was still seen by Macamp. Macamp, rush up and use Ice Punch. Brawly also found traces of Bagon. Macamp stepped on a rock and jumped forcefully in mid-air, just in time to find Bagon. Then shuttle through the rocks, come to Bagon, facing Bagon, it is an Ice Punch. Bagon, dodge. With an easy jump, Bagon dodged. After using the Dragon Dance, Bagon was fast and easily dodged Macamp's attacks. What? Is it that fast? Brawly had no idea that Bagon was moving so fast. Bagon, rush up and use Dragon Rush. Bagon let out a scream, then ran fast. With the speed of running, converted into power. There was a purple air on his body. After a while, Bagon's momentum gradually rose, and the ground began to tremble. Macamp, give him an Ice Punch and knock him out. Macamp looked at Bagon, who was running aggressively, and ran away without fear. Both Pokémon are running at high speed. After getting close, Bagon lowered his head and used the force of his body to charge at Macamp. Macamp also raised the Ice Punch and punched Bagon head-on. The freeze froze Bagon's head and knocked Bagon's head out of the way. Bagon, hold on, I'll treat you to something good for lunch today. Aoki also saw that there was still a gap in Bagon's strength, so he hurriedly shouted. Hearing Aoki's words, Bagon's eyes were filled with determination, and the purple arrogance on his body became more exuberant. Then he shouted angrily, slammed into Macamp's body heavily, and knocked Macamp out. The moment Macamp was knocked out, he still punched the last punch, knocking Bagon to the ground. Both Pokémon fell at the same time. Bagon, stand up, I believe in you. Bagon stood up with difficulty, his feet trembled, and finally fell to the ground, fainting. After all, it has not yet reached the superior level. For a Pokémon like Macamp, who can step into the Taoist level at any time, it is still a little short. This is also because Macamp has not been trained well, his qualifications are not high, and he has not learned many skills. As long as you have more skills, don't be so limited, Bagon can't hit him. On the other side, Macamp got up despite being badly injured by a head-on hit by Dragon Rush. It's just that the panting is very serious, both feet are shaking, and I almost can't stand still. After all, he defeated Bagon with his powerful strength, and he also suffered a lot of trauma. Bagon, come back. I'll leave it to your companion. Aoki thought about it for a while, and finally decided to choose the frog. It's also champion, and his favorite Greninja. He plans to let the frog head evolve into Greninja first, and then see if he can get Bond's Greninja form. Once again, I beg everyone's flower support. Asterisk. Chapter 50, Auto-generated chapter title. The 50th chapter. Croak Frog wins, get boxing badge, 4. Kook Head Frog, it's up to you. Aoki throws the luxury ball. Crouch-headed frog knelt down on one knee, with one hand on the ground, and appeared in a particularly handsome pose. Macamp, take advantage of this now, rush up and use Thunder Punch. Brawly also knew that Macamp was weak and had to defeat the enemy as soon as possible. Kook Head Frog, use the most powerful Hydro Pump, spread all over the field, don't give him a chance to escape. The croak-headed frog stood up immediately, and soon released a super strong water column that spread all over the audience. Even if Macamp tried to dodge, there was nowhere to hide, and he was easily hit and sent flying. It's just one move, and it's easy to kill in seconds. After all, the injury was too serious, and naturally it was not the opponent of the frog. Macamp is incapacitated, so the winner is the challenger from Little Root Town. Macamp, come back. Brawly didn't feel too sorry, the gym trainer's job was to determine the strength of the novice. It's like giving experience. Winning or losing doesn't really matter. Quack-head frog, thank you. Aoki took back the frog, thinking in his heart, when will the frog be able to evolve? Once the head frog evolves, it is Greninja, and it can be regarded as a combat force. Challenger, this is how you beat the fighting gym to get a boxing badge. Thank you. Aoki took the boxing badge and put it in the badge box. Got the third badge, now, it's time to go to the next town. The next gym is in Movili City, but before going to Movili City, stop by Slateport City. The Pokemon egg hatching solution he ordered was delivered to the city's Pokemon Center. He wants to get it as soon as possible, and then find a way to incubate Jiraiya, so that he can have peak combat power as soon as possible. The strength of Eudemons is generally very strong. As for being beaten in various ways in the anime, it is definitely a joke, even if the racial value is the same as that of the Quasi-God, the strength exceeds that of the Quasi-God. This is their high talent. After leaving Wuda Gym, Aoki did not leave in a hurry, but went to the Pokemon Center to get a rest. At least take a nap, then set off in the afternoon, continue to take the boat, and try to leave the island as soon as possible. He can't wait to see Jiraiya hatch. Pokemon Center, Aoki took a nap, gave Pokemon a rest, and set off again that afternoon. Although it is possible to swim here, surf, but Aoki is not interested, he still likes to wander in the forest. He just wants to make Pokemon stronger as soon as possible and have a place in this world. On the luxury cruise ship, Aoki continued to start his own fishing trip. After all, the luxury cruise ship is so big, and I am too embarrassed to do skill training. I can only fish and pass the time. While Aoki was fishing, a lot of people approached nearby. They all admire Aoki's fishing skills. It's almost one shot at a time, and each shot isn't very long. Aoki aside from passing the time, just to see if he can get a good Pokemon. Especially those with higher qualifications. Big brother, can this Poliwag be given to me? Aoki had just caught a Poliwag and was about to throw it down when a little girl grabbed Aoki's arm. A very weak and cute looking little girl. It's just that the clothes are very simple. And it doesn't look like a rich man. It is estimated that they can't afford the expenses of you Sanjia. Lee Oakley, don't talk nonsense, this poliwag belongs to this gentleman. Lee Oakley's mother held Lee Oakley with an apologetic look in the corner of her eyes. She also wants poliwag, but she can't afford it herself, and is embarrassed to ask Aoki for it. Aoki saw this little girl and thought of a lot of people who couldn't afford Pokemon. Of course, he's not that great, giving Pokemon to those people for free. But this Lee Oakley was so cute that he wanted to help. No problem, I still have a Pokeball here for you, and some normal Pokemon food for you. Aoki gave a very ordinary Pokeball. The treasure chest is opened, and it does not belong to the Alliance. Those foods are also very ordinary, the Poke blocks that Aoki uses, and I don't like them at all. As for this Poliwag. Name, Poliwag. Strength, Intermediate. Qualification, Gym level. Seriously, the final evolution of Poliwag, the racial value is not very bad, but needs Water Stone. Of course, he is not short of Water Stone, but this Poliwag is too poorly qualified. If you have an elite qualification, Aoki will not necessarily give it to someone. Thank you big brother. Lee Oakley was very happy, took the baby ball, and then subdued Poliwag. Great, I have Pokemon. Aoki raised the rod and continued fishing. This little girl didn't continue to want Pokemon. Compared with her family's situation, raising one is enough. If you keep too many, you probably won't be able to keep them. Thank you, sir. Lee Oakley's mother is also happy, she can't afford Pokemon and doesn't want to disappoint her daughter. Unexpectedly, Aoki gave away a Poliwag for free. This Pokemon is not particularly bad. Lots of other people nearby are envious. There are also some people who came to ask for the Pokemon that Aoki wanted, but were rejected by Aoki. Do you really think he's a good guy? Not everyone is as cute as Lee Oakley, which makes her heart skip a beat. If it was someone else, he wouldn't look down on it. After the cruise ship docked, Aoki packed up and saluted and was ready to leave. Wait, big brother. Lee Oakley suddenly stopped Aoki and ran over quickly. Big brother, thank you for sending me Poliwag, I will take good care of it. Aoki can feel the kindness of Lee Oakley, think of something, and come up with a contact information. After this Evergrande City conference, I may set up my own company. If you need it, you can come to me and I can provide a job. Well, we'll think about it. Lee Oakley's mother thought hard. Maybe turn to Aoki. Continue to kneel and beg for your flower support. Asterisk.